Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Lines by Anna B. Doe, narrated by Cindy Kay and Nelson Hobbs. We love the ones we hate. Jessica Shervington. Prologue. Amelia. People don't believe that you can love someone and then start to hate that same person all in the blink of an eye. But it's true. The line between love and hate is thin. Thinner than one strand of hair. Thinner than paper. Thinner than the petal of a flower. I know because this very thing happened to me. It was a long time ago, when I was just a little girl who believed in fairy tales, Prince Charming, and happy endings. However, at almost 8 years old, my illusion of life was broken into millions of tiny pieces, together with my heart. Was it for better or for worse? You can choose, because even 10 years later, I still don't have an answer to that question. I guess some questions are meant to stay unanswered forever. Chapter 1. Amelia. Stone Cold is playing on the radio as I drive my Volkswagen Golf to school. The car may be old, but it's reliable. Kind of. Maybe I heard some strange noises coming out of it a time or two, but it's something normal, right? Strange noises coming out of old things give them charm and character. People say it all the time. Anyway, the car is mine, and that's all that matters to me. The last 3 summers, I was working my butt off helping my aunt in her hair salon and saving money so I could buy myself a car. It's the first day of school, and the first day of my senior year, the beginning of the end. I'm one step closer to freedom and one step closer to getting out of hell and starting a new life. Life away from this city and its people. The phone on the console in front of me starts ringing. Lowering the music, I give a quick look at the screen before connecting the call and putting it on speaker. "Where are you, Leah?" My best friend's voice comes from the speaker. "On my way to school, Brooke. Where would I be?" "You're late." I can hear the noises around her, meaning she's already there. I roll my eyes at her accusatory tone. "I was worried," she adds, this time a little softer. "No need to be. I simply overslept," I reassure her, feeling slightly guilty. Brooke is my best friend, always there for me and standing by my side, even when things aren't pretty. How many people do that? She knows how difficult it is for me to return to school each fall, so of course she's worried. "I should be there in time for homeroom. Save me a seat, will ya?" It's not like somebody is going to take the front row seats anyway. Most of the time, the two of us are invisible. Most being the key word. Some strange noises start coming from my car, and a light on the console turns red. "Oh, shit," I groan loudly. "Not now." "What's going on?" She sounds worried. "Why are you yelling?" "Something's wrong with the car. I have to pull over. I'll see you later in class, okay?" "Later." She hangs up, and I pull over to the side of the road. Not knowing what I should do, I simply stay in my seat. Looking in front of me, my hands grip the steering wheel tightly, turning my knuckles whiter than they already are. "You can do it, Leah," I murmur to myself as I take one deep breath and open the car door. "You can do it." Going to the front of the car, I lift the hood and look inside. All those wires and tubes and whatever. Blackness and dirt, that's all I understand about it. How the hell should I know what's wrong with this thing? I bite into my lower lip to stop it from wobbling. I'm already tired and frustrated from my dream and from oversleeping. The last thing I need today is to be late for class or to have a mental breakdown, and here I am on my way to both. Taking the phone out of my pocket, I tried dialing my dad, but it went straight to voicemail. Just fucking perfect, I swear under my breath. After the beep, I explained what had happened and where my car was. If I start walking now and hurry, I'll be just a few minutes late for class. I'm about to close the hood when I hear the sound of a bike nearing. It's some kind of fancy, sleek black bike. It starts slowing down, only to stop next to my car. The driver's also dressed in all black. Black helmet and leather jacket, black jeans and biker boots. He takes off the helmet and holds it against his side while he runs his right hand through messy strands of dark brown hair. He's handsome. So handsome, he looks like someone who should be on the cover of a magazine. Need help? His voice is smooth and easygoing. He gives me a crooked smile, and his almond-shaped gray eyes have a hint of a teasing light in them. If you know how to get this thing going, I shrug, pointing with a thumb over my shoulder at my good-for-nothing car. I'm not usually so careless about talking to or accepting help from a complete stranger, no matter how hot they are, but I don't have much of a choice right now. Not if I want to get to school on time and not draw attention to myself on the first day of classes. Let's see, what happened exactly? He gets off the bike in one smooth motion, like he's done it 100 times before. He probably has. I tell him about the strange sounds and the light going on as he looks under the hood. I look at him while he works. He's around my age, but could be older. It's hard to guess because he has this whole college bad boy vibe going on, and I've never seen him around school or town. I would know. Everybody knows everybody around here since we were in diapers together. Add to that, he looks a little bit dangerous. Everything about him screams, beware, bad boy trouble. He's all dark and mysterious, giving sexy half-smiles and running fingers through his hair. And is that a tattoo peeking through the sleeve of his shirt? He turns around, startling me. That's definitely the oil. His gray eyes narrow, looking at me. Were you just staring at my butt? What? A shriek leaves my lips. I did no such thing. His smile grows even wider, confidence oozing from every pore of his body. You so were. He leans into the car. But it's okay. Good to know all the workouts are paying off. He winks at me playfully, and I feel my cheeks getting hot with embarrassment. What did I do to deserve this kind of day? And it's just beginning. So, can you do something or not? If you have extra oil in your trunk, then yeah, I can do something. I bite my lower lip, uncomfortably switching from one foot to the other. I guess you don't. The tone of his voice clearly states what he thinks but is too polite to voice. Typical girl behavior. Well, I called my dad. He'll come later and take care of it. I sigh, going to the back seat to get my backpack. Walking it is. Is there anything else that can happen to ruin this day even more than it already is? Thank you for stopping to help and wasting your time, but I should really go. I'm already late for school. You go to Grayford High? Throwing my backpack over my shoulder, I close the door and turn to look at him. But he isn't where I left him, at the hood of the car. No, he's right there, behind me. This close, I get a good look at his face. He's handsome, and his facial features are movie-worthy. A strong jaw is covered with light stubble that surrounds his full lips. His nose is straight, with no bumps or imperfections, and his gray eyes stand out even more against his dark, prominent eyebrows and olive skin. He's tall, well over 6 feet, and even behind his clothes I can see he's well built. Why? I ask carefully. Are you afraid? He teases. The back of his finger caresses my cheek, and I feel my body tense, then shudder slightly from his touch. What is he doing to me? How is it that this guy that I just met has this kind of power over my body? If I wanted to kidnap you, I would have already done it. Then? I'm going there myself. He shrugs like it's obvious or something. His finger falls from my cheek as he takes a step back. I just moved here, so it's my first day. It's your call, Freckles. I watch him go back to the bike. I could easily take his offer and possibly get to school on time. Or I could refuse him and walk 20 minutes with a backpack full of books over my shoulder. I don't know you, I say, hoping to convince, I don't even know who really, that this is not a good idea. This is the first time I've seen the guy. Yeah, he's polite and helpful, kind of like a knight in shining armor, or a knight on a sleek bike. But I learned long ago that knights are just a myth, and if you want to survive, you'll have to do it on your own. Max Sanders. He offers me his hand, and I take it in mine. It's big and warm, enveloping mine completely. Amelia Campbell. So, Freckles, which is it, bike or walking? Max is still holding my hand as he asks the question. Why do you keep calling me that? I ask, trying to contain the small shudder that goes through my body. That name reminds me too much of another not-so-cute pet name I've got. I look him in the eyes, hoping to find something, anything actually, that will tell me what he's thinking. You have them all over your nose and cheeks. It's hard not to notice when you've looked at this face every day for 17 years. My tone is sarcastic, but he ignores me. They're cute. He gives me yet another shrug and a half smile. So, taking one deep, shaky breath, I put my backpack over my shoulders. How good are you at driving this thing? The best, he replies with a big, goofy smile. Hop on. I'm so going to regret this. So, nervously, I look from behind Max. People started staring from the moment we entered the school's property. Not hallways, parking lot. It was like a scene from one of those chick flicks I make Brooke watch, where everybody turns around and stares at the hot new guy or girl, then they turn around and start gossiping. It's insane and makes me jittery. No one ever pays attention to me except when Derek and Andrew are around. Then they pay attention, as in watching from the sidelines and smirking like they know something, when in reality they know nothing. Some also enjoy getting in my way. Apparently, when I'm too close to them, their foot finds a path in front of my legs, tripping me, or their shoulder pushes against mine as I walk by in the hallways. As I said, I'm in their way. Why were they even still in the hallway? The bell is about to ring any second now. Thanks for the ride. I try smiling, but it feels forced, even to myself. Max turns around and looks at me with his brows raised. I guess I'll see you around. I try to pass around him, but he catches my hand and makes me stop. Not so fast. What do you have first period? Homeroom, Mrs. Ryan. Great, me too. He gives me a broad smile, one filled with mischief. This guy was born to be up to no good. You can pay me back for saving your ass this morning by showing me how to get there. My personal guide for the day. What do you say, Freckles? We look at each other. It feels like an eternity, but I know it's a matter of seconds. Every time he calls me that, my stomach begins tumbling, and a sour taste erupts in my mouth. My tongue darts out, sliding over my suddenly dry lips before answering, okay. I agree. But you have to stop calling me that. His smile falls. Why would I do that? I bite into my lower lip, almost making it bleed, and slowly shake my head. Just don't. Insightful gray eyes look at me for a few long seconds before he finally nods his head in agreement. What do I call you then? Leah. My friends call me Leah. The bell starts ringing loudly, startling me. People around us break from whatever spell they are under and hurry to their classes. Although I see a few curious faces looking over their shoulder at us. This, Leah, is your clue to start leading the way. He throws his hand around my shoulders, tugging me into his side. He towers over me, and I can feel the heat radiating off his body. His masculine scent surrounds me. I don't know what it is exactly, but I want to burrow my nose in his neck and breathe him in. But I don't, because it would be extra creepy. I didn't break a few laws so that you'd end up late for class. A giggle escapes my lips. It's soft, almost inaudible. I don't know who is more surprised to hear it, Max or me. Come on, it's this way. I walk, thinking he'll remove his hand from my shoulders and follow me, but he surprises me, as he has from the moment I met him. His hand stays firmly in place as he follows next to me, taking smaller steps to accommodate my pace. I don't know what to make of him. One moment he's teasing me like he enjoys mocking me and seeing me blush, but in other situations he's nice and considerate. We're here, I say, stopping in front of our homeroom. Mrs. Ryan's voice is calling names from the other side of the door. A door that leads to a classroom full of students who will turn around and stare when I open it. Max is standing behind me, his hand on the doorknob. Come on, it's nothing serious, he assures me, his relaxed and composed voice calming my rapidly beating heart. Everyone's late every once in a while. He turns the knob and softly pushes me inside. Everyone turns around just as I knew they would, looking at me, at us standing in the doorway. Miss Campbell, Mrs. Ryan's voice is impassive. I'm glad you could join us. Go in and take your seat.
Chapter 2. Derek. Hey, bro. John, one of my teammates, pats Andrew and me on the back in passing. That was a hell of a party last week. You know it, man. I grin widely at him, and we fist bump. Same time, same place next week, Johnny. Andrew yells after him. John gives us a thumbs up and continues on his way. Andrew and I have been best friends since before we learned how to walk, or skate for that matter. We've been through everything together. Sometimes we feel more like brothers than just mere friends. Dude, he gives me a big grin. Don't turn around. But Miss Big Tits is at 12 o'clock and headed straight in your direction. Then again, there are times like this when Drew opens his mouth and makes me question why I even bother with him. Most of the time, he's so crude and doesn't think twice before letting some stupid shit fall out of his mouth. What the? I start, but don't get a chance to finish. Soft hands wrap around my biceps, and a sultry voice whispers in my ear. Derek. It's more like a moan, low, hushed, and seducing. I look down at her, not saying anything, barely containing my eye roll and sighing in distress. Diamond, it's nice to see you too. I know Drew is pissed from the edgy tone of his voice. He doesn't like being ignored, and I always suspected he had a thing for Diamond, so the fact that she's all over me pisses him off even more. Andrew? She acknowledges him with a tilt of her head. What are you two up to? Going to class, I tell her, and take a step away, breaking contact from her clingy, grabby claws. That's what people do in school. Andrew laughs, which makes me roll my eyes at him. Where are we, in preschool again or something? We start walking to our first class when those greedy hands grab onto me again, her nails digging into my skin. What? I ask, growling more likely. But my tolerance is pretty low as it is. I don't have the patience to deal with her, now or ever. Diamond Morgan is a pretty girl, I'll give her that. Some may even say beautiful. Curly blonde hair, an angel's face with baby blues, and a killer body with generous curves in all the right places. But I wouldn't go that far. She's too artificial for me, on the outside as well as on the inside. She definitely isn't the brightest girl in the world. Which brings us here, still with her hand tightly wrapped around mine. We have our first class together, so you can take me. I grit my teeth and start walking faster without uttering a word. We hooked up at the beginning of the summer at one of Andrew's famous parties. We were both drunk off our asses, and I regretted it almost instantly. Now, weeks later, she's still around, acting all girlfriendish, expecting dates, holding hands, and walking to classes together. But I don't do relationships. Everybody knows it. I told her exactly that before I left the bedroom, without a second glance. However, as I'm starting to see, when Diamond Morgan gets something in her head, nothing you do or say can change her mind. Soon enough, we're in the classroom. Andrew and I, sitting in the last row with the other guys from the team, a small but safe distance from Diamond. We talk about hockey, practices, and the beginning of the season. The bell rings and Mrs. Rayan, our homeroom teacher, walks into the classroom. Students lower their voices as she starts taking attendance. She's on letter H when the door opens. The utter silence is instant. I grip the desk's edge with such force that my knuckles turn white. There she is, the one who haunts me. The one I can't get out of my head, no matter what.
"Miss Campbell,"
Mrs. Rayan says without giving her a second glance.
"I'm glad you could join us. Go in and take a seat."
Amelia stands in the doorway, her long strawberry blonde hair falling over her shoulder in waves and hiding her face. Small and invisible. That is all she wants to be. But it's impossible. People notice her and turn around to take a second look. Yet she doesn't see it. She doesn't see anything. Sometimes I wonder if some kind of shield surrounds her, impeding her from seeing anything outside of it, keeping her cloaked, off limits. Then I see them. Hands on her hips. Big, clearly male hands. My hands grip the desk even tighter, holding on for dear life.
"Goody, decided to pass to the dark side."
Drew's mock whisper gets my attention. He's as subtle as an elephant walking into a room. From the corner of my eye, I see him leaning against his desk to have a better look at me, his eyes narrowed. I see other people in class turning my way because they heard him. But the only thing I can concentrate on, the only thing I can see, is her. It's always been her. She turns around and looks at the guy standing behind her through her shield of wavy hair. He lifts his hand as if he wants to move it away to see her better, but Amelia does it before he can. She's uncomfortable and tense. He whispers something to her, and she smiles. It's a smile that takes my breath away. I haven't seen her in so long, just a few times over the summer, from a distance, which doesn't count for shit. We haven't been this close since the last school year ended. It's not something unexpected. We rarely see each other during the summer because we don't move in the same circles. It's like she vanishes for a season, and if I'm lucky enough, I can get a glimpse of her, a shadow or maybe an illusion. Just a passing taste that I have to savor as long as I can until the next time I see her. And now she's smiling at some random douchebag. What the ever-loving fuck? There is a bitter taste in my mouth, something that feels an awful lot like jealousy. "Derek," Andrew calls. Is this the first time, or did he call me before while I was too stuck in my own mind to care?
"You have to calm down. You look like you're about to snap."
"I'm fine," I managed to utter through gritted teeth. I can't say anything, can't do anything. After everything that happened, I have no right. I watch them enter the classroom. Amelia practically runs to her seat behind her best friend, who looks at her like she just grew another head. The guy, on the other hand, slowly strolls behind her. He takes in the room, confident, like he owns the place. His eyes land on the girl sitting next to Brooke. It's the first time I see her. New students? And 2 of them, no less. I'm surprised I didn't hear anything until now. News like that travels fast in our town. Grayford isn't small per se, but people are tight-knit and like to gossip. Now that I'm paying attention, I see they look a lot alike. Tall, with dark hair and olive skin. The girl looks at her wrist, then at him. "You're late." Her tone is disinterested, almost bored, but her eyes tell a completely different story.
"Mr. Sanders,"
Mrs. Rayan interferes.
"I'm happy you found your way to school. Now, if you don't mind, take your seat and let me finish my job."
"Sure thing, Mrs. Rayan." His voice is smooth and easygoing. "I'm sorry we're late, but our Amelia here had car trouble, so I had to stop and help her out." I bet he did. Dickhead. Our Amelia? We'll see about that, buddy. She's not the kind of girl you share. Not just because she's not like that, because only an idiot would be willing to share someone like her. An idiot like you, who let her get away.
And here I thought you had an accident on that demon motorcycle of yours, Max. I was about to start calling the cops. I would think she was worried if the sarcasm wasn't dripping off her words. Don't worry, sis. He ruffles her shoulder-length hair as he passes to the only empty seat, behind her and next to Amelia. He winks at Amelia when he catches her staring, which makes her blush and hide behind her hair again. I want to growl at him to stop it, but I don't.
Big Brother isn't going anywhere.
Mrs. Rayan sighs in defeat. Everyone, she calls to the classroom. As you've noticed by now, she pointedly looks in the direction of the little group in front. We have some new students this year. These are the Sanders twins, Maximilian and Jeanette, who came all the way from California. Please make them feel welcome. Yeah, right. And maybe hell will freeze over.
Chapter 3. Amelia. Now, Brooke lowers her lunch tray just a little stronger than necessary. Will you tell me what the hell is going on? I bite my lip and watch her as she sits opposite me and takes a bite of her pizza. She's small, a few inches shorter than me, and awfully thin. It worried me. It still does, but I don't mention it. Not after the incident she caused when I did a few years back. She isn't actually avoiding food, not that I know of, but it worries me because I don't know what is happening in her house. In all the years I've known her, I've never been there. All I know is that she lives with her mother, who isn't much of a role model. Her light brown hair is tied in a high ponytail, a few shorter strands escaping and framing her oblong face. Jade green eyes look at me from across the table, and full pink lips are pursed, stubbornly waiting for my answer. I sigh in defeat. I know Brooke well enough. When she wants the answer, she'll get the answer, no matter how long she has to wait for it. She's like a dog with a bone. You heard it, Brooke. The car started producing strange noises when we were on the phone. I pulled over and couldn't do much to fix it, so when Max came, I was desperate enough to let him check it out. That doesn't explain how you ended up on his demon motorcycle. She emphasizes the last part. Who, under the age of 60, uses the word motorcycle anyway? I want to laugh, but I contain myself. This is typical Brooke Taylor for you, witty and sarcastic. But she's only like that with me. She never talks to anyone, not even teachers, just when they address her directly and she can't get out of it. There are also times when she gets bored, or maybe she just loses the reins over her self-control for a few seconds, and that sarcastic side comes out. Actually, it would be educated, high-class people. A cold, composed answer comes from behind me. But you wouldn't know that now, would you? Turning around, I come eye to eye with another pair of already familiar almond-shaped dark gray eyes. You don't mind, Leah, right? Max asks, sitting on my right without actually waiting for a response. And don't you mind that little gremlin over there? She's usually moody and all tough on the outside, but soft as a teddy bear on the inside. I look to my left, where Jeanette sits down. I don't know where that teddy bear Max referred to as hiding, but it has to be really, really deep inside, because all I can see is her cool, bitchy exterior. And there's also nothing little about her. She isn't as tall as her twin, but she isn't far behind either, towering over both Brooke and me. And if you ignore her attitude, you can't deny that Jeanette's extremely pretty, with olive skin and a face similar to her brother's, surrounded by dark brown locks that fall slightly past her shoulders. Maybe we do mind, Brooke snaps, turning all the attention back to him. Her cheeks become slightly pink in embarrassment, but she doesn't avert her eyes. Brooke, I calmly put my hand over hers. It's okay. No, it's not. We were talking. Oh, great, Jeanette murmurs sarcastically next to me. Another one with issues. I glare at her because, really, what's her problem? The only good thing is that Brooke has a staring contest with Max, so she doesn't hear his sister. Or maybe she does, but she simply doesn't care. Keep going, He waves his hand at us and pops a few fries in his mouth. Don't mind us. Brooke leans over the table toward Max. Can't really talk about it if the subject of our discussion is right here now, can I? For a second, I think I see his eyes widen in surprise. But then it's gone, if it was ever there in the first place, and he swallows before giving her his killer bad boy smile. Now you really have to continue. I'm interested in what you have to say about me. Brooke laughs, actually laughs, and leans back in her seat. Who said anything about you? She asks, a smirk still on her face. We were talking about your sister. I gem with her. She may be bitchy, but she's a genius. I guess what they say about twins are true. One gets the good looks and the other is smart. But look on the bright side, pretty boy. You won't need to look far for a tutor with her in the house. Brooke stands from her chair. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to take care of something. What about lunch? I call after her, worried about staying alone with these two. I'll finish it on my way, Mom. She sasses over her shoulder. See you later. Without another word, she turns on her heels and walks away, leaving us looking at her retreating back. What the hell was that? Max asks, still staring at the door. She's being a bitch. Jeanette plays with her food, utterly unaffected by what's happened. Maybe it's PMS or something. She's protective, I defend her. Brooke is my best friend, and although she wasn't right in treating Max the way she did, I can't let some Miss High Class talk bad about her. And she has a temper. Jeanette rolls her eyes. More like a tempered tantrum. Then I guess you two will soon be best friends, Annette. Max retorts, a wide grin on his lips. You could use some. They stare at each other, daring one another to look away first. It seems like this is more significant than just this fight. Something runs deeper, and they're the only ones who understand the meaning behind Max's words. In the end, Jeanette looks away first, continuing to play with her lunch quietly. So, Leah, how does it feel to be back at school? It feels like it'll take an eternity for it to be over. I cover my mouth with my hands, but it's too late. The words are already out. The good thing is that Max doesn't seem to think much about it. He simply laughs like it's the funniest thing in the world. However, there are another pair of eyes on me, piercing into my profile. I can feel Jeanette's wheels turning in her super smart brain, if I'm to believe Brooke's words. Soon she averts her gaze, but listens to our conversation. I just know it. It has only just begun. Max snaps me out of my own thoughts. Of course, it seems like it'll take an eternity, but before you know it, we'll walk across the stage to get our diplomas and move on with our lives. Yeah, I agree. Although I'm serious. The end of the year can't come soon enough. Anyway, the bell will ring soon, and I have to go grab stuff for my last 2 classes. I've finished anyway, so Max stands. Oh, please leave the girl alone, Max. His sister groans from her seat, rolling her eyes at him. I think she can find her way safely to her locker. Yeah, Jeanette is right, I assure him, grabbing my stuff. I'll see you around. I leave the twins, quickly walking through the hallway, keeping to myself. As I take a deep breath, my thoughts turn to Max yet again. He has a way of getting things out of me, getting the truth out of me, and I've known him for only a few hours. Who knows what will come out if he stays in my life? He doesn't give my answer much thought. I'm probably just another girl who can't wait to leave for college and have a life away from her family. If only it was that simple. Jeanette, on the other hand, she heard it. She saw my words for what they were. Reality. A need to escape. A need to run away and never come back. Opening my locker, I start looking for the books I'll need next, when a hand connects with the shut locker on my other side, caging me in. What do you think you're doing? He whispers, but it's more like a growl. A very silent, very dangerous growl. Nervous shivers run down my back, and my heart starts kicking hard against my ribcage. I fight the need to shake the shivers away. Showing vulnerability is never a good idea. Each weakness could be used against you. Derek, I stutter in surprise. My voice is low and trembling, stuck in my throat. My eyes are looking straight ahead, and my fingers curl around the edge of the biology book in my hands. Don't make me repeat myself, he whispers in my ear. He's so close to me I can feel his hot breath on my skin, causing the small hairs on the back of my neck to rise. I swallow the lump in my throat before answering, I don't know what you're talking about. New guy. What's your deal with him? I don't know what you're talking about, I repeat. His fingers curl around my wrist, and he turns me to face him. He's furious. I've seen him angry a few times, but this is on a whole new level. He's clenching his jaw so hard. I wouldn't be surprised if the next time he opened his mouth, teeth started to fall out. His eyes are narrowed, and a darker shade of blue than normal. Derek returns the palm of his hand to the adjoining locker so that I can't escape. Not that I would dare try. Don't play coy with me, Amelia. What does he want from you? Maybe he simply likes me. Ever thought of that? The words are bitter and filled with anger. And for a second, I think I can see the hurt in his sky-blue eyes. But if it was there, it's gone in the blink of an eye. Derek's fist connects with the locker, the sound echoing through the empty hallway. For a moment, I forget where we are. When you're cornered between your locker and his tall, muscular frame, it's easy to forget that there's a world behind him, a world filled with people staring and wondering what's going on, a world filled with whispers, noisy people, and nasty comments. You stay away from him. His voice is stone cold, and his blue eyes turn to hard ice. Ice blue, like the ice he skates upon. Not that I've ever seen him play, but I've heard people talk about it. They talk about him all the time, like he owns the place, which, in a way, he does. The King of Grayford High. That's Derek King. He turns on his heels and leaves in a hurry. People watch his retreating back before they turn around, their probing eyes shifting to me, speculating on what happened and making up some story in their heads to tell their friends. In less than 30 seconds, the phones all around the school will start beeping, and there'll be at least 10 different versions of what happened. Sighing, I squeeze the book to my chest and turn back to my locker to get my Spanish book before shutting the door and walking away, my eyes fixed on the floor. I was wondering how long it would take for Derek or Andrew to do something this year. I guess I have my answer now. What I don't understand is why he is so unnerved about this. Why is he so pissed, so angry? What is it about Max talking to me that makes him mad like this?
Chapter 4. Derek. This day's dragging on for too long. Being pissed all the time doesn't help, nor does searching the hallways, hoping for a certain someone to appear. Actually, it makes me even angrier. At myself. When did she get such power over me? I was able to control it before. I could turn it off and ignore her most of the time. Not today. School started 2 days ago. 2 fucking days ago. Every time I entered a classroom, I looked for her. If she wasn't in my class, every time the bell rang, I practically ran to the hallway and searched for her. It wasn't something conscious, something I could control. Not really. It was more like my body knew. I could feel her presence around me, and my body would follow. Even without wanting to, I would find myself turning around and looking for her. My eyes glancing over a bunch of people as I passed by, trying to catch a glimpse of her strawberry blonde hair. Who would have guessed it would be so easy to spot her, even in a space filled with dozens of other girls? Who would have thought she was the only one who had that specific shade of hair, one I could see even though we were standing on opposite sides of the hallway?
It doesn't help that we have 3 classes together this year when we haven't had that many in the last 3 years combined. But the funny part is, we also share them with Sanders. Yep, I guess destiny has something special prepared for me this year, and I don't like it one bit. Walking to my U.S. history class, I look through the messages and notifications on my phone, although I'm not really interested in what I'll find there. It's more of a distraction, a way to stop myself from seeking her out and keeping myself in check. That's what I should do. You should definitely come. I could recognize my best friend's voice anywhere. I lift my eyes off my screen to see who he's talking to. There was no better way to spend Friday night around here. He's standing close to the door of a classroom with Sanders, all friendly and shit. I want to growl in frustration and simply pass them without saying a word, but I make myself stop behind Andrew and paste a fake smile on my face. What's up, man? Just inviting Sanders here to the party Friday night. Andrew looks between us. You still coming? Before I can answer, Sanders interrupts with a question of his own. You mind if I bring someone? The question, simple as it is, makes me stand taller. For all I know, he could be asking about bringing his sister. After all, they're the only new people in school. But there is something in the way he asks, in the way he smiles, that makes me think otherwise. Sure, everyone's invited. Andrew shrugs it off, a smirk playing on his face. But out of curiosity, who do you want to invite that won't already be there? That's a valid question. Almost everyone from school comes to Andrew's parties. It's our usual place to get drunk and screw with no rules or authority. It's a place to see and be seen. Tilting my head to the side, I look at Max, waiting for his answer, although I'm afraid I know which name he'll say. My hands squeeze into fists by my sides, and I have to loosen my grip with conscious effort. I can't believe it. I'm usually an easygoing dude. Little could get a rise out of me. But being in Maximilian Sanders' presence makes me pull the reins tighter over my self-control. Leah. He grins, showing off his white teeth, and I want to punch him to make it go away. I don't know if she usually goes to parties, but she doesn't look like a social butterfly to me. Leah who? Drew frowns, probably trying to connect the name with the face. God forbid there is a girl in this town Andrew Hill doesn't know about and hasn't screwed into oblivion. That guy is the epitome of a man, whore if there ever was one, and that comes from me, who has had my fair share of girls, so I guess I can't judge him. We all have our demons, and we all have our own way of dealing with them. Amelia Campbell? Drew looks between us, still confused. Small, red hair, dark eyes, freckles. Strawberry blonde, I correct him. At the same time, recognition flashes on Andrew's face. Oh, you mean Dottie? Andrew looks at me with piercing eyes. Strawberry blonde? He smirks. Seriously, dude? Are you growing a pussy down there? Sanders looks between the two of us, his eyes narrowed, trying to see and understand what we're not saying out loud. Just noticing. I half shrug, hoping he won't read much into it. Chill, man. When did you start noticing Dottie? Why do you call Leah Dottie? Sanders interrupts, saving me from the Inquisition. I'm sure my best friend wouldn't like the answer if I told him the truth. And that is because I've always noticed her. When we were just 8 years old, then clumsy preteens at 13, and even now, 5 years later. I still notice her, still see her, sometimes more than others, but careful enough that I know her hair isn't red and her eyes aren't dark. No, her hair is this shade between blonde and reddish. It's long and wavy, and from the few times I manage to lightly brush my fingers through it so that she doesn't catch me, soft like silk. Her eyes are the color of melted chocolate, and there are a few dots that are just a bit lighter than the rest, something between gold and caramel. It's a nickname from when we were just kids messing around, right, Derek? Andrew's words bring me out of my thoughts. He's still observing me with suspicion. I don't think anyone else would notice,
but I've known this guy my whole life. Yeah, I don't really remember. I do. I remember the day he gave her that stupid nickname, like it was yesterday. I've never liked it. I've never said anything to stop him, but I've never used it either. The bell rings and the teacher appears behind us out of nowhere. "Gentlemen, if you don't mind, we have a class to attend." "Sure thing, Mr. Martins." I walk into the classroom, thankful for another exit, without actually having to come up with some way to get my friend off my back, at least for now. I'm not stupid enough to think he'll forget it, or let it slide. I sit on my chair in the back of the class, but I still manage to hear Andrew's parting words to Max, who sits a few rows in front of us, right behind his sister.
"Don't forget to invite little Leah."
He squeezes his shoulder as he goes to his own seat next to me. He looks me right in the eyes and smiles in amusement. This should be fun. I force a smile on my face. Can't wait. Standing at the door, I gaze around the classroom. Most students prefer to stay in the hallways as long as possible, talking to friends, sneaking around with their boyfriends or girlfriends, or simply stretching their legs after the whole day of being trapped in classrooms. If I were my usual self, I would be out there too, talking to Andrew and the other guys from the hockey team, making plans after school, or maybe making out with some nameless girl and trying to sweet-talk her into helping me relieve some stress later. But today, I was far from normal. Hence, I'm standing here in an almost empty classroom. Almost. Because she's here. Amelia. Her wild hair is falling over her right shoulder, hiding her face. The sunlight from the window makes it shine brightly, looking almost alive, like fire. She's so engrossed in whatever she's doing that she doesn't even look up. Or maybe she simply wants to stay quiet and unnoticed, invisible, like always. Taking a few determined steps, I cut the distance between us. My hands grip the end of her desk, and I lean down to get closer, moving into her personal space. Her body jerks slightly in surprise. I can hear her suck in a breath before she looks up, and her eyes meet mine. Surprise and fear show in those big brown doe-like eyes. "Derek?" Her voice is a soft tremble, almost a whisper. Goosebumps rise on my skin. All I can think about is whether she would sound like that if I kissed her. If my fingers tangled in her hair and my mouth crashed into hers, would she feel what I'm feeling? Would her heartbeat race? Would her breaths come harder and uneven? Would she melt under my hands or try to resist me? "I think I told you something the other day." My voice is hard and low. "What?" She visibly swallows before continuing. "What do you mean?" "What part of stay away from Sanders wasn't clear?" I'm trying to hold on to my anger, but even saying his name pisses me off. What's with that guy anyway? First he's all over Amelia, and then he's all buddy-buddy with Andrew. "I am, but..." I don't let her finish. "Next time I have to say it again, you won't like the consequences, little one." Straightening, I turn around to go and almost crash into him. Sanders quirks his brow at me. We stare at each other for a full minute, not uttering a word. He looks away first. "Hey, Leah. How is this guy always around when you don't need him? Which would be all the damn time. How much did he hear and see?" There's an easygoing smile curling his lips, but I'm willing to bet I saw something pass through his perceptive gray eyes. I don't get it. I don't get him. But it's like he can see me, and I'm his number one entertainment. I don't like it one bit. She looks between us but doesn't say anything, just lowers her head and focuses on whatever she was working on before I interrupted her. Max goes around me, aiming for the desk behind her, but I put my hand there before he can do it. "Sorry, man. I'll take this one today." I smirk at him. "Okay." There it is again. If you weren't paying attention, you would probably miss it, but I noticed it. The mocking undertone in his voice. One side of his lip twitches in a knowing grin, just for a split second, before it returns to his normal, charming smile. I watch him sit next to me. He looks unaffected again. However, there is a special gleam in his eyes, like something is entertaining about this whole situation, as if he has a front-row seat for the premiere of an interesting show. Deciding he's not worth my attention, I look over Amelia's shoulder and find her nose stuck in the book again. Sighing, I sit behind her, and for a while I simply watch the back of her head. She's tense. Her neck and shoulders are stiff, and it's like she's afraid to breathe. I tug at the strands of her long hair that is left falling down her back. When she doesn't turn around, I do it again. My fingers curl around the soft strand, holding it tightly before pulling. The need to lift it to my nose and inhale her sweet scent is strong, but I fight it off. No need to act like some crazy pervert and draw more attention to myself than I already have, because I can feel Sanders' gaze boring into me from the side. She moves all of her hair over one shoulder, untangling that stray strand from my fingers, and looks at me shyly, her already big eyes swallowing her whole face. Was there any homework? She shakes her head no and turns around, blocking me out of her world. The bell rings and students start entering the classroom. Drew is last, just in front of Miss Rodriguez, our Spanish teacher. His eyes connect with mine immediately. He frowns, probably wondering what is going on, before he goes to our usual place in the back of the classroom. I know I'm going to hear all about this shit that's been happening lately. Andrew can pretend to be a lazy, I don't have a care in the world kind of guy, but he's one smart fucker. Nothing passes by him. And I mean nothing. There is no doubt he'll see that I'm not as interested in fucking around like I was just mere months ago. And there is no way he'll miss my new obsession with Amelia Campbell. I have a feeling something has started to change, and nothing will be like it was ever again.
Chapter 5. Amelia. My heart is still beating like crazy, and my fingers are so shaky I can't hold the pen in my hand. So I decide to forget about my homework and pretend I'm really interested in the book that's sitting on my table. Although, if you asked me, I wouldn't be able to tell you where I am in the book, much less what it is about. Fortunately, nobody asks me anything. And for a few moments, Max, Derek, and I are sitting in an uncomfortable silence. Then the bell rings and our classmates start entering, along with our Spanish teacher. Brooke, who's normally always early, like me, is one of the last ones to enter in a rush. She's panting slightly, almost as if she's been running to make it to class on time. And there's a dark blue paint smudge on her cheek, probably left from art class. Looking around, she meets my eyes. Her head tilts slightly to the side, making her ponytail swing with the movement, and her eyes narrow as she observes me. I see her eyes go behind me before they return to mine, and her lips form a little O of surprise. Not that I can blame her. Derek King simply does not sit in front of the class, and he most definitely does not sit so close to me. Her usual seat in front of me is taken, so her green eyes quickly scan the rest of the classroom. The only one left unoccupied is also the seat that's directly in front of Max. Brooke frowns, but puts her bag down next to her desk and lowers her butt into the chair. I'm about to tell her to wipe her cheek when I see Max put his hand on her shoulder. Brooke jumps, startled. She turns so abruptly her hair hits Max in the face. "What in the?" she asks in a low, angry voice, but stops when Max's hand cups her cheek and his thumb rubs slowly against the paint that's there. She's shocked into silence, her mouth hanging open. I'm not surprised. Nobody has ever touched her that way, especially not a boy. She's not a touchy person, not even with me, and we're best friends. Max's grin is so big that it transforms his whole face. When no paint is left, he gently taps her nose and leans back in his chair. Nose paint on your face, firecracker. Now close that pretty mouth of yours before something enters it. Brooke shuts her mouth instantly and gives him a pointed, furious stare before turning in her seat without uttering a word. I don't understand. What is her problem? Max is one of the good guys, easygoing, nice, and helpful. He's constantly joking around and making people laugh. Maybe he's a bit cocky and a total flirt, but what good-looking guy isn't? At least he isn't obnoxious and self-centered like some of them. Max chuckles at Brooke's nape, slowly shaking his head. Then his eyes lift and meet mine through the shield of my hair. He gives me a small wave, just as one long leg kicks mine under the desk. I blush, embarrassed that I've been caught staring, not just by Max, but also by Derek. Miss Rodriguez starts talking in fluent, fast-paced Spanish. I turn my attention to the front of the classroom, but I don't hear a thing coming out of her mouth. I want to move my foot away and break the contact, but it's stuck between one leg of the chair and Derek's foot, and he's not backing away. It's like he isn't content just sitting behind me, his presence looming over me for the next hour. No, he needs to have a physical connection so that in case I can look past his shadows standing, or, in this case, sitting behind me, I can't ignore the bond between us. Why is he doing this? Why does it matter to him that Max is being nice to me? Before this year, we rarely saw each other. We had a few classes together, but that's it. Oh, and he and his friends were always around, teasing and embarrassing me, asking for homework or leaving me with their part of a project, calling me by that awful nickname, Dottie Dom. I hate it with everything in me. When I was younger, I tried doing everything humanly possible to make my freckles disappear, but of course, there wasn't much one could do about them, so eventually I gave up. Still, after all these years, hearing that nickname doesn't mean it hurts less than the first time Andrew Hill said it. There were also times when some of my stuff disappeared, or a foot magically appeared in front of me, making me stumble. I was also pushed harder than necessary in the hallways. All these situations could be explained as accidents. Maybe they were, and I was simply being paranoid. Still, nothing explained what was going on inside Derek's head these last few days, or what he wanted from me. The last pair will be Mr. King and Miss Campbell. Hearing my name called brings me out of my trip down memory lane and makes me lift my head and look at my teacher's retreating back. What? I murmur, confused about what's happening and what I'd missed. A paper lies on the desk in front of me, so I scan it quickly. Project, pairs, Latin America, countries, presentation. I look at Brooke, but she's also reading the paper in front of her, nervously biting her lip. This project is not just about mastering your language skills, but it'll also give you a better understanding of Latin countries and what makes them special and unique. I want you to tell your classmates about the country's history, population, culture, food, and what makes their Spanish stand out compared to the standard Spanish language, and whatever else you find interesting and worth mentioning. The bell rings, marking the end of the lesson. How did it pass so quickly? Chairs scrape against the floor as students around me start getting up. For any additional questions, you can always come and find me, our teacher yells over the noise in the classroom. Grabbing my books from the table, I put my backpack over my shoulder as I move toward the front of the classroom where Miss Rodriguez is putting her things away in her bag. Señorita Rodriguez? I call tentatively, trying to get her attention. She turns around to look at me and smiles. Sí, Amelia. ¿Cómo te puedo ayudar? Did I swallow the lump in my throat. Did I hear correctly? You paired me with Derek? Yes, I did. Is there a problem? We can't work together, I say quickly, my shaky voice resounding in an almost empty classroom. Her brows lift high, almost touching her hairline. Why not? We can't, I stutter. There's no way I can work with Derek. Although I'm sure he won't do any of the work. But just the fact that his name is on the paper means he'll have to come and talk to me. He's doing plenty of that already without additional reasons. That's not a good enough reason, Señorita Campbell, she tells me, and her eyes move over my shoulder. Is there some kind of problem, Señor King? I feel his presence close behind me, even before he opens his mouth. He's standing so close to me that I can feel the heat radiating off his big body. Not at all, Señorita Rodriguez. We'll do it together, won't we, Amelia? Looking over my shoulder, I see his sky-blue eyes staring at me without blinking, a small smile playing on his lips, like the cat about to eat the canary. I guess I don't have much of a choice, I mutter to myself, but nod my head in confirmation for the teacher's sake. Pressing the books closer to my chest, I move toward the exit, hoping to escape, but with no such luck. Derek is right behind me. I stop at my locker to put my books away and take the ones I need, just as Derek passes me. Leaning over, he whispers in my ear, "No, you don't. Now you're all mine, little one."
Chapter 6. Derek. Without waiting for her response, I walk away, leaving her shell-shocked next to her locker. "No, you don't. Now you're all mine, little one." It was funny seeing her reaction, hearing that little quiet gasp that left her pink lips, watching the shivers run through her body because my hot breath touched the sensitive skin behind her ear, goosebumps rising on her soft, pale flesh. I always liked pushing her buttons to get some kind of reaction out of her, but now I do it for a different type of thrill. Seeing her body respond to my nearness made the excitement shoot through me. My heart rate sped up, if only the slightest bit. The palms of my hands started to sweat, and the need to touch her, to connect with her, became overwhelming. When I'm standing behind her like that, all I can think is how it would feel to trace the line of her neck with the tip of my nose and press my lips to the hollow between her neck and shoulder. I'm positively going crazy. There was no other way to explain it. She made me fucking mad when she went to Miss Rodriguez's desk and told her we couldn't work together. Like there was a chance in hell I would give her the opportunity to get out of working with me, a chance to escape right through my fingers. Amelia would probably ask to work with Max, and I wasn't having it. At least, I was lucky this once because our Spanish teacher wasn't keen on her idea. "King!" Without stopping, I look over my shoulder and face my best friend, who was quickly approaching me. "What the hell, man? Where are you running to?" "Gym, and then heading the ice," I explain as I put my books in my locker and start walking toward the gym, where I'll pass the next few hours. Practices are officially starting soon, and I want to be in the best possible shape. No more screwing around. It's our senior year, and I plan to take that trophy home again. Our school hasn't won the trophy in 3 years. We were close to winning 2 out of the 3 years, so close that I could almost feel it. Now it's our last chance, my last chance, before going to college, where I'm hoping to keep playing at the next level. Maybe someday I'll even go pro, but it's so far in the future that I can't bring myself to even think about it. One step at a time, that has always been my motto. From the moment my parents took me to the ice rink, even though I was practically a baby, I knew that was it for me. Out there on the ice, where cold air bit my cheeks, I felt more at home than in my own house. My parents tried to make me try other sports, baseball and football, but I wasn't having any of that. Hockey was my first love. Always would be. "I know, and we'll make it." Andrew puts his hand on my shoulder. "Don't worry too much about it." Andrew always looks at things that way. Don't worry too much. Don't think too much. Relax and enjoy. He's so laid back and easygoing, so I murmur something in acknowledgement, not really saying anything. I know he loves the sport, We've been playing our whole lives together, but I don't think he understands me 100%. Hockey is my future, but I'm not sure it's his. Once in the locker room, we quickly change into our workout clothes and go to the gym. I like to start my workout with a quick jog on the treadmill to get my heart rate up before switching to weights. Andrew gets on the treadmill next to mine, and we jog without saying anything for a while. Some rock song is blasting from the speakers to pump us up for a hard workout. There are a few other guys here doing their own thing to prepare for the beginning of the season. Every year there are tryouts the first week of practice, and there is no guarantee you'll keep the position or line you played in the last season. With senior players leaving, and even sometimes guys quitting the team, there is always an empty spot or two just waiting to be filled by somebody else. Not mine, though. I planned to stay first-line center and team captain.
So, Andrew starts, looking at me sideways. Will you tell me what the fuck has been going on with you?
I feel my posture stiffen, and I have to make my body relax. I don't know what you're talking about. I try to play dumb, but Andrew just laughs at my lousy attempt.
I'm talking about Dottie.
There it is again. That stupid nickname. I still remember the day he gave it to her. It was recess, the late autumn day warm and sunny, so we played outside. Andrew and I were playing catch with a few other friends from class. Justin, one of the boys, threw the ball high in the air. I looked up and the sun was making me blind, but I saw a glimpse of the ball starting to fall down. I started running backward. The only thing that mattered at the moment was catching the darn ball and staying in the game. I didn't see her behind me. I wasn't expecting it, so when I crashed into her, I could barely regain my balance and stay on my own 2 feet. Turning around, I saw her on the floor, Amelia Campbell, the prettiest girl in our class. Her face was pale, making her freckles stand out even more than usual. Her bright, wild hair was messed up. I saw her clench her hands by her sides, and I could see bloody scrapes on them. "Derek." She breathed my name quietly, and even then, at the age of 8, it made my insides squeeze hard with things I couldn't identify. I felt my cheeks heat, which didn't have anything to do with running around and catching the ball. I heard my friends calling my name, but I couldn't just leave her there on the ground. Her hands were red with blood, and it had to hurt a lot, but she didn't say anything. "Are you okay?" I asked with an apologetic smile. Amelia didn't answer. She just nodded her head yes, her cheeks turning a pretty shade of pink, almost like her lips. That made me smile wider, and I extended my hand to help her up. At that moment, Drew stopped next to me. "What are you doing, Derek?" he asked me impatiently. He was getting really moody lately. If things weren't the way he wanted, he would start yelling and screaming at everybody. He began talking back to the teachers, and sometimes he was really mean to people. I didn't know what was wrong, but this wasn't my best friend anymore.
"Who is she?"
he teased loudly, bringing attention to all 3 of us.
"Is she your girlfriend? Did you kiss her?"
Loud snickering filled the playground, making my cheeks heat in embarrassment.
"No,"
I shouted, raising my hands in the air for emphasis and trying to make him stop, and in the process, knocking Amelia back on the ground. But I couldn't think about it now. She wasn't my girlfriend, and I didn't kiss her. Kissing was gross. Girls were gross. Andrew knew that. I didn't understand why he was being so mean to me. We were best friends.
"She isn't my girlfriend. Why would I kiss someone like her?" "You were smiling at her and blushing." "I didn't," I protested. "Why would I do that? She's ugly, with all those freckles. She looks like a Dalmatian or something."
I knew I was the one being mean now, but I couldn't have the whole school teasing me for liking a girl. My cheeks heated, this time in embarrassment. We heard a quiet sniffle, and we both looked down at Amelia, still on the ground, on her hands and knees, now both scraped and bloody.
"I don't know her name, so maybe we should call her that,"
Andrew said, his wicked grin growing bigger.
"Or maybe Dottie. After all, she's full of them."
"I'm not a Dalmatian,"
she murmured through hiccups. "Call her whatever you want," I said, retreating to my friends. I wanted to give her my hand and help her get up and take her to see the nurse, but I couldn't do that, so I lied. "I don't care. She isn't important." I heard Andrew laugh and shout in a cheery voice, "See you later, Dottie Dalm." Andrew started running to join our friends, and everybody around us was laughing at Amelia. I wanted to yell at them to stop, that it wasn't nice to treat people that way. Amelia didn't do anything bad. Yet, I couldn't. If Andrew could be so mean to me, his best friend, once he could do it again. And I didn't want that. Still, it didn't hurt any less when I heard Amelia's sweet voice shout at me, "I hate you, Derek King!" Shaking my head, I'm trying to clear my mind of the vivid memory of my past. At that moment, I didn't know what was going on or what was wrong with my friend. One day he was a nice guy, always joking around and laughing, until the moment he wasn't. When Andrew's world fell apart with his mom cheating on his dad and leaving them behind, he became cold-hearted, crude, and outright mean to everybody, especially girls. Knowing about it didn't make things better. He wasn't the same, but it didn't justify the way he acted. But who was I to talk about being a good person for justice when I stood by him and did nothing to make him stop? As stupid as it sounds, my friend was hurting, and he needed me by his side. That was one part of me. The other part was scared shitless of what he would do if I said something that would set him off. "Why do you keep calling her that?" I asked him, getting off the treadmill and taking one of the dumbbells to do a series of leg exercises. "It's a cute pet name." He shrugs and joins me. "She's a girl, not an animal," I mutter angrily. Andrew laughs, looks at me, and shakes his head in amusement. "You always did have a soft spot for her. You tapped that yet?" "What?" A dumbbell almost falls out of my hands and onto my foot in surprise. "Don't play dumb, King. You always liked her. She looks at you with those big brown eyes and you melt. You should bang her and get her out of your system." "You can be a real jackass sometimes, Hill." "Although," he ignores me and keeps talking, "I don't think Sanders would like that very much. That guy is even worse than you, following her around all googly-eyed, like some puppy. Makes me wonder if she has a magical pussy or something." My teeth clench hard, and I want to punch him so bad I barely keep myself in check. "It's all about pussy with you." "Of course it is. What else would it be about? Get in, get out, and send her on her merry way." I look at him, not believing the shit that leaves his mouth. "You know what?" I question, tossing the dumbbell harder than necessary to its place. "I'm going on the ice because I don't want you to do or say something we'll both regret later, so it's better if you stay away." Without looking back, I storm away in the direction of the rink. Ice has always been my happy place. I would put on my skates, do some drills, check a few guys into the plexiglass a bit harder than necessary, and get all the negative energy and frustration out of me. Hopefully, as the season doesn't begin for a few more weeks, there won't be anybody else in the rink, and I'll be able to skate it all out in peace and quiet. One would think hockey players love big, noisy places, given that in an ice rink is always so loud. But once you're down there, all the loud music and uproar of the crowd become background noise. You can hear it, it makes you move forward. But all that matters is the guy across from you and how to pass him to get to the goal. When I enter, I hear the familiar swish sound of skates cutting through ice. Irritated, I'm tempted to turn around and leave. The last thing I want is company right now. But quick movement catches my eye. Perfect stance, speed, and the way the body moves are almost to perfection. I can envision what the guy is seeing in his head, opponents standing in his way. He's moving around them, puck almost as if it's connected to his stick, until he's close enough and gets an opening to shoot and score. Whoever he is, he's good. I'm not sure if one of the guys from the team drastically improved their skills over the summer, or if the coach found somebody new to bring to the team. I can't say for sure. It could have been anybody in sweats, a hoodie, and with a helmet on. The guy skates around to the goal, takes the puck, and starts moving in the other direction. He lifts his gaze and sees me watching him. A cocky half-smile spreads on his lips as he comes toward me. Taking off his helmet, I'm met with the messy dark hair and a pair of dark gray eyes. Max fucking Sanders. You've got to be shitting me. King! Sanders acknowledges me with a tilt of his chin. Sanders? I return in the same fashion, stepping into the rink. What are you doing on my ice? His dark brows rise. I didn't know you owned this place. He skates slowly from side to side, like he has all the damn time in the world. The puck slides on the ice. I don't look at it, but I can feel the way it glides over the white surface, calling me. I grit my teeth with force. I don't, but the rink is for wolves' use exclusively. Sanders chuckles smugly. Good thing I'll be trying out to be a wolf then, right? I almost trip over my own feet. What the ever-loving fuck? Sanders smirks and skates around me to the exit. You can have the rink, he whispers as he passes by me. For now, but don't get used to it.
Chapter 7. Amelia. Amelia, why in the world are you running away from the ball? Jeanette disapprovingly shakes her head at me. Again? I chase after the ball, finally able to catch it near the other end of the gym, and start walking back slowly toward the unhappy half of our pair. I hate PE class. I've always been clumsy and non-athletic. If there exists a person with 2 left feet in this world, you'd be looking right at her. You're putting too much force when you throw it, I complain. But she keeps staring at me with one perfectly shaped brow raised. Why is she my partner again? Oh yeah. Nobody else wants to pair up with Jeanette Sanders. She's all high and mighty, and nobody is good enough to be in her proximity. I'm usually the one who likes to avoid listening to rumors, but I heard people referring to her as the Ice Queen more than once. Beautiful but cold, is what they said, comparing her character to the color of her eyes. They aren't too off-key. She's so cold and standoffish. Sometimes I wonder why there isn't any ice left in her wake. And people feel it. She's only been in school for a week, but I don't remember seeing her trying to talk to anybody except her brother. The only other people she's spoken to are Brooke and me, and she never has anything nice to say to us. But just like her, although I don't feel good about the comparison, I don't have many friends. And since my only friend isn't in this class, we found ourselves paired up for the volleyball game. That last one was so weak a baby would have been able to catch it. I want to roll my eyes at her, but I manage to contain myself. It's easy for her to say. Jeanette's the epitome of an athletic person. She probably gets up early in the morning and goes for a jog, and then later in the day goes to the gym. She doesn't have a drop of sweat on her face, and we've been going at this silly play of volleyball catch for the last 20 or so minutes. I, on the other hand, am sweating like a pig. My only exercise includes flipping the pages of a book and squatting down when I want to get a book from the lower shelf. But that also counts for something, right? I'm not really an athletic person, you know. I never would have guessed. Her dull tone is dripping with sarcasm. Come on, let's try to actually play today. But not so hard, I warn her, giving her the ball and then moving to make some distance between us. Safety measurements and all that. Jeanette gets in the position to serve the ball. Her tall frame curves into what looks to me like an unachievable perfect form. She jumps a few inches off the ground, one hand holding the ball and the other extending in the air. I see it all in slow motion. Her hand releasing the ball into the air, her other hand's palm connecting with the ball's hard skin and flying it toward me with incredible force. I think I softly shriek as I cross my hands in front of my face to protect myself from the impact. The impact that never comes, I realize, after a few long, silent seconds. Carefully, I move my hands from my face and look in front of me. But the only thing I can see is a back and broad shoulders covered in a soft white t-shirt. I move my eyes up that back just in time for the person to turn around. So I meet his impossibly dark green eyes. From the moment I met him, I thought they were beautiful. If only the soul hiding behind them matched. If Derek's eyes were the color of the sky, his best friend had eyes the color of the woods. Green with a drop of brown, enough to make them mysterious and dark. But they suit him well. Dark woods are cold and unyielding, and you can never be sure what you'll meet there. Just like you never know what to expect from Andrew Hill. Flashbacks from my past assault my mind with force. His almost maniacal laughter and hateful looks, stolen homework and missing items from my bag, and things like extra pads glued to my locker for everybody to see and laugh at my expense. Swallowing hard, I close my eyes for a second to push all those ugly things away. Getting hit by the ball again, Dottie? He makes a tisking sound, tilting his head to the side and looking at me like he's seeing me for the first time. I don't say a word, but keep staring at him. Oh, come on. His lips curl into a one-sided smile. However, there's nothing amusing about the way he's looking at me. We both know what I'm talking about, Dottie Down. I shudder at the nickname. Being in Andrew's company is always suffocating and so uncomfortable. The way he looks at you with those dark, empty eyes, it makes me shiver, and goosebumps rise on my skin. Not in a nice way, either. Can you? I start, hoping to get the ball that's nestled in his hands. So he's the one who stopped it from taking my head off my shoulders. But Jeanette is faster. She marches toward us, pulls the ball out of his hands, and stands in front of him, toe to toe. Jeanette is only a few inches shorter than Andrew, so it's easy for her to glare at him. What are you, a preschooler? Being rude to a girl you want attention from is the oldest trick in the playbook, and it rarely works, just so you know. Her voice is cold and irritated. If I didn't know better, I would think she's upset for me and defending me. But that is so not Jeanette Sanders. She doesn't get in the middle of anything. She just stands by, looking on with her icy, disapproving eyes, and occasionally throwing some sarcastic comment in passing. And who do you think you are? The way he asks it, using those few extra inches to look down his nose at her, like he's someone important and nobody can do or say anything against him, makes Jeanette even more pissed off. So much so, I'm sure I can see smoke coming out of her ears. I've seen enough to know what'll come next after every muscle in her body stiffens and she flips her shoulder-length hair from her face. Someone's sick of watching you act like the king of everything and everyone around here. She pokes her manicured finger in the middle of his chest, red polish on her nails matching her mood. Because, newsflash, you're all but. Just another jackass who thinks he's the almighty gift to people around him, that he can do whatever he wants and there won't be consequences because his daddy is a big face in the city that's the size of a pond. But let me assure you, the world is a much bigger place, and once you enter the ocean, you'll drown because small fish like you will never be able to swim there. I'm standing there with my mouth hanging wide open. I've never seen somebody stand up to Andrew Hill. No child or adult. The look on his face, his smug half-smile slowly dropping down until it becomes a tight, thin line, is priceless. Something flashes in his eyes, but it all happens so quickly, I'm wondering if I even saw it or if it was simply a play of light. His eyes narrow into tight slits, and his hands clench by his side. I would be lying if I said it's not nice to hear him get a taste of his own medicine. And you! She turns and points her finger at me. Thankfully, I don't get it stabbed in my chest. Why are you letting him stomp all over you? Grow a pair, Amelia. Seeing her like this makes me think, for the first time since I met her, that maybe she can feel like everybody else. Her cheeks are flushed, and her tone rises because, perhaps I'm wrong, but I really think she cares. She cares for me. Maybe Max was right, and somewhere deep down, a big, soft teddy bear was hiding after all. The bell rings, marking the end of class, and everybody starts toward the locker room. I look over Jeanette's shoulder and catch Andrew watching us. When our eyes meet, he huffs, turns on his heels, and stomps away. And just so you know, I'll need your address, she adds over her shoulder. The quick and unexpected subject change makes me frown. Why? Are we like besties now? She stops mid-step, turns around, and looks at me like I've grown another head. I want to laugh, but by the way she's scowling at me, I'd be safer if I didn't. I guess not. It's good to know some things will never change. And maybe, just maybe, that's not such a bad thing. Chapter 8. Amelia. It really isn't a problem for your parents that I'm here? Again? Brooke asks from my bed, nipping at her lower lip nervously. Turning around in my chair, I face her with a reassuring smile. It's okay. You know Mom and Dad love you. You can be here anytime. It's true. My parents love Brooke, but they worry about her too. That's why they're never opposed to her staying at our house. Through the years, there were many times she would come, sometimes late in the evening, and stay the night. But lately, it's more often than not. I'm not sure what is happening in her house, but it can't be good if she's here so much. Brooke hates asking for help, loathes it, which speaks volumes on its own. Her mom's an alcoholic. That's all I know. I've never met the woman, just saw her a few times from a distance when we were younger. She was always loud and angry, yelling at Brooke and calling her names. I even saw her slap Brooke once so hard it left an angry red print on her cheek. However, Brooke made me promise I wouldn't tell anyone, so I didn't. Even then, I knew it wasn't the best choice, but Brooke convinced me that nothing would change even if we did tell somebody. It would only get her mom angrier, and she'd hurt Brooke more, and the last thing I wanted to do was hurt my best friend or let her end up in the system. God only knows where they would take her. So I did everything possible to help her, and she became our adopted family member. I love her like the sister I never had, and in every way that matters, she is my sister. Brooke, I cut her off before she could finish. Brooke has this awful habit of overthinking everything. She's so accustomed to caring for herself, building walls around her heart to protect what's left of that innocent girl she couldn't be, that she doesn't know how to accept help from those who care. Love and gentleness are almost foreign concepts to her. She's been with my family and me for years now. I know she loves us. I know that deep down, she knows she's a part of our family. But living in two different worlds makes her doubt. When she spends time with my family, our family, she relaxes, and you can see traces of the sparkle and light in her eyes. The skepticism and darkness surrounding her almost dissipate, and the weight lifts off her shoulders. But when she has to return to her mom for one reason or another, then everything good vanishes like it didn't exist in the first place. Brooke's green eyes meet mine across the room. Not one more word. She smiles and nods her head before concentrating on her homework again. It's kind of like our routine. She comes and we have a snack my mom always keeps on standby. Then we go to my room, and with our schoolwork obsession, we finish any homework or assignments we have. Brooke usually lies down on the bed, the one that quickly changed from a single to a king because most of the time, two people are sleeping in it. On her tummy, her legs swinging in the air as she does her own thing. I can never understand how she does it. I need a desk and a chair to study, but not Brooke. She lies on the bed, sits on the floor, or chooses her most favorite spot, the window seat. It's a good thing, really, because the bedroom is so tiny. There's no way we could put another desk in here. Plus, the window seat takes up most of the wall, and there's barely enough space for one person to get to the other side of the bed with the small nightstand squeezed between them. In front of the bed is a built-in wardrobe with 2 head-to-toe mirrors hanging on the doors. A small desk is pressed against the opposite wall, with a bookshelf standing against it, and another hanging off the wall above the desk. Some would probably call it cramped, but for the 2 of us, it's our escape, our safe haven. A few years ago, when Dad decided to paint it, we both agreed on a lavender color for the walls, and then Brooke painted a design on the wall above the bed. It was a tree at night with a crescent moon, and instead of leaves and flowers, the branches were covered in stars. It was the first time Brooke had ever painted something for me, and it was magical. I've always known she could paint and draw, but apart from our art teacher, nobody else ever saw her finished work. Because it was something Brooke did for me, it made it special. But knowing she didn't do it for anybody else made it so precious I never wanted to part with it. "I can't do this anymore," Brooke whines loudly, waking up Lola and breaking the long silence in which we were scribbling down answers. "Are you finished yet?" "Just a bit," I murmur, trying to concentrate on the equation in my notebook that is making my head hurt. Absent-mindedly, I softly pet Lola's silky head, soothing her and making her go back to her nap. Lola is my 3-year-old Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. She's such a cutie, always looking to cuddle, play, or sleep with someone. I'm going downstairs and preparing everything for the movies then. I hear the rustle of the sheets of paper as she gets up and collects her stuff to put in her backpack. She opens the door and leaves it slightly ajar so she can carry more stuff back upstairs. Rubbing my temples to try to ease the pressure behind them, I look again through the equation, and then write down what I think is the right answer before giving up on it altogether. Just as I'm putting my things back in the drawer, I hear the doorbell ring. I'm contemplating if I should get up and answer the door, but I hear Brooke call from somewhere, probably the kitchen. "I'll get it, Mrs. C," followed by hurried steps to the front of the house. A loud noise wakes Lola up again, and she jumps off my lap and runs to see who came to visit us, barking excitedly. Putting the last of my stuff away, I head downstairs to help Brooke, when I hear her angry voice. "What the hell are you doing here?"
Max. Jeanette presses the bell, and the sound echoes inside the house. I switch nervously from one foot to the other, rethinking my decision to come to Leah's house without her consent. It's a nice 2-story house in a decent part of town. It isn't something big and extravagant like our house, but it looks well-maintained and homey. There is a swing on the front porch with mismatched pillows, and pots filled with an array of flowers. "What's making you so jittery?" my sister asks me, not even bothering to look my way. We've lost some of our previous closeness in the last few years, but our twin connection is still alive and well. "Nothing," I lie, although I know she knows it. Annette just makes a vague sound, neither acceptance nor denial, and keeps staring at the door. A few seconds later there is shouting, the sound of footsteps getting closer, and a dog barking behind the closed door. Then it swings open, and I have to lower my eyes down, 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 to look at the person standing on the other side. "What the hell are you doing here?" she demands angrily, her eyes throwing daggers at me. Unable to contain my cocky smile, I let it spread and watched as her green eyes narrowed at me. They remind me of a forest, dark, wild, mysterious, everything that is Brooke Taylor. "Well, hello to you too, Firecracker," I say cheerily. "Nice to see you again." "Don't you patronize me, Sanders," Brooke utters through her clenched teeth. "What are both of you doing here? Leah didn't say anything about you coming." "That's because she didn't know we'd be here." Annette points out the obvious and rolls her eyes at Brooke. "Now move your butt and let us in." She gently shoves Brooke away and enters the foyer just as a small furry ball comes racing to the door, barking loudly. Following my sister's suit, I do the same, my much bigger body brushing against Brooke's in passing, firmly closing the door behind me so the small beast doesn't get out. I have a feeling that wouldn't make Leah or Brooke happy. The beast keeps barking and jumping around us, looking for attention, his big, loopy ears flopping around his head with even the slightest of movements. It's one of those small, cute dog breeds with an adorable face, long ears, and soft, colorful fur. Girly dog. That's what I call them. The ones girls tend to put in their bags and carry around like an accessory. Tiny and cute, and no real guy would be caught dead walking that thing around. At least she doesn't have that rat dog. Annette always wanted to have a dog, but Mom would rather die than allow one inside our house. Longing flashes on her face, and she squats down and caresses the little beast, almost as much as he wanted her attention. But she stands up, looking straight ahead and ignoring the beast's not-so-silent pleas. "Max, Jeanette, what are you two doing here?" Lifting my eyes, I find Leah standing in the middle of the stairs, her hand strongly gripping the railing. She's wearing black leggings and a pink hoodie with "My weekend is all booked" written on the front. Her hair is falling in messy waves around her, and if I didn't know better, I would say she just got out of bed where she had a heated makeout session with a guy. She's a picture of genuine sexiness, and the best part of it, she doesn't even know it. Leah's surprised to see us, and I can't blame her. I really should have said something before today, but she avoided me after that first day. A normal person would let her be. But I am not a regular guy, and Leah is anything but just a girl. She's genuinely good and pure, and there was something about her that pulls me in and makes me crack stupid jokes just to see her eyes light up and a smile spread on her face. Something about that girl makes me want to be better, to be worthy. Leah makes me want to protect and shield her from all the bad things in life. Something I haven't wanted to do since... No, I'm not going there. "Hey there, Freckles." I catch her wince at the nickname and remind myself not to use it. "We came to snatch you to party with us." "What party?" "Andrew Hill's party." Brooke looks at her friend over her shoulder. "Who else?" Amelia nervously bites the inside of her cheek. "I don't think that's..." I know what she will say, so I interrupt her before she even finishes. "Come on, Leah. You should come with us." Looking at Brooke, I add, "Both of you. It's not like we know anybody around here." This is a low blow, even for me. But if she wouldn't accept a sincere invitation, I wasn't beneath begging and guilting her into coming. I shove Jeanette lightly in the gut, hoping she'll get my cue and say something that'll pressure them into going with us. But my sister shoves me back without a trace of consideration and frowns at me. "We already have plans." Brooke turns her back to us and heads down the hall, dismissing us completely. "We really do have..." Amelia starts, defending her friend, but stops when she hears a woman's voice shout over the TV in the living room. "Brooke, honey? Who's at the door?" "No one important, Mrs. C. Just some kids from school." There is rustling in the living room, and I can hear Amelia sigh in defeat as she lowers the last few steps, squats down, and picks up the beast as he jumps into her waiting hands. The dog cuddles into her embrace and places his head right under her hand for Leah to pat. "You two made new friends?" Excitement and surprise in Mrs. C's voice are crystal clear. A small woman comes to stand at the door of the living room. She's dressed casually in sweats and a t-shirt. Her blonde hair is pulled up into a ponytail, and her face, clean of makeup, only makes her big brown eyes, Amelia's eyes, stand out even more. "I'm Amelia's mom, Holly." She comes to us, offering her hand in greeting with a big smile on her face. Amelia introduces us to her mom, telling her I'm the guy who helped her out the first day of school when she had her car problems, and we shake her hand, apologizing for dropping in unannounced. At that moment, Brooke decides to come out from hiding and rolls her eyes at me like she knows I'm full of bullshit, and I can't fool her. "What brings you two around?" Mrs. Campbell inquires, looking between all of us. When Amelia doesn't jump to answer right away, and I see Brooke open her big mouth on the other side of the hall, I cut in quickly. There is this party going on, and we came to see if maybe Amelia... I look over her shoulder, but don't let my smile fall when I see Brooke frowning at me. And Brooke would like to join us for a while. We just moved here, and we don't hang out with anyone else, so it would be nice to see some familiar faces. Mrs. Campbell glances at Amelia, then switches to Brooke before returning to Leah. If I didn't know better, I would think they were both her daughters. She looks at them the same way. Why didn't you tell me about the party before now, girls? Her question is followed by a pregnant pause. Then Amelia sighs loudly, the dog barks, and Brooke grits her teeth, looking ready to kill me. Gotta love being surrounded by women.
Chapter 9. Amelia. I take one measured step forward, crossing the doorway, and look around me, wary of what I'll find. I've never been to one of Andrew's parties before, and I'm just waiting for somebody to start pointing fingers in our direction, laughing and mocking us for even daring to think we're welcome to step 1 foot inside his house. My only solace is that Brooke feels as out of place as I do. Even more, if that's possible. But I'm feeling too uneasy myself to pay a lot of attention to my friend right now. On the other hand, Max is completely relaxed, talking to people as we pass, joking and laughing. Jeanette's her usual moody self, walking behind her brother, looking more bored than ever. Is there anything that interests this girl? The music was blasting so loudly that we could hear it as soon as we parked a few houses down the street. It's one of those popular club songs with a strong beat you can't deny. You simply have to let your body move. It's the one talking about drinking, dancing, kissing, and enjoying life. Not that I know much about clubs, but some things are hard to miss, even if most of the time you're a bookworm off in your own universe. For the first time ever, I'm in Andrew's house. It's more like a mansion than a house, built in the best part of town, the one filled with rich, high-class people, where homes are at least twice as big as my house. Big yards are perfectly maintained, and long roads lead to round driveways with a fountain in the middle. Once you pass the doorway, you enter the foyer. In the middle is a double staircase that leads to the upper floors. It looks old, but well preserved. For all it's worth, it could have been an original from the time the house was built. Andrew's dad has that kind of money, being a big-ass lawyer, and if you could believe the rumors, the next mayor of our town. A chandelier is lighting up the room, showcasing works of art on the walls and some figurines and vases that probably cost more than both my parents' 6-month salaries. Just passing by them makes me nervous. What if I accidentally trip and one of them falls? I'll have to pay them back for the rest of my life. Some people are sitting on the staircase with red Solo cups in their hands. One couple is sitting in the shadows close to the top, lips locked in a makeout session so heated that it makes me look away in discomfort. Thankfully, we don't remain there for long. Max waves, in passing to the guys close by, and moves on down the hallway that opens in what I assume is one big living room. The furniture is rearranged so there's enough space for a makeshift dance floor. I simply stand there, in the middle of the doorway, and watch. It's like a scene from the movies, or how I imagine the parties in the books I like to read so much. It's hard to believe there are this many kids in our school, but then again, some look younger and some way older. The light is dimmed, and it's so hot because of all the bodies scattered around. People are everywhere. It's hard to see where one person ends and another begins. Girls and boys are grinding on the dance floor. People are sitting in the corners of the sofas playing video games or making out in the darkness. Red cups and food are on every flat surface imaginable. The double doors that lead to the back terrace are wide open, and a light is on outside because more people are there drinking and playing games. "Are you going to move today?" Jeanette asks, her voice so monotone it would surprise me to see her awake in 5 minutes. I don't get it. If she wasn't interested in partying, why did she want to go to begin with? Jeanette Sanders is one big enigma, and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to understand her. Or more importantly, will she let me understand her? As much as I know about her now, probably not. I'm just surprised, I mutter and move from the doorway. Where should I go? I shift my weight to my other leg awkwardly. I'm 17. This is my first party, and I feel like a fish out of water. I didn't expect to see so many people. The look she sends me is a mix of confusion and pity. Like I need that. If I wanted to be some party girl, I would have been one. But I don't like parties and big crowds. They make me uncomfortable and uneasy. It's not like I'm one of the popular girls with a bunch of friends waiting for her. My only friend is standing right next to me, looking shocked and ready to bolt. This is a party, Jeanette points out. You're one to talk, Brooke smirks. You look ready to pass out, princess. I guess the usual sarcastic Brooke is back. From the first moment they saw each other, the hatred was mutual. I don't understand why. Maybe because they're too similar to one another? There are probably better chances of hell freezing over than for them to become friends. Oh, please, like you goody two-shoes know how to party, Jeanette smirks, accompanied by an exaggerated eye roll. I see you three are getting along nicely. Right on time, Max sneaks behind us, his hands falling over mine and Brooke's shoulders, holding us to his sides. In each hand, there is a red cup filled with stinky liquid. Beer. I got you drinks. He offers a cup to Brooke and me. There's not so much to choose from, so beer will have to do. I frown when the smell overwhelms my senses. I don't think so, Max. Taking the cup from his hand, Brooke shoves it into his sister's hands. You have it, Jeanette. You're a big party girl, so you gotta love some liquid courage. Jeanette opens her mouth, most likely to brush her off, but one look from her brother makes her narrow her stormy eyes at him and thankfully stops her from saying anything. I watch their silent stare-off continue a few seconds longer before Max looks down at me, a smile returning to his lips. We can go and look for something else. I'm sure we can find a soda or something. Without giving me much time to protest, he takes my hand and starts moving through the crowd toward the kitchen. His hand is big and warm, covering mine completely. His grip is firm but without force. It's meant to hold me close to him and not hurt me. The kitchen is state-of-the-art, like every other room in this house. Granite counters are full of stainless steel appliances, and there's a big island in the middle of the room filled with different drinks and snacks. 2 big kegs are in one corner of the room, surrounded by people waiting for their beer. Max's hand releases mine as he looks for something to drink, leaving me standing in the middle of the room, carefully looking around, but at the same time hoping nobody sees me. For now, I'm doing a pretty good job. At least, I think I do. There's Coke, Pepsi, 7-Up. Max's voice drifts as he looks through the fridge. 7-Up will be... I turn around on my heels, only to crush into a wide chest covered in soft, dark blue cotton. Hands land on my shoulders, stopping me from tripping or, more likely, landing on my butt. The smell of pine and ice surrounds me, and instantly my heart starts kicking faster in my chest. I don't even need to look up to know whose hands are on me. No matter how many guys play on our hockey team, only one of them wears the smell of ice around him like a coat. Winter or summer, it doesn't matter. Sucking in a breath, I let my eyes slowly move up, 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 until they're met with crystal blues. We just stare at each other, not uttering a word. His gaze is intense. It feels like he can see right through me, like he knows my thoughts, my desires, my fears. Then a light chuckle breaks us out of the bubble. Look what the cat dragged in.
Chapter 10. Derek. I let her gaze leave mine, but my hands stay glued to her shoulders. Connection. I have to have it. The way her body calls to mine is unbelievable. There is no way I can resist the pull she has over me. If I believed in fairy tales, I would say she cast a spell on me, but there was no such thing as witches, potions, or magic. From the moment she entered the room, my eyes found her, confused and lost, looking around like a child trying to put puzzle pieces of the world back in their rightful place. I let my eyes roam the room for a few seconds, trying to imagine it through her eyes. I can see how this environment can make one feel edgy and uncomfortable, especially if said person isn't used to big crowds and parties. Then my gaze returns to her. She shifts her weight from one foot to another, crossing her arms over her chest as she looks between her friends with worry in her eyes. Just when it looks like there is going to be a catfight, Sanders has to come and interrupt it. His hands are around Amelia and Brooke like they belong to him. A cocky smile is plastered all over his arrogant face. They're all standing there, talking, but then Sanders takes Amelia's hand and starts pulling her away. I jump to my feet, anger boiling inside me, and start after them. I don't know at who exactly or why, just that I am. Maybe it's at Amelia because even though I warned her, she still came with Sanders to the party. Or maybe it's at Sanders because he's putting his hands where they don't belong. But the feeling is there, hot and ugly, creeping at my insides, wanting to come out. There is no way I can keep sitting there waiting for the two of them to come back. God only knows what he would do to her. I know what I want to do to her, and Sanders would be a fool not to want the same. However, Amelia is mine, and I'm not a guy known for sharing. You know, you have to stop doing this. My best friend's voice breaks into my fuzzy, rage-filled mind, always looming in my shadow, that bastard. I don't know what you're talking about, I deny, but my feet keep moving forward, chasing after her. Like hell you don't. She's messing with your head, man. He's right, and I hate it when he's right. But there has to be a way to get her out of my head. If Sanders didn't sniff around her all the damn time, maybe I would be able to return to how things were before. She would be there in the background, and I could be myself. I enter the kitchen, Andrew hot on my heels, and stop when I see a blur of strawberry blonde hair just seconds before she collides with my chest, stunning me. Her hands grip my shirt to steady herself, fingertips grazing at the exposed skin of my upper chest just under the neckline of my t-shirt, cause a bolt of electricity to run through my body. They're soft and delicate, just like her. The air hitches in my lungs, and the blood starts running faster in my veins. Look what the cat dragged in. Andrew chuckles lightly behind me. Dottie, it's nice to have you at one of my famous parties. In the blink of an eye, I return to the present. My hands are still gripping her shoulders, not giving her the opportunity to move an inch from me. I want to hiss at my friend to stop being a dick and grow up. Name-calling is so grade school, but I guess Andrew didn't get the memo. Max, she stutters uncomfortably, her eyes moving to the floor. Max invited me. The first word out of her mouth was his name, and I hated it. The blood boils in my veins, but this time for completely different reasons. Oh, I know, Andrew declares, amusement loud and clear in his voice. He told us so, didn't he, Derek? Her eyes connect with mine. They're warm brown with just a sparkle of gold. They widen in surprise and a bit of fear, her lips forming a little O, but nothing comes out of her mouth. 7-Up, Leah? Sanders shows up next to her, his fingers curling around her slender wrist to gain her attention. I shoot him an annoyed glare. My hands trace the length of her arms until I get to her wrists, brushing away his hand. I don't like him touching her. As a matter of fact, I don't want him close to her or looking in her direction. She doesn't need it. I take her hands in mine and start walking backward, pulling her behind me. Max and Andrew call for us to come back, but I don't slow down. If it's possible, Her eyes grow bigger, but she doesn't say a thing. I turn around so I don't crash into someone on the way, but I don't let go. Passing through the dark hallway, I take the back staircase, the one anybody outside of the family hardly knows about, and start climbing upstairs. "Derek," she whispers, like there is somebody around who can hear us. When there is no answer from me, and we're already at the top of the stairs, she tries again. "Derek, stop! Where are you taking me?" Her muscles are rigid under my fingertips, and the fact that she's trying to break away from my touch enters my brain. I stop and turn around to look at her. There is no light in this part of the house, only the one coming from the street through the window, so I can barely see her shape in the darkness. "I don't want you near that douche, Sanders, so we're going upstairs," I mutter quickly, then turn and continue on my way. It's like I'm obsessed. There is no other explanation. The only thing my mind can process is to take her away, not to give Sanders another chance to touch her. Without giving it much thought, I open the first door and pull her inside before closing it with a loud thud and pressing her against it. My hands still hold her wrists, and I'm leaning into her. Amelia's sweet, fresh scent surrounds me as I whisper in her ear, "What did I tell you about the whole Sanders thing, little one?" I can feel her shudder beneath me as my hot breath caresses the side of her face. From my peripheral vision, I see her looking straight ahead, her cheeks pink. In embarrassment? In need? So I let myself close my eyes and breathe her in. Chances to have her like this, under me, almost at my mercy, are so few that I have to make the most of it. She murmurs softly, her voice trembling. Opening my eyes, I look down at her. The color has creeped up her cheeks, making them an even brighter shade of pink. Her tongue darts out, sliding over her lower lip, before she grazes her teeth over it, sucking it into her mouth. I want to groan loudly when I feel my body react to her subconscious movements. "He and Jeanette came, and, my mom and Brooke were there, and he kind of invited us, in front of her, my mom, that is. And then she practically kicked us out of the house. She was that excited. You would think she was the one going to the party. Oh, but not before she made us go up and change. She said she wanted us to be pretty, like that's possible. And now you're staring." I listen to her ramble. It's so unusual for her that I want to laugh. A hushed chuckle escapes me. "You're always pretty." "At me, and I'm blabbing like some crazy person. Why can't... Wait, what?" She looks at me, speechless, her pretty pink mouth open wide and her pupils dilated. We're standing so close I can discern it, even in the darkness surrounding us. My hands slide up her arms, over her slender shoulders and pale neck, only to get lost in her wild, loose locks. Bending my head so we're at the same level, I look her right in the eyes. They're sucking me in like an endless whirlpool, and there is no escaping, no way for me to lie. So I do the only thing I can. I tell her the truth. "You're so damn pretty, little one." Then I can't take any more of this torture, so I crush my lips with hers. They're so full and soft against mine. I try to be gentle, but there is nothing gentle about the feelings she evokes in me. She's a pure flame, and like her wild hair, she's making me burn. Amelia gasps in surprise, parting her lips and allowing me access. I slide my tongue between her lips, slowing down a notch, and let my tongue meet hers and explore her mouth. My hands are gripping her hair softly, holding her close to me. Her smell is overwhelming all of my senses. Groaning, I pull her closer to me, her body colliding with mine. Soft against the hard, I can feel her every delicious inch pressed against me. Her hand comes between us, palms pressing against my chest. Changing the angle of our kiss, I caress her cheek, only to feel cool liquid under my fingers. Slowly, like in a daze, I blink my eyes open, her face coming into focus. What the? Amelia's cheeks are wet with tears. And now, when I'm not driven by my lust for her, I can feel that her hands are not gripping my shirt and pulling me closer. No, She's pushing me away.
Chapter 11. Amelia. I cover my mouth with my hand to stop the sob that wants to come out so badly. We stand there for a few seconds, or is it hours, looking at each other. I can't move. My feet won't listen to me, no matter how much or how loud I scream in my head for them to start moving. I'm not shocked. My hands are shaking, drenched in a cold sweat, and my breathing is heavy and uneven. My heart is beating so strongly I'm afraid it'll crack my ribs. I can feel saltiness in the corners of my lips from the tears that I can't stop from falling. Why am I crying? I promised myself I wouldn't. I shouldn't. He isn't worth it. No boy is worth my tears. After what feels like an eternity, my legs finally get a clue, and I wiggle out of his hands that are still on my body and run out of the room. The hallway is dark, but even that doesn't slow me down. I have to get away from Derek King as far and as fast as possible. He kissed me. He really kissed me. I can still feel the pressure of his lips over mine, the texture and warmth of his mouth, and I hate myself for even thinking about it. His smell, the smell of ice, surrounds me like a cloud, reminding me of his arms moving all over my body. I can feel goosebumps rise all over my skin, and there's a small flutter in my stomach. It makes me hate all of this even more. Amelia! I'm stomping down the stairs when I hear heavy footsteps coming from behind me. His voice calls me to come back, but I don't turn around. I don't stop or slow down. I keep moving until my feet touch the last step, and I'm on the ground floor with light around me. It may be dim, but it's better than darkness. Darkness is vile, sinister. It hides secrets and lies, and it makes you believe, if only for a second, that the wrong could be right. Feels so right. You can let yourself be deceived, but there's no way you'll come out of the darkness unharmed. While walking through the dark, you don't know where you're going or what you'll find on your way, and it's so easy to get burned. Boys like Derek don't kiss girls like me in the light of the day, or in the dim light of a hallway for that matter. Amelia! He shouts again, this time closer to me. I try to speed up, but I bump into Brooke just as I'm turning around the corner. Where the hell have you been, Leah? She trails off as her piercing green eyes take in my face. What's wrong? I utter, but no other words come out of my mouth. It's like my brain is stuck, and the only thing I can do is repeat that kiss in my mind. Over and over and over again. Amelia. My name is a huffed sound that comes from behind. My shoulders stiffen, and my whole body goes rigid. Brooke's eyes, still on mine, harden in a second. Anger flashes in her irises. If looks could kill, her eyes would be a deadly weapon right about now. Brooke lifts her narrowed eyes and looks over my shoulder at him. I swallow the big lump that formed in my throat and shut my eyes. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I will my body to stand still. My best friend steps around me and stands in front of me like her small, skinny frame can shield me from him. But that's Brooke. Fierce and loyal, strong and protective, sarcastic and sassy, all wrapped up in one tiny package. I should have known it was you, she spits out, her voice dangerously low. You just wanted to get the hell away from Leah, that's what you wanted, she shouts at him. Their voices are the only sounds I can hear. Did the music stop? Is the party over, and that's why Brooke came looking for me? I'm not sure. My mind is probably playing games with me because I only hear their voices and the rapid thumping of my heart. But go, she cuts him off again. You're only making her miserable. What's going on here? A new voice joins the argument as Brooke's words still linger in the air. I lift my head abruptly, and my eyes widen when I see Max standing in the middle of the hallway, his hands crossed over his wide chest, his gray eyes the darkest shade possible, the color of the sky in the storm. Not far behind him are Jeanette and Andrew. Jeanette's eyes move from one person to another, a blank mask on her face. Andrew, on the other hand, looks highly amused. His famous, arrogant smirk is in place as he watches the drama unfolding in front of him. As soon as she hears his voice, Brooke turns around on her heels and points her finger at Max. I have never seen her so worked up before. Smoke is coming out of her ears, and she's spitting venom. Nothing that concerns you, Sanders. Brooke stands in front of him, poking her finger into his chest. If it weren't for you, nothing like this would have happened. But no, you had to come here and mess everything up. Brooke, it's not his fault, I murmur at her. At the same time, Jeanette comes to stand by her brother's side and pushes Brooke away. Don't you dare talk to him like that. He didn't do anything but be nice to you, and you're being your bitchy self as usual. Oh, like you're one to talk. Miss, I couldn't feel if emotions bit me in the ass. Brooke, stop it. I come between the two of them, now chest to chest, shouting insults at one another. Stop it, all of you. Dead silence falls over us. Everybody's eyes are now glued to my tear-stained face. Taking in a deep breath, I look over all of them. Well, mostly all. I'm not looking at him. Stop fighting, I repeat, and this time my voice is back to a normal level. Brooke, I know you're worried, but I'm fine. Nothing happened. She doesn't look convinced, but I silently plead with her to drop it, and we'll talk about it later. We've always been connected on this instinct level, being able to communicate with our eyes only. Really, I reiterate, hoping to soften her so we can finally get out of here. Fine, she agrees grumpily. Have it your way, but I'm not apologizing. Oh, we wouldn't want... Jeanette. Max's voice is stern as he stops his sister from finishing the sentence. Enough. What's going on here? We all turn to look at the newcomer. Diamond Morgan, Queen of Grayford High. Her blonde hair is curled, and she's wearing a thigh-high pink dress that barely covers her ass. Is there a private party going on? She giggles, looking between us. Well, the male part of our group anyway. The sound is so irritating I want to groan out loud. Nah, we're just talking. Andrew shrugs, but his smug smile doesn't fall from his lips. Diamond's blue eyes shift from one person to another. When they meet mine, they narrow slightly. But then she's all smiles again as she walks toward Derek, her hips moving from side to side seductively. Her hands curl around his upper arm as she leans into him and bats her eyelashes. Come dance with me? Derek looks around, appearing almost lost. Diamond's fingers grip him tighter, and she starts pulling him away. Don't feel anything. He's leaning over me. You can't feel anything. His hand is wrapped around mine. He's not worth it. Our fingers intertwine tightly. No more tears. His lips touch mine. I repeat it over and over again, but it hurts all the same. I turn to Max. Can you take us home now? The drive back to my house is filled with tense silence. Max is driving while Jeanette is riding shotgun, although it's technically her car. She's staring out the window, not uttering a word since Max raised his voice to her. Brooke is sitting behind Jeanette, the lesser of two evils, also looking out the window. We didn't even turn on the radio, just let the uncomfortable silence fill the small space. When Max finally stops in front of the house, Brooke can't get out fast enough. She almost jumps out while the car is still moving, murmuring a hasty goodnight before slamming the door shut. Apologizing and thanking them once again, I say goodnight as well, before joining Brooke, who's waiting for me to unlock the front door for her. After we sneak into the house, making minimum noise, we quickly change into our pajamas and climb into bed. I'm surprised my mom didn't wait up for us, excited to hear all of our stories from our first party, but the house is covered in darkness. Only a small table lamp is on in the hallway so that we don't bump into something as we make our way to my bedroom. It's better that way. I don't have to find an excuse for why my eyes are reddish, and Brooke doesn't have to explain why she's in one of her moods. We don't say much as we prepare to go to bed. I guess both of us need some time to think through everything that happened and process it. I know I do. The light is turned off, and we snuggle into our blankets. I'm not expecting her to speak, but I'm not surprised when she does either. "Will you tell me what happened with you-know-who?" she whispers in the dark. She's lying on her side of the bed on her back, staring at the ceiling like usual. She said, looking at the glow-in-the-dark stars that we scattered all around my ceiling helps calm her down. I, on the other hand, like to sleep on my side, but I switch my position and lay like her. For this conversation, I don't want to look her in the eyes. It's a cowardly thing to do, but I don't care. So much has happened today that I feel like I've had one wild ride on an emotional roller coaster. "He kissed me," I say softly. I don't know why we're whispering. We never do that. Talking quietly, yes. Sneaky whispering, no. But this seemed as good a time as any to start. It reminds me of one of those rom-com movies in which teenage girls whisper about boys they like and want to kiss. I guess we aren't far from the subject either. When Brooke doesn't say anything, I expand. "Derek, I swallow hard before repeating. "He kissed me." "What?" Brooke shifts in the bed, sheets rustling as she moves. I can feel her eyes looking at me, but I keep staring at the ceiling as I tell her how his behavior has changed lately. "He calls me little one," I explain at the end, not even knowing why this is important. Brooke sighs loudly and returns to her initial position. She's quiet for so long that I think she gave up and went to sleep. But then she surprises me with her next words. "He's jealous, you know." "Jealous?" I ask dumbly, turning my head to look at her. "Of who?" She turns her head and rolls her eyes at me as if I just asked one of the dumbest questions of all time. "Of Sanders, of course. Who else?" "What?" I sit up straight in bed, frowning at her. "Why would he be jealous of Max?" "Please, Leah." She laughs at me. "From the day Max stepped foot in school, even in the town, he was all over you. Max likes you, and he's always around, so of course Derek doesn't like that Max likes you." "You're not making much sense," I tell her, shaking my head. "Derek can't stand me." "So you'd like to think," she disagrees. "Derek always liked you. He was just being a jerk about it. Guys don't know how to express their feelings, and they think if they do, their friends will tease them or God knows what. Derek thought he was safe, that you wouldn't look at another guy, and when he was ready, he'd come to you, and you would wait for him. But now that Sanders is in the picture, he actually has a worthy opponent." Could she be right? Is Derek jealous of Max? And if that really is the case, does it change anything? Brooke turns her head my way, a smug smile on her lips. "How was it?" When I raise my brows at her question, she continues. "The kiss, how was it?" The heat rises and floods my cheeks. I can only be grateful that it's night and we're lying in a dark room so she can't see me. "It was," I drift, thinking about her question. How was it, really? There was so much going on at that moment that I didn't let myself think about how it was. The only thing going through my mind at that moment was that the boy who didn't like me, and whom I didn't like, took my first kiss without permission because he thought another guy wanted to take away his favorite toy, and he didn't like to share. The same boy I was once in love with, but he broke my heart, and now when I don't want to have anything to do with him, he's always around. Demanding and arrogant. But was it bad? How would I even know? It isn't like I had anything to compare it to. I just know he's too much. Things he does to me, and the way he makes me feel, is all too much. complicated, I finally finish. Well, that's the two of you. But, Leah, I turn around to look at her. The smile is gone from her face, replaced by a serious expression. Be careful. I know you've liked him for, forever. I hate him. When Brooke only raises her brow, I press my lips in a tight line but continue. I do. Since that day, everything changed. I changed. Andrew maybe started all of the teasing. Bullying, Leah. What they did to you, that's called bullying. And Derek stood by him the whole time, saying nothing, doing nothing. I acknowledge her words with a nod, but neither accept nor deny them. Nothing we say or do now will change the past, so I don't see the point. I sigh and lie back on the bed, this time intending to finally fall asleep. However, my thoughts wander, and I can't stop thinking about all that happened tonight. Slowly, with the tip of my finger, I trace my lower lip. Hey, Brooke, I ask softly, not wanting to wake her up if she fell asleep. Yes, Leah. Have you ever been kissed? I have to ask. After all this drilling about kissing and boys, it's only fair that I ask her about it. We never talk about boys or kissing. It's just not who we are. Brooke and me, we're simple. We think about school, our future, and try to find a way out of this town. We do the things that make us happy, finding our solace in the world of art and imagination. Boys, they just don't fit into our carefully organized lives. They're too big, too loud, and too demanding. Everything we're not. Yet somehow, they still found a way to enter our lives and turn them upside down. Her body stiffens next to mine, and I can feel it even with all of the blankets separating us. When Brooke withdraws emotionally, it feels like somebody opened the window during a snowstorm for all the cold and ice to enter the house. No, I haven't, she whispers, even lower than before, and then she turns her back to me and goes to sleep. She's lying. I know it, and she knows I know it. But I'm not about to press her if she doesn't want to tell me. Brooke carries her secrets close to her heart. It's not something new or surprising. She carefully wraps them up and shoves them into a box, hiding them from everybody, including herself. Sometimes I wonder what is really going on in her life, what she's hiding. But I have a feeling that I really don't want to know. I have a feeling those secrets are so dark and painful, this is the only way for her to deal with them. But no matter how afraid I am of them, I'm even more afraid of what they're doing to her, how they're eating her alive. I would rather share her burden, no matter how heavy it is, than watch her break under it. One day, hopefully, she'll let me. One day she'll realize I'm strong enough to help her overcome whatever's been bothering her. I just hope I'm not too late. I just hope they don't break her before I make it through to her. The rest of the weekend is pretty uneventful. I was surprised because I totally expected Derek to barge in and demand some kind of answer or explanation or something, but I'm glad I was wrong. Brooke's words wouldn't seem to leave my mind. And although Derek's kiss left me begging for more, I know she was right. For years, Derek stood by his best friend and watched him behave terribly toward not only me, but other kids that got in his way. He rarely joined in, but he never tried to stop him, which makes him just as guilty as Andrew is. I can't let one kiss make me forget all of that. It doesn't matter that I can still feel the pressure of his lips on mine, or feel the butterflies jump in my stomach when I think about him. It doesn't matter that the sound of his voice excites me and undoes me at the same time. Even if I could forget about the past, I'll never be sure about his intentions. Did he really change because he feels something for me, or is it simply because another guy wants my attention? I don't think I'll ever find out the truth. So, the best thing is for me to stay away. With that thought, I park my car and get out. My feet barely touch the ground when I hear him calling my name. So much for staying away. Without looking or even acknowledging him, I hurry in the direction of the school. Amelia, wait. His heavy footsteps follow behind me, and I know it's only a matter of seconds before he reaches me. Amelia, we have to talk about what happened the other day. No, we don't. You can't avoid it forever, he calls out, as if he can read my mind. Try me, I mutter to myself, almost breaking into a full-on run. Before I can do so and escape, Derek's hand wraps around my wrist and he tugs me toward him. I don't know who's more surprised, Derek or me. All I know is one moment I'm speed-walking toward the school, and the next I'm being turned around, my whole body stumbling with emotion, and I start falling toward Derek. He tries to hold me, but he isn't prepared for the force of the impact with which I stumble into him, and we both fall back on the ground. Derek's hands wrap around me tightly, holding me close to his chest. He takes the brunt of the fall, crashing onto hard concrete with me on top of him. Oh my God! I get on my elbows to look at him. Are you all right? The sound of our bodies crashing to the ground was strong. I could feel the impact rattle my bones, and I wasn't the one who hit the pavement. The air was pushed out of his lungs, and I could hear him wince in pain. He'll probably have one big, nasty bruise on his back for days. I try to untangle my limbs from his to get up and see if he's alive, but he's resisting me. His arms wrapped tightly around me, pulling me back to his chest. Gotcha. Derek, I scold him, resisting his strong grip. Let me go. You could be hurt. Are you worried about me? Moving as far away from him as his arms would let me, I give him a pointed look. Today, I left my hair down so the curls fall all around us, shielding us from the rest of the world. I'm just worried. I'm not worried, I protest, once again trying to get rid of his hold that's as strong as ever. And I'm not. Worried, that is. If I were concerned, that would mean I cared. But I don't. Having any kind of feelings for Derek would only bring me pain and heartache. Been there, done that, and I'm most definitely not looking for a repeat. Whatever you say, he finally agrees, but his smug smile insinuates that he doesn't believe me. We should go to class. This time, I manage to get on my feet, but I don't take a step back before Derek is up on his own 2 feet. For a second, I catch a painful grimace on his face, but he schools his expression. Big hands land on my shoulders as he holds me in my spot. I'm sorry about Friday. One of his hands cups my cheek, and he sticks a strand of my hair behind my ear that's been hiding my face, revealing me to him and leaving me bare. Vulnerable. I shouldn't have done that. Not like that. It's too late for apologies now. It's not like I'll ever get my first kiss back. I'm not apologizing for the kiss, Leah. I don't care why you're apologizing. It's not like the apology will change anything. I ignore his words and brush his hand away from my face with more force than necessary. His touch is soft, almost caring. But I have to keep strong and remember what he did. I have to remember the real guy hidden behind the mask of pretense. The one who didn't stop his friend from bullying me. The one who sometimes joined in on the fun. The one who put me in the corner just for the pleasure of watching me squirm. The one who broke my heart. For years, you and your friends have treated me horribly. You broke my heart. You stole my first kiss. And now you expect, what? That one lame apology will change all of that? I don't believe you. I can't believe you. Amelia. I shake my head and take a couple of steps back. If I don't increase the distance between us, I might do something stupid. Something like give in to him. Into those clear blue eyes that look at me with hurt. No, Derek. I ball my hands into fists by my side. I can't forgive and forget. I'm not that guy anymore. He takes a step forward, but I move one back to keep the distance between us. I'll do better. I'll be better for you. We stare at each other, Derek's words hanging in the air between us. I nibble at my lower lip. Maybe you should do that for yourself.
Chapter 12. Derek. I can still taste her lips, feel their texture, their softness. Although I want to deny it, I can't. I've imagined kissing her before. I've dreamed about how she would feel in my arms. But now, after actually experiencing it, I know that no dream or no imagination can ever come close to the real Amelia. She's so fucking perfect, so soft, so sweet, so real, so freaking terrified. I still can't believe I made her cry. Was I too forceful? Or maybe I'm simply that bad of a kisser. Maybe she just doesn't want you, and you were forcing yourself on her, dude. Fuck off. No, she did say she doesn't want you, but you don't fucking care now, do you? Of course I don't. She'll change her mind. I'll make her change her mind. I'll show her I can be better for both of us. But can you really be better? I tell the little voice inside my head where to shove it as I continue to change for practice. The routine of putting on my gear calms me, even if only slightly. There is no way I'll forget the look in her eyes or the salty taste of her tears on my lips anytime soon. How can I? She's twisting my insides into knots and unnerving me at the same time. I want her, and I'm irritated by this constant need for her, by this ache I feel every time she takes a step away from me. It's my fault. I know that much. Maybe if I didn't treat her the way I did, if I didn't let my friends treat her the way they do, things would be different. When did my life become so damn complicated? Sighing in frustration, I run my fingers through my tousled hair. It's time for me to stop fussing like a girl and concentrate on the job that's waiting to be done. Plays won't run themselves. The puck won't get in the net on its own. Just as I turn around to go on the ice, somebody crashes into my side in passing. What the hell was that for? My eyes narrow at Sanders, who goes to his locker on the other side of the room. He looks at me over his shoulder, that special douchebag gleam in his eyes as he shrugs. "My bad," he says, but there isn't even a drop of remorse in his voice. The need to punch him in the face, maybe even break his nose in the process, is nearly overwhelming. How satisfying would it be to hear the bones crack and see the blood flow on that pretty face? If I mess up his mug, maybe Amelia won't feel as comfortable around him as she currently does. Guys begin leaving the locker room, so I follow after them toward the rink. The coach is already out there, talking to the assistants. As soon as we gather, he blows the whistle and yells the instructions. There is no easing into practice. Coach wants us to go fast and hard. No playing around, no forgiving or going easy on each other or other teams. Every game is important. A simple practice as much as the championship game. Every game leads to where we want to be. The place that doesn't tolerate slackers or mistakes. That number one spot. We work on our skating, passing, and scoring individually, in pairs, in groups, and as a team. The season is just beginning, so there is still time for Coach to make line changes. Nobody is safe, and we all have to give our very best and perform at our highest level if we plan on sticking around. I'm standing in the row, waiting for my turn to do this drill. It's something new Coach came up with over the summer. Basically, it consists of the center, which would be me, doing some crazy turns to confuse my opponent. I go sharp right, but shoot left, where Drew is waiting for the puck. While our opponents are busy looking around for the puck, I slip through their fingers and get it back in time to come in front of the net. With my crazy luck lately, of course, Sanders is also trying out for the center position. He just finished the drill, and he's better than I'd like to admit, even if only to myself. Rationally, I know he'll be a good asset to the team, but that doesn't make it any easier to accept. Sharing classes and seeing the guy around the school is hard enough. Going to practices, seeing him in the gym, traveling around with him, it'll be an absolute nightmare. Sanders goes to the back of the row, but just as he skates by, his shoulder scratches mine, shoving me backward. "What's your problem, dude?" I stand in his way, skate to skate, not letting it slide the second time in a couple of hours. I shove him back, not even caring that Coach is just a few feet away, most likely watching the whole thing. "No problem, dude." He grins smugly at me, completely unaffected by my rising anger. Just want to clarify some things because you obviously don't listen when the girl tells you no. What are you talking about? If he thinks what I think he thinks, we'll have a big problem. Being around Amelia for all of 5 minutes doesn't make him an expert on her. What I'm saying is if I see you make Leah cry one more time, you'll answer to me. My gloved hands clench into fists by my sides. The stick in my right hand cuts into my skin. What does that have to do with you? It has everything to do with me. She's my friend, and I won't let you hurt her. Is that all she is to you? I grit my teeth hard. A friend? What if she's more? He smirks, challenging me. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand him. The image of Amelia with Sanders, him holding her, comforting her, kissing her. It's all too much. In a heartbeat, my gloves and stick are on the ice. I swing my hand back and punch him in the face. Sanders stumbles backward, almost falling on his ass. But he's better than that. He crashes hard into the plexiglass. My hand hurts from the punch I gave him, so his face must hurt too. But the only thing that son of a bitch does is grin wider. With his finger, he wipes the blood from his lip. Can't handle the truth, huh? I raise my hand to swing at him again, but this time he's ready for me. I don't expect any less from him. His fist connects with the side of my face. My head jerks to the side with the force of the punch, pain spreading all over. I swallow the curse and get ready to go at him again, but then a few pair of hands pulls me back, and the same happens to him. The coach elbows his way between us, one of his hands gripping each of us by the hair on the back of our heads. "What the hell do you think you're doing on my ice?" he yells, spit coming out of his mouth along with his raging fury. His whole face is red with anger, and a vein on his forehead is pulsing. Utter silence spreads through the rink. His anger is so palpable, nobody dares to breathe. We did a lot of shit, both on and off the ice, but there was always this one rule we never broke. Until now. "I thought I taught you better than that!" He's concentrating on Sanders and me, but when his eyes move through the rink, they don't miss a single player. "Do you want to be part of this family or not? Because if there is no instant answer to that question in your brain, you better turn and leave this ice right the fuck now. I don't have time for shit like this. The ice rink is not a playground for little boys to have a pissing contest. If you don't plan to man up, leave. Now!" He's so close. His words ring in my ears, but his hands show no mercy. I'll probably have a bald spot on my head once his fingers untangle from my hair. "Are you a wolf?" We all murmur our agreements, but he's not happy with that. "I didn't hear you! Are you a wolf?" Our shouts echo in the empty rink. "I'm glad to hear that, but we'll see if you'll still say so after this practice. Blitzkrieg, now!" Did I mention our coach is also our history teacher? Yeah, well, and Blitzkrieg, just as the name suggests, is one of our toughest drills, the one coach pulls only on special occasions. Only this time, nobody dares to breathe the wrong way, let alone complain. Once Coach decided we had enough of drills, he sent us home with a stern, disappointed look. He didn't have to say a word. The warning clearly written in his eyes was more than enough. We better not do this kind of shit again because there won't be another chance at redemption. You're not just one team. You're a family. You can't win in hockey if you play alone. If you wanted to be an individual, you should have done figure skating. We rise together, and we fall together. That's been his mantra since he became the head coach for the Greyford High Wolves. Today, the whole team paid the price for our misconduct. Nobody said a word as we left the ice and went to the locker room. Some guys went to take a regular after-practice shower, but most just took their shit and left. Sweat is dripping from my body, and I'm so tired. I fear if I sit down, there is no getting me up on my feet for a week. At least. I enter the stall and let the hot steam of water fall over me. My hands brace against the wall for support because the muscles in my legs burn after heavy exercise. I can feel muscles I wasn't even aware existed. Coach went hard on all of us, but especially Sanders and me. Would it be too bad if I let my body slide down the tiles to the floor and stay like that until somebody comes and helps me find my way back to life? Sighing, I stay under the shower for a while. Hot water falls heavy on my back, relaxing the sore muscles. Once I feel human enough, strong enough to get out of the shower on my own and not crawling like a baby, I step out and find the locker room empty. I put on my clothes and go outside. My blue Cadillac SUV is waiting for me where I left it this morning. Going to the driver's side, I see a black bike parked next to it. Sanders is leaning against it, waiting. I'm too tired for this shit, I grumble without looking at him. Unlocking the door, I throw my duffel bag on the back seat. Good, because I don't have time for this shit either. I close the door harder than necessary and turn toward him, arms crossed over my chest. Why are you here then? We both want one thing. Which would be? He better not say Amelia, because I'm not past snapping his neck. Being on the hockey team and winning this championship. I tilt my head to the side to let him know I'm listening. He's right after all. It doesn't matter that we don't like each other. Our goal is the same. I've seen him play. I know he's good. More than good, actually. But so am I. Together, and with the rest of the team, we could be freaking amazing. A force to be reckoned with. So what do you suggest? A truce. His gray eyes gleam, and his lips curl in a half smile. On the ice, I don't want to piss off Coach and get kicked out. This season is important for both of us if we want to continue playing at the next level. I'm not giving you the center position. Sanders chuckles. Then it's a good thing I'm a better right wing anyway. We'll see about that. I turn on the balls of my feet, open the door, and slide inside. But that's only on the ice, King. There is an edge to his voice. What I said earlier still stands. You make Leah cry again, and you'll answer to me. My hands grip the steering wheel tightly at the sound of her name coming out of his mouth. What is she to you? What is she to you is a better question. We stare at each other, neither of us backing down. How does this guy always know what to do and say to unnerve me? Our stare-down lasts a few more seconds. Then he smirks, puts his helmet on, and throws his leg over the bike. In the blink of an eye, he's gone, leaving only dust in the air behind him. I close the door. My eyes fall shut, and I will myself to breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, slowly releasing the grip on the steering wheel. When I'm sure I have my temper under control, I start the car. The drive home is slow and quiet. Usually I like to turn on the music so loud it can be heard outside, but not tonight. Tonight, I just want to get back home and crash in bed. I'm about to pass the park and turn onto my street when a shadow catches my eye. I stop the car and turn to take a better look. There are a couple of kids in the shadow of the street lamp. They're gathered around something. I leave the car running and park on the side of the street. As I move closer to them, I can hear them laughing. A soft, barely audible whine comes from the same direction. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? They turn when they hear me shout from a distance. The boys, they can't be more than 11 or 12 years old, look at me approaching with wide eyes. They exchange nervous glances and scurry off. I run after them. For such short things, they sure are fast. I give up on searching for them when they get lost between the trees, bushes, and shadows. What's wrong with people? I mutter to myself. I start going back to the car, but stop still when I see a creature lying on the ground where the boys were before. Slowly I move closer. The whines grow stronger as I near. The dog's head lifts, and light, big blue eyes stare at me. Clear, huge, terrified. Cursing under my breath, I extend my hand slowly and move closer. It's okay, buddy. You're fine. I won't hurt you. His head moves to the side, and I can see his ears twitch at the sound of my voice. He's scared, but that doesn't stop him from growling softly at me. I won't do anything, I promise, my voice soft. Once I'm a few steps away from him, I squat down and offer him my hand again. Come on, you're safe. Those guys won't bug you again. The pup stares at me, almost like he's assessing me. His blue eyes are slightly creepy. They're so light and full of intelligence, I can almost hear him thinking, will he hurt me? Is he worthy of my trust? Patiently, I wait for him to get up and come to me. I don't want to scare him even more than he already is. Slowly, the dog gets on his skinny legs and limps closer. He's just a puppy, no more than 3 or 4 months old. He has pointy ears, and his fur is a mix of blacks, grays, and browns. He's dirty and very thin. He drags his back left leg behind him. Most likely he's been around here for a while, left by his owner. That's it, buddy. Come here. His soft nose touches my outstretched fingers. He sniffs my fingers and my hand before slowly licking it. When he looks like he's comfortable enough around me, I scratch him under his chin. What am I going to do with you?
Chapter 13. Amelia. Leah! Amelia, wait! I hear my name being called in the maze that's the school hallway just before class starts. At first, I think I imagine it. It's so loud in here. But I can hear the quick footsteps following behind me. Looking over my shoulder, I see one bulky form right behind me. My eyes go up. Way up. Max! A shy smile curls my lips, but not for long. What happened to you? What? He rubs the back of his neck. Your lip. My hand moves on its own, touching the slightly red, swollen skin. It's cut open in the corner. Thankfully, the blood is not running out of the wound. Still, it looks raw and new, all puffy and swollen. So I guess it happened not that long ago. Probably yesterday. His fingers trace his puffy lip as if he just now remembers what happened. A shadow passes over his face, but it's gone quickly, replaced by a carefree smile. It's nothing. He waves his hand. Practice just got a bit rougher than usual. My brows furrow in confusion. Practice? His wolf. I jump in the air at the sound of his voice. Why does he do that? How does he do that? For a guy who's over 6 feet and 200 pounds, he sneaks up on people way too easily. It shouldn't be humanly possible to do so, but of course, if somebody can do it, it's Derek. Goosebumps rise on my flesh, and I can barely contain my need to shiver. But there's no stopping my heart, which kicked up a notch once it felt him near. Traitor. I don't turn around to acknowledge him. It'll irritate the hell out of him. And no matter how childish it may seem, that small victory gives me immense pleasure. You play hockey? Yep. The pea pops, and his grin widens, showing off his dimples. You should come to a game sometime. I'm not really into sports. The warning bell rings. We should hurry up if we don't want to be late to homeroom again. As I turn on the balls of my feet, my nose touches Derek's hard chest. Again? I grumble, more for my sake than for his. There's no need to tell him anything because I know he won't listen to a thing I say. At least, even if only subconsciously, I was expecting him to be there, so I didn't full-on crash into him. You should really look where you walk, little one. His patronizing tone irritates the hell out of me. I tilt my head back to scowl at him. If you weren't... Once I see his face, I gasp. My hand covers my open mouth. The words that only a few seconds ago were on the tip of my tongue now hang in the air, forgotten. What happened to you? His left cheek is swollen. The skin is dark purple and shiny. It's big and ugly, and it most likely hurts like hell. I know my cheek hurts, and I'm only looking at him. Oh. His eyes look over my head. I can feel them exchange a glare over me like I'm blind or too dumb to notice. Accident. Accident? I shift my attention to Max before returning my gaze on Derek. They just smile like nothing's wrong. Accident. Rough practice, my ass. Do they really expect me to believe that? Yeah, accident. Yeah, right. I guess they do. Come on. Derek's hand lands on the small of my back and pushes me forward. We'll be late for class. I sigh, giving up. At least for now. I'll figure out what happened later. We walk through the hallways in silence. People part to let us through. The two of them are like gods who part the sea. You know, Derek starts, his eyes focused in front of him. We should start working on this project. I guess we should. Want me to come to your house after practice tomorrow? That makes me stop in my tracks, but he doesn't let me stay behind. His big, warm hand just continues to press the small of my back and push me forward. He wants to come to my house? I didn't plan to invite him home, not with my family present. However, that makes more sense than meeting somewhere else. The main reason being that I'll already be home and he'll be out in the first place. It's more practical for him to come to me than the other way around. Okay, whatever. I just hope I don't regret it. But then it hits me. Only yesterday I decided to stay away, and now here we are. His hands are on my body, and we have plans to meet later. Well, shit. So much for staying away. The doorbell rings, the sound of it louder than ever before. I would know because I've been living here since forever. But never in my 17 years has it been this loud. Butterflies start fluttering in my belly, and I jump off my bed, where I'm trying to concentrate on reading a book, but there's no way Jane Austen can hold my attention for more than a few sentences, no matter how good of a writer she is, and how charming Mr. Darcy can be. And then I have to reread them because I don't remember half of what I've been reading. My mind's been going through all this stuff since yesterday morning when you-know-who approached me. He's the only thing I can think about. I ran down the stairs, Lola chasing after me, barking happily, yelling at my parents who are somewhere downstairs. I'll get it. It's for me. In my mind, I know it's inevitable for my parents to meet Derek. He'll be in my house working on this stupid project for a while. They're home, so of course they'll want to meet him. They'll see him if we want to stay downstairs where it's safe and nothing unplanned like touching or who knows what else can happen. It's not like he's a ghost or my imaginary friend, so I can't hide him from my family. Who is it, Leah? Mom calls from the kitchen, where pots and pans bang against each other. Your project partner's here? Yeah, Mom, I reply and hurry to open the door before he rings the bell again. Slightly panting from exertion, I try to avoid my silly dog that's getting under my feet and turn the doorknob. Derek's standing there on my front porch, looking as casual and as handsome as ever, if we don't count the ugly purple bruise that occupies the better half of his left cheek. His hands are buried in the pockets of his dark blue sweatpants, and he's wearing a white hoodie with the blue wolf, the hockey team's mascot, on the front, with a backpack casually tossed over his broad shoulder. His honey hair is darker than before, probably because he just took a shower after practice and, like most guys, was too lazy to dry it before leaving. Derek looks around, but as soon as the door opens, his attention snaps right back to the door. Almost shyly, I peep through the gap I made and stare at him. We don't say anything, but simply look at each other. His blue eyes wander down my body, taking in my lazy-in-the-house look. That's what Brooke and I call it. Leggings, furry socks because I hate slippers, and some shirt or hoodie with one of my fandoms. Today, it's a Harry Potter one. He chuckles lightly. I'm not sure at what. My shirt? My socks? Or maybe the bun at the top of my head? My hair was getting in the way when I got home, so I tied it up and completely forgot to take it out before I came crashing down the stairs to let him in. Or maybe he's simply laughing at me, because I'm, well, me. Heat starts rising in my cheek, and I will it to stop, but no such luck. I hate this. I hate the way he always makes me so flustered and clumsy. He doesn't even have to touch me and I'm falling apart. But in those moments when he does, it's 100 times worse. Complete and utter... Leah? Amelia? Derek's voice brings me out of my thoughts, and I blush even harder. Yeah? Will you let me inside? This time he smiles for real, showing his straight white teeth and dimples in his cheeks. A little bit of stubble is covering his jaw. It's the first time I've noticed it. It's slightly darker than his hair color, but still barely visible. Is it safe to come inside, or is your dog going to bite me? Oh no, it's safe. She's just excited. I laugh nervously. Leah? Where are you two? Mom's voice breaks the spell around us. Do you want something to drink or a snack before you get into it? I turn around and see her standing in the hallway with a towel in her hands. She tilts her head, making her ponytail swing with the motion, and looks at me strangely. That's not your friend? Oh no, it is. Why don't you let her in? She shakes her head at me like I'm being silly and comes closer. The door swings open, and I can feel his presence looming over me. You didn't tell your mom we're doing this project together? The disbelief is clear in Derek's voice. His hand brushes against mine, making small tingles go down the path he touches as he extends it and offers it to my mother. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Campbell. I'm sorry for intruding so late, but practice took longer than usual to wrap up. Amelia, she starts and looks at me with a big smile on her face. You should have told me who you're working on this project with. I thought I did, I lie. I know very well I didn't mention anything but murmur in passing about project and friend coming over to work on it together. She didn't ask more questions, and I didn't expand. If she knew a boy was coming, she would be all over me the last few days. My mom is a girly kind of woman. Me? Not so much. She can't believe I don't care about clothes or makeup, and that I would much rather stay home and read a good book or watch a movie with Brooke than go out to a party. She loves to come to me and talk about boys, but the only boys I talk about are my book boyfriends. I can already see what'll happen as soon as Derek leaves the house later tonight. Anyway, Mom, this is Derek. He's in my class, and we're doing the Spanish homework together. Nice to meet you, Derek, she beams at us. You should go up to your room. I'm preparing dinner, so the whole kitchen is messy. We could go to the living, I start, but she interrupts me. And your dad is watching the news in the living room, so it's too noisy to get any work done, she protests sweetly. So sweetly. I have a need to strangle her. She's doing it on purpose. I'll go and grab you some soda and snacks from the kitchen, and you can go upstairs to do your thing. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Oh, there's no need, Mrs. Campbell. This time, Derek's the one protesting, but she waves him off. Nonsense, you have to join us. Then she wanders off to the kitchen, and before the minute is up, she's back with 2 7-Ups and a plate of homemade cookies, pushing us upstairs. When we climb, Derek stops at the top and looks back downstairs before returning his gaze to me. What the hell just happened? My mom, I shrug, standing in front of the door to my room. I don't want him to come inside. It's too intimate, too telling. But I don't have much of a choice. In just a few seconds, Derek King will enter my sanctuary, and I know nothing will ever be the same again.
Chapter 14. Derek. Her mom is like a hurricane. Apparently, there is no stopping her once she starts, but that is fine with me. I get to see Amelia's bedroom, and I'm invited to stay for dinner, which means more time I can spend with her. I follow her to the second door on the right and stop at the doorway. Her bedroom is so small and so girly. There is a huge bed in the center of it all, with lots of pillows on top. There are also a ton of books everywhere, on the shelves, on her messy desk and nightstands, and there is one on the floor in front of the bed. I start to close the door, but she stops me. Leave it open. I do as she requests without saying a word.
Entering slowly, I squat down and take the book from the floor, putting a finger between the pages where it fell. I close the book and skim the cover. Pride and Prejudice? I lift my brow at her, chuckling. Something wrong with Jane Austen? Leah asks, her attention firmly on the papers on her desk. No, but it's so you. That makes her turn her attention to me. Why would you say that? Just saying. I shrug. You don't have to do that for me. I can sit on the floor or bed or whatever. Her dark eyes glare at me, and all I want to do is laugh at how pissed she looks. Her hair is pulled up, but a few wild strands don't want to be tamed by the hair tie, so they're curling around her face. It's the first time for me to see her this way. She always wears it down at school. It closes her off and makes her more guarded. But this, it's cute, messy, girly, and fragile. Her outfit has a completely different story. She's probably going for comfy, but those leggings are so tight, they stick to her like a second skin. When she opened the door, all I could hope for was not to swallow my tongue at the sight of her. But then there are her socks, all furry and soft and colorful, like something a little girl would wear. That's Amelia, a living, breathing, walking contradiction. She stands in front of me and carefully pulls the book out of my hands. Then you go and sit wherever. We have work to do. After she quickly skims through the pages and finds the one where she left off, she produces a bookmark and puts it in place before putting the book back on the nightstand. You really are a witch, I say, half amazed, half scared. What? She scowls at me. Nothing. I laugh, shaking my head at the silliness of my thoughts, and sit down on the floor, reclining against the bed. As soon as I touch the floor, her dog waggles to me, turns 3 times, and settles against my side. What are we doing? Well, she starts, and then goes back to her desk, picks up 1 soda and the plate with cookies, and puts them next to me. Her gaze lingers on her dog for a while, but she shakes her head slightly before turning away. I was hoping she would join me on the floor, but no luck. I was thinking that we'd make a plan today, do a bit of research on the interesting topics we could mention in our project, and write them down. Then we can divide them between the 2 of us. Each person does his work, and we meet up to put the work into a presentation. I know what she's doing. I'm reading her like an open book. She wants to divide the work, so we don't have to actually do anything together until the very end. If she could, she would probably tell me she'll make the presentation and to just send her the written part of my half of the project. Why don't we do the outline today and then discuss other things as we go? She frowns at me, but doesn't comment further. We got Argentina, so we should probably start with... And so for the next 40 minutes, I let her talk about our project. We discussed geography and history, culture and language, and everything in between that makes Argentina the country that it is today. From the way she talks, I know she has already looked into the subject. Probably another way for her to tell me she'll spend only the most necessary amount of time in my company, and not a second longer than that. But I'm not buying it. I contribute in my own way, giving comments and opinions when necessary, and by writing down all we agree on for later stages of the project. You know, I look at the way her eyes yet again go to the plate of cookies, the few my stomach spared. You can come and take one if you want. I'm sure your mom meant for us to share them. I push the plate a little bit in her direction. Come on, little one, I taunt her. You know you want one. Amelia looks between the plate and me. She's nibbling at her lip and playing with her fingers in her lap nervously. I don't bite. I like to see her flustered. Her nervousness calms me. My heartbeat evens and the sweat dries off my hands. Just one, she agrees finally. With the notebook and pen in her hand, she comes closer to me and sits on the other end of the carpet, leaving way too much space between us. Amelia takes 1 cookie and bites into it, moaning softly. My eyes are glued to her face, and I can't look away. My body reacts to her, and there is no stopping it. Shifting slightly, I let my notebook fall to my lap. I watch how her eyes close just for a few seconds, and how she enjoys the damn cookie like it's the best meal in the whole fucking world. She opens her eyes and catches me staring at her. What's wrong? Her cheeks become that rosy shade again. Do I have crumbs left in the corner of my mouth or what? I start, but have to stop myself and clear my throat before continuing. No. Actually, yes. Yes, you do. No or yes? She looks at me confused and wipes the corner of her mouth. Yes, I confirm decisively, shifting a bit closer to her. You have something there. I couldn't see it because of the low light. Oh, did I get it? She wipes at her mouth again, giving me the opportunity to come a little bit closer to her, just enough to have her within my reach. I'm not sure. I lean closer to her, so close that I'm in her personal space, and I can feel her sweet scent around me. It's all over her room, actually, but it smells slightly different on her. Light, sweet, addicting. The palm of my hand cups her cheek, and I feel her go still beneath my touch. Softly, so softly, I let my thumb glide over her skin, getting rid of imaginary crumbs on her face. That was one damn good cookie, I utter in a low voice, trying not to startle her. Yeah, she whispers, my favorite. Chocolate chip cookies with cherries and a bit of chopped almonds. Yeah, damn fine cookies, I agree, looking down at her. Cookies are the last thing on my mind. My other hand finds its way to hers, and I interlace our fingers. What are you doing, Derek? I chuckle and let my thumb slide over her lower lip. It's soft and pink, and they part a bit with my touch. I'm going to kiss you. I lean into her and whisper in her ear, giving her fair warning, a chance to move away or to say no. My hot breath touches her skin, and she shivers under me. I look at Amelia from the corner of my eye to reassure myself that she isn't scared this time. I want her to want this. I want her to want me. And this time, there was no running away or crying.
Chapter 15. Amelia. His lips brush against my cheek. I know he's trouble. I know I shouldn't have listened to him and should have stayed sitting where I was. I should have simply taken the cookie and gone back to sit at the desk. Maintaining distance between us is imperative if I want to prevent this thing from happening. But the way he looks at me, he knows what he's doing. He knows I can't resist the pull he has over me. Sometimes I wonder if this is all some crazy dream. Like a sleepwalker, I go to him. And then, in a matter of seconds, we get closer and closer and closer. Then finally, he's in front of me, his hands on me, and those hypnotizing blue eyes stare into mine. And then his lips are on mine, skin against skin. He leaves small, closed-mouth kisses down my cheek, which are more like a simple press of his mouth against my flesh. The stubble on his cheeks is scratchy against my soft skin. Slowly, his head dips until his lips are on mine. This time isn't like the last. There's no hurry or anger or need to conquer. It's no less intense, but it's sweeter. His hand stays on my cheek, holding me close to him. His mouth slowly sweeps over mine, thoroughly memorizing my lips. I sigh beneath the light pressure of his lips, giving him just enough space to sneak his tongue into my mouth. This time, I meet him halfway, enjoying the feeling rising in me. He shifts and pulls me to him, right onto his lap, so I'm straddling him. My eyes open in surprise, and my hands grab at the material covering his shoulders. Derek gives me a wicked, boyish smile before his hand finds its way to the nape of my neck, and he pulls me down to meet his lips once again. We continue kissing like that. Seconds, minutes, hours. It could have been days, weeks, or even months, and I wouldn't notice. When we're like this, it's so easy to forget, to lose myself in him. We're crossing every line that was drawn between us, our worlds, a line that's better left uncrossed, but I can't find it in me to care. And he sure as hell doesn't seem to. We're like two lost souls searching to find something that's been missing for a while. "Leah, dinner's ready," Mom yells from downstairs, breaking this tiny bubble of ours into pieces. "Shit," Derek groans, his head hitting the mattress as he pulls back. I try to get off him, but in a hurry I trip over my own feet and fall on my butt. "The door is open," I whisper, my horrified gaze moving between Derek and the door. "I know." "I was all over you on the floor in front of my bed, and anybody could have come and seen." I'm so shocked and mortified that I can't find the words to express everything going through my head. "Don't do this." Derek lifts his head off the bed and looks at me. "Don't do it. Nothing could have happened. We would have heard them. It wasn't that bad." "Wasn't that—" "Leah!" "Coming, Mom," I yell loud enough so she can hear me, before turning my attention back to Derek. "This is not happening again." "Why not?" His eyes shoot daggers at me, and I can see the anger in the way his body stiffens. "We can't," I protest. "This is not right." "You keep on thinking that. I'll make you see it my way." Derek stands up and takes his backpack. "Come on, your family is waiting." He didn't stay for dinner. I sigh and turn to lie on my back to look at the ceiling. It's almost 2 a.m., and I still can't stop thinking about him. So instead, I stare at the dim glow of the stars, hoping they'll take me to dreamland. But all I can do is think. When we went back downstairs, he apologized to Mom and told her that his family had called him to come home, so he couldn't stay. Derek is such a good liar, I almost believed him, and I knew for a fact that nobody called him. He was too busy tempting me to get close to him so he could kiss me to pay attention to his cell phone. With regret, Mom sent him home, but not before she made him promise to stay for dinner the next time he came over. And then during the whole meal, she couldn't stop talking about him. How tall he is, how cute he is, how hard-working he is, how polite he is. I almost laughed out loud on that one. There is nothing polite about Derek King. Not a polite bone in his body. And she sure wouldn't think like that if, instead of yelling from downstairs, she climbed up to tell us to come to dinner. Or maybe she would. After all, we were talking about my mother here, so I couldn't be 100% sure. Even after he left, he was still present. Following dinner, I helped Mom clean everything and then returned to my room. But he was there. Well, he wasn't there, but his spirit was in my room. It was so not a good idea to let him inside. We should have stayed downstairs or even gone to the library. Then I wouldn't have this problem of seeing him sitting on the floor in front of my bed or standing in the middle of my room looking around. His smell, subtle and not overwhelming like most guys, is manly and fresh. It reminds me of herbs or something. I'm not sure exactly what, but it's stuck in my room. Another reminder that he was here. A boy was in my room. Something that hasn't happened before. And I didn't think it would, but it did. I will probably never be able to hold Jane Austen's book in my hand ever again, and chocolate chip cookies with cherries and almonds will always remind me of the way he kissed me. My body freezes when I realize I'm tracing my finger over my lower lip. It isn't the first time I've caught myself doing that this evening. I can't stop thinking about it, about the way his lips felt pressed against mine, and how the boy who kissed me had nothing to do with the boy I've known my whole life. It's like there are two people in his body, but that is exactly what I shouldn't let myself forget. There are two of him. No matter how passionate, sweet, and tempting his kisses can be, he isn't always like that. He's a king. King of school, king of ice, and king of his own life. So I do the only reasonable thing. I turn around and urge myself to sleep. Nothing good can come from daydreaming, or in this case, night dreaming of the boy with piercing blue eyes.
Chapter 16. Derek. For the next week, I ignore her. It isn't even that hard, or so I like to tell myself. Coach loves to keep our schedule intense, so we don't do stupid things, like party too much. Not that that ever stopped us before. He likes to believe in his methods, and we like to keep him thinking about whatever makes him happy. If he isn't happy with something, he becomes an even bigger dick than usual during practice. So, like a good minion, I get up in the morning and do my workout in the gym, ignoring Sanders as much as I can. We both keep to our truce, but it's a fragile deal. I go to my classes, and afterward, we have practice in the rink, drills and scrimmage, after which I stay alone to do a few more laps around the ice and practice my shooting before finally taking my shower and going home. Only to repeat it all the next day. After a while, I start to feel like a robot. But that doesn't mean I don't see her. We have classes together after all, but even if we didn't, I would find a reason to look for her in the hallways and cafeteria. She's still sitting with the Sanders twins at lunch, and as much as I want to go over there and tell him to go to hell and stay away from her, I need to cool off and think of a game plan. She thinks we aren't right for each other, that I change her, so I'll show her she's wrong. Daydreaming again, are we? Drew lowers his tray to the table and slides into the chair next to mine. Just thinking, I reply, throwing a fry in my mouth. About who? I shoot him an annoyed look, but he just laughs at my exasperation. You know, the annual senior sleepover is coming next weekend. So? I pick at my food disinterestedly while keeping an eye on her table. She's laughing, like really laughing. I can imagine the sound of it in my head, light, resonant, and filled with happiness. And it's at something he said. It makes me green with envy. I want to be the one to make her laugh, to make her smile. So you can go to her house, offer to take her to school, and then plant your sleeping bag right next to hers. If you're lucky, maybe she'll let you hold her hand. The closest thing you'll come to getting into her granny panties. At the last remark, he laughs loudly, like he just said the funniest freaking joke of the decade. Sometimes you can be a real prick, Hill, I snap, standing up. I don't have the patience to deal with him being a jackass right now. Oh, come on, it was a joke, he yells after me. Can't you even take a joke anymore? I roll my eyes at him and, without looking back at my friend, get out of there. Andrew's words don't leave my mind, no matter how much I tell myself they're stupid. Hell, he's stupid. The only thing he knows about girls is how to fuck them. He's the ultimate love 'em and leave 'em kind of guy. Why does he even care so much about all of this? What does he get from messing with me about Amelia and being a prick to her? I know he has his issues with girls. After all he's been through with their gender and how his mom treated him, the guy's allowed to have some issues. I really pity the girl who falls for him. Not his popularity, athlete status, or money, but really falls in love with the guy hiding behind all of that crap. It's easy to love people on the outside. Loving all the deep, dark parts of someone. That's hard. Derek, dinner's ready in a few, Dad yells from downstairs. Sighing, I sit up on my bed and scratch the back of my head. So much for reading Pride and Prejudice. I look down at the book sitting in my lap. I took it from Amelia's room while she wasn't looking. Maybe reading it would help me get a clearer picture of who she is, and more importantly, what she wants in a guy. Chicks like that shit, don't they? The cover is well worn, like it's been read 100 times before. It wouldn't surprise me if that were true, but it's also well taken care of. There was no writing inside the book, or God forbid, dog ears. Like he can sense my train of thought, Ace wiggles his tail and jumps off the bed. He looks at me expectantly with those ice-like eyes. I'm telling you, this dog is more intelligent than most humans, waiting for me to get up. Since I brought him home, something my mother still isn't too happy about. He's gained some weight. A bath and a trip to the vet gave him a presentable look, The doctor said he had some bruising and was malnourished, but nothing that a regular meal, rest, and care couldn't cure. So far, he was right. Ace still isn't 100% comfortable with strangers, and sometimes he looks at my parents like he expects them to kick him or something. But he took a liking to me, for whatever reason that may be. Giving up, at least for now, I leave the book on my nightstand for later. Even if I never finish it, I can use it as an excuse to go back to Amelia's place, outside of our project meetings, and say I took it by accident, so I'm returning it now. On my way to the door, I look at all the clothes thrown on the floor of my room. I'm not much of a tidy person. I only clean when I know I'll have company, which is almost never. If guys come to my house, we stick to the game room, or the man cave as my mom likes to call it, that is downstairs. The only person who is ever actually in my room is Andrew, and he's practically family, so he doesn't count. I should probably pick it all up and throw it in a laundry basket, so when Magdalena comes in a couple of days to clean the house, it's not such a mess. Deciding to do it after dinner, I get out of my room. Just as I come down the stairs with Ace next to me, the doorbell rings. He doesn't bark, but I can hear a soft growl coming from him. I look at the door, frowning. We don't usually have company at this hour. "I'm here, I'll get it," I yell to my parents, who are probably in the back of the house where the kitchen is. Ours is a traditional 2-story house. It has more than enough room for the 3 of us, and it also has a big yard with a pool and a small pool house in the back. It's not huge, but big enough to have casual pool parties with friends during the summer. I open the door and stop in my tracks when I see the person standing in front of me. Diamond. Sighing, I'm not able to hide my annoyance. What do you think you're doing here? The need to look over my shoulder to ensure that my parents are not behind me is huge, but I keep staring at her. Every lock of her blonde hair is curled to perfection, and her makeup is in place. She's wearing some kind of dress and high heels, although it's an October evening and starting to get pretty cold at night. "Hey, you." She smiles and leans into me to kiss my cheek. I don't reciprocate, but she doesn't seem to care. "I was in the neighborhood, so I thought, why not stop by and say hi?" "We don't live anywhere near the center or mall, Diamond," I point out, just wanting to make her go away. She hasn't tried to come to my house before. Why now? "Well," her hand squeezes my upper arm, her smile big and sugar sweet. "We haven't hung out in a while, so I decided to drop by and see if you want to." She's so close to me that her strong perfume is asphyxiating. I disengage her fingers from my hand and push her away from me. I know what she means by hang out, and I'm not interested in hanging out with her at all. Not now or ever. One time was 2 times too many. I'm also not interested in my parents coming out to check who's at the door and finding her here. No bringing girls home. That is my one rule. The only girl I plan to bring home and want my parents to meet is the one who matters. That sure as hell isn't Diamond Morgan. "I'm not interested. I thought I told you that already, Diamond." Slipping out of the house, I quickly close the door so Ace doesn't follow. I know he won't like it, but I don't want him near Diamond. What happened between us was a one-time thing, nothing more, so you should really go now. My folks are here, and we have this thing. Her eyes glare at me, and for a split second I think I can see an angry fire burning in their crystal blue depths, but with a few quick bats of her long, dark eyelashes, there's nothing there. "Oh, I see." Her smile is sweet and understanding. Maybe she finally gets it. I've been telling her since the end of summer that I don't want anything to do with her, but she follows me like a lost puppy. "Don't worry, we can hang out another time. See you at school." Then she marches away as fast as she came here, leaving me standing glued to the spot and watching her go. I'll give her that. She isn't stupid, not even close. Diamond is a girl who likes to mess around with guys, all of them popular athletes who like to talk in the locker room. It isn't a big secret or anything. When they talk about her, they always drool over her hot body and excellent oral skills, but nobody mentions her brains. And she has them. No, She isn't so ignorant or silly enough to ignore my requests to leave me alone. She knows what she wants, and she's going to do anything to get it. Derek? I turn around and look at my father. Dr. Matthew King looks good for his 48 years. He's tall and still has a few inches over me. His shoulders are wide, like in the days he played football in high school. People often tell me I'm the spitting image of my father. And they're right. We share the same facial features, with blonde hair and blue eyes. The only thing I've got from my mother is my lips. Who was it? Oh, no one important. I lie with a smile. Just some guy from the team. He thought he forgot something in my car when I gave him a ride earlier. Did you find it? He opens the door, and we go back inside. Ace is sniffing around me, getting in between my legs. Nope, I guess he left it somewhere else. I shrug. How's the team doing? Although Dad never played hockey, he fully supports me and goes to as many games as he can. He never tried to pressure me into playing football instead of hockey, and I'm glad for that. We're doing fine. I hate to admit it, but Sanders is a good addition to the team. Even though we can't communicate to save our lives off the ice, on the ice we have a killer connection that could help us bring the trophy home at the end of the season. You should come to our first game in a couple of weeks. I'll check my schedule at the hospital and let you know. He smiles at me and gives me a tap on the shoulder. You know I love nothing more than to watch you play.
Chapter 17. Amelia. What do you mean you're not going? Mom cries out, looking between Brooke and me. It's a tradition. You can't not go. Mom, calm down. I pat Lola's head to soothe her because Mom's screeching woke her up from her nap. My poor baby. She won't get her usual 20-hour beauty sleep. You're disturbing Lola. You and that dog. Mom isn't Lola's biggest fan. She likes her just fine, but she isn't a fan of having Lola in the house and sleeping in my bed. But there's no way around that. When I got her, she was just a small puppy and couldn't sleep alone in her bed on the floor. It didn't seem fair to me. So now there's no way of getting her to sleep anywhere else but in my bed. Really, Mrs. C, it's not a big deal. Brooke turns the page in her book and looks at my mom. It's not like we're missing graduation or anything like that. Yeah, Mom. It's just a silly sleepover where we have to sleep in the school gym, on the floor. Just the thought of it makes me shiver. But it's a tradition, we interrupt her in unison and giggle, rolling our eyes in sync. She scrunches her brown eyes at us. You two, she begins, and points her finger, first at me and then at Brooke. You're trouble, you know that? If we're trouble, then trouble's looking really good these days. Brooke observes out loud before returning her attention to the book. Lola sighs in my lap, and I can only agree with her. Seriously, Mom, I look at her, hoping to make her see our point. It's not that big of a deal. I know, but, honey. You've got to be shitting me, Brooke shouts. She then jumps off the window seat and runs out of the room like the devil is at her heels. What the? I look at my mom, confused about what's going on. I don't know. She goes to the window and looks down. I think you have a... Lola opens her eyes, tilts her head to the side, and then, in a heartbeat, she's on the floor, running down the stairs, her long ears flying all around her while she barks happily. Company. I get off the bed and leave my book on the nightstand. With Mom's inquisition, my book was a lost cause anyway. Who's down there? I know why you're here, but I'm telling you, we're not going. Brooke yells from the foyer, giving me a short list of people who could be waiting for me downstairs. Oh my God. The need to jump out the window and end this day is really tempting. Why do things have to be so complicated lately? Why can't everything be like it was before? Then I at least had a little bit of peace and quiet in my own house. But now everybody is around all the time, giving my mom false expectations and pissing off Brooke. It's just all too much. I want to scream in frustration and pull my hair. But I must be content with a loud sigh. I think it's the twins from the other day. She looks at her nails, suddenly finding them fascinating. You know, the cute boy that I know who you're talking about, Mom. I roll my eyes. There are not many twins in our town. Just saying. I follow my best friend downstairs and look at the scene that awaits me. What the hell is going on here? I ask loudly, looking around. This is so not what I was expecting. Everybody shuts up and looks in my direction. I don't usually raise my voice, and I prefer not to curse. So I guess I left them all stunned by doing both in the same sentence. But seriously, this is crazy. Brooke is standing in the middle of them all, poking her finger at Max's chest and yelling at everybody who will listen. But nobody listens because Max and Derek are too concentrated on getting into each other's faces, all while Andrew stands by the door with his hands crossed over his chest, watching the drama unfold in front of him. Jeanette stands like a statue, a scowl on her face, looking at Lola, who wants to desperately play with her. What are you all doing here? I put my hands on my hips, trying to look scary and demanding. Did this house become an airport or what? Leah, Max smiles widely at me, completely ignoring my tough stance. We came to see if you need a ride to the school sleepover. From the corner of my eye, I catch Jeanette rolling her eyes and squatting down. It makes me wonder if it's at her brother or my silly dog. Probably both. They're equally crazy after all. And like I explained to you when you got here, we're not going, Brooke snaps, before I can even open my mouth. I still don't understand why, out of all the people cramped in my foyer, she hates Max the most. It doesn't make much sense. Andrew or Derek, yeah, completely makes sense, but Max? The guy we've only known a few weeks and who, in reality, didn't do anything to her? No, I don't get it. Yeah, we aren't going, I confirm, hoping it'll calm my friend and convince everybody else it's time for them to go on their merry way. Yes, you are. Max and Derek say in unison. Their outburst is followed by an uncomfortable silence filling the room. Both of them look disgusted by their telepathic connection, and I want to laugh at how silly they're acting. They're both tall and bulky, but underneath all that bravado are the hidden minds of two 10-year-old boys who can't seem to grow up. I said we have a lot of company today. This, of course, is the exact moment my mom decides to appear. Her nose could probably sniff out a group of cute boys within a few miles. Mom! I look over my shoulder at her, sending her warning glances not to do or say anything embarrassing. Our friends came by to see if we were going to the sleepover, but now that they've heard we're not going, they'll be on their way. We wouldn't want them to be late. You're such a party pooper, Leah. Max sighs loudly. He crosses his arms over his chest, covered in a simple black shirt, and stares at me. We should go. They obviously don't want any part of the sleepover. Jeanette shrugs, turns on the balls of her feet, and mutters as she walks away. I don't know why we're going in the first place. You can't not go, Andrew states matter-of-factly, drawing our attention. He's so quiet, I almost forgot he was here in the first place, which is really strange when you think about it. That guy can't keep his mouth shut if his life depended on it. Why are you looking at me that way? Everybody knows it's mandatory for all seniors to attend. You're lying, Brooke says without missing a beat. If it's mandatory, why don't we know about it? Because you're not part of the in crowd? Oh, please. Seriously, Brooke, everybody's been talking about this thing from the day school started. It's on the list of obligations all seniors have to do before they graduate. Once again, the silence settles over the group. I'm not sure if he's telling the truth or bluffing, but before I can say anything, Brooke calls him out. I don't believe you. I want to roll my eyes at her. Brooke can be so headstrong when she wants to be. She could be wrong and know it, but if someone contradicts her, she'll double down, and there's no way you'll convince her otherwise. Brooke, let's just drop it and go. We have plans, Leah, and this is not a part of it. I know, but You don't want to break the rules now, do you? Andrew smirks knowingly. Jeanette, who's standing next to the door where she stopped earlier, looks at her wrist. Technically, we're already breaking them because we're late, so it'd be great if you could hurry up. I hear Mom's footsteps moving away from us. She's probably packing all the things we'll need. If she doesn't have them already packed, that is. Brooke looks at me like I betrayed her and all but stomps her foot like a mad 5-year-old who didn't get her favorite candy in the supermarket. Come on, Bea, I call her, admitting defeat. It's 5 against 2. We were doomed even before we started this argument. Let's grab our stuff and just go. I promise I won't enjoy it and we'll sulk together. You better not, because I won't forgive you.
Chapter 18. Derek. Everybody knows it's mandatory for all seniors to come? I look at Andrew, not knowing what to think. It's amazingly stupid, but also, at the same time, amazingly brilliant. Seriously? I'm not sure if I should be happy about what he did or pissed at him. Hey, it worked, didn't it? He wiggles his brows teasingly. After all, I know how to get the ladies. Oh, please, you wouldn't know what a lady looked like if she grabbed you by the ass. We both shut up and turned to look at the prettier half of the Sanders twins. I don't even want to know how much of our conversation she heard. Then again, if she's as smart as they say, she would already know. Andrew's story is bullshit. Maybe she should grab something else so I can see her better. Jeanette's ice-cold gray eyes take him in, a smirk forming on her lips. I don't see anything big enough to grab. She walks past us on the way to her car, stopping by Andrew's side long enough to add, Well, except your ego, but that's all in your head, babe. We watch her sashay away. Without giving us a second glance, she enters her car and starts playing with her phone while waiting for her brother. She smashed you, bro. She's acting bitchy. Daddy probably didn't want to buy her a new dress or something. Yeah, right. I don't get to say much because the door opens again. Brooke almost runs out of the house, a duffel bag over her shoulder, followed by Amelia and Sanders, who is, of course, carrying her bag, playing the role of the reformed bad boy. But you should really come with us. He looks down at her. What if... My car is perfectly fine, Max, she assures him. Dad checked it out and repaired it, so I'm good to go. It's an ancient car we're talking about. Something could go wrong again. I'll take her. I stand next to Amelia, arms crossed over my chest, daring him to say something or stand in my way. He doesn't disappoint. She can go with us. I can go by myself, she insists in a stern voice. The car is fine. We're already here with 2 cars, I point out. There's more than enough room for everybody. Besides, we have a project to work on tomorrow. Or did you forget? Frown lines form between her brows. We didn't... I stop her before she gets into it. There is no way I'm giving her a chance to brush me off. I want that hour or 2 we'll spend working on the stupid project. Fuck, even 30 lame-ass minutes will do. It's my only chance to get her alone while not in school. We said we'd do some research and meet up to look at it and put it together. I did some research, so we can look over it and write it down. You didn't say anything at school. I was busy, and I knew I'd see you later. How? Because I know where you live. I roll my eyes at her confused, flushed face. Come on, little one. Let's grab your stuff and go. We're already late. She looks at her bag, still in Sanders' hands, and then at Max before returning her eyes to me. She's so uncomfortable, like she wants to do anything but make a decision on this subject. We can still take you, Max offers again. This guy doesn't know how or when to give up. Jesus, Dottie! Andrew looks at all of us, a shit-eating grin on his face. I have no doubt he's enjoying the show. The guy's always bored out of his mind, and there usually isn't much for entertainment around here. Who would have known that you'd be so popular with hockey players? Don't call her that, Sanders and I say in unison. Andrew shakes his head in disbelief, laughing his ass off. You two have to stop doing that shit. It's getting really freaky. Reading minds on the ice is one thing.
But this is getting ridiculous. Leah, if you say yes to him, I'm going there on foot, Brooke threatens, standing next to the old junk of a car I assume is Amelia's. Why am I just now noticing it for the first time? As much as it pains me to admit, Sanders is right. I don't want her sitting behind the wheel of that car and risking getting injured. Amelia glances at her friend and then back to me. Let's just go. I take it as my cue and take hold of her bag. Max stares at me, and I glare right back at him, neither of us letting go of the bag. We both know who the him is that Brooke was talking about, but it seems like Sanders is a sore loser. You'll have to let go of that bag, you know, I murmur quietly, so that only he can hear me. And you'll have to do more than play games if you want Amelia to notice you, he replies, equally as quiet. She notices me. Not the way you want her to, lover boy. Then he lets go of the bag and starts walking to his sister's car. When he passes next to Amelia, he ruffles her hair slightly, smiling at her. I'll see you there in a bit, Leah. She watches him walk to the car, up until the moment he closes the door behind him. Can I have my bag back? Her big brown eyes watch me with shyness and something that almost resembles softness. It stirs strange things in my gut, but in a nice way. It's not half bad being looked at this way. Nope. I put my hand over her shoulder and pushed her slightly to start moving. I'll take it. You don't have to. I know. Why don't you just give it to me? I don't want to. I laugh at her flustered face. Stop arguing with me. I'm not arguing with you. Taking Brooke's bag from her hand, I go to the back of my SUV and open the trunk to put the bags inside next to mine and Andrew's. Yes, you are. I lean into her and whisper against her ear. And if you don't stop, I'll have to take drastic measures to make you stop. Drastic? I take a step back and look at her wide eyes and even rosier cheeks. Really drastic. I wink at her. Let's go. The school is filled with seniors, teachers, and even some parents who came to help monitor tonight's sleepover. People are scattered everywhere, even though everybody is supposed to sleep in the gym. There is a movie marathon playing in the gym. We can play different board games in classrooms, and they even pulled table tennis out of the storage room. But there's no beer to play beer pong, so it's mostly left alone. Loud music is blaring in the hallways, and people are walking around in groups. Girls are dressed in all kinds of skimpy PJs, parading around like it's summer, and this is a pool party. Well, talk about anticlimactic, Andrew mutters loud enough for half of the gym to hear him. When we got to the school, the twins were waiting for us in the parking lot, so there was no escaping them. First, we went to the gym to leave our sleeping bags, but since then, we haven't moved anywhere else, and everyone seemed content with staying here and watching a Harry Potter marathon. Amelia and Brooke are so focused on the movie you'd think they'd never watched it before. Jeanette is lying in her sleeping bag, playing with her iPhone and headphones in her ears, while her brother is sitting next to her bag, looking somewhere between Brooke and Amelia. No matter how hard I try, I can't pinpoint which one of them he's observing so intently. I would have said Amelia, but after a few stare-offs, he and Brooke have had, well, I'm not so sure. The possibility that it's Amelia pisses me off. But on the other hand, if it's Brooke, then the guy is doomed. Totally fucked. I've known Brooke Taylor for as long as I've known Amelia. She keeps to herself, and she rarely even speaks. But when she does, she's one feisty little thing. And for some reason, she hates Sanders' guts. Yeah, I've heard all about their confrontation on the first day of school. Everybody heard about it. Even if you don't want to know, the news always finds a way to get around this town. And after seeing them today, yelling and glaring at each other, I can't notice that there is something between those two, however bizarre it may seem. Then go somewhere else, I mutter, giving him a warning glance. Not that he's paying me any attention. No, Andrew is lying on his sleeping bag, looking at the ceiling. When do you think was the last time they dusted around here? My eyebrows rise at his stupid question, not believing he actually asked that kind of thing. How bored do you have to be to notice something like dust on the ceiling of the school gym? And if he's indeed that bored,
Why doesn't he go look for one of his go-to girls for a little messing around? What? Andrew turns to me and shrugs. You notice different kinds of shit when you're bored. I wouldn't know, I mutter as my eyes return to the movie playing on the wall and Amelia's stiff posture. She braided her hair before leaving the house, but she didn't change, which meant she was still wearing one of her big hoodies and leggings with those weird slipper-like boots girls like to wear. All the guys we passed were staring at her legs and ass, and I had to glare at them to stop them from undressing her in their minds. Fucking assholes. Yo, Sanders, you up for some fun? Andrew calls to him, but this time a bit quieter. What do you have in mind? I look between the two of them. Andrew's green eyes have that special glimmer in them, which is always there when he's up to no good. His lips curl into his well-known mischievous smile. Get the girls. We'll meet you in the library. Who are... I don't get to finish my question before he shakes Jeanette's legs, making her jump in surprise. What do you think... She pops up on her elbow, gray eyes throwing daggers at him. Get up, princess. He jumps to his feet and then slips his hands under her armpits, pulling her up. We're going to have some fun.
Chapter 19. Amelia. Where are we going? I asked the guys, who were walking quickly in front of us. God only knows where they're taking us. Every once in a while, they look around, presumably watching for any signs of adults being around, before continuing down the empty hallway. We're supposed to be in the gym or the classrooms, so the farther we move from the gym, the fewer people are out in the hallways. The music and chatter are only a distant sound, and the light in the hallways is so dim it's almost non-existent. To the library, Max whispers, giving me a short glance over his shoulder before his eyes concentrate on the path down the hallway. Their nervousness is making me jittery. Why are we going to the library? I furrow my brows in confusion. As far as I know, the library is off limits to students during the night. When we got here, a teacher at the registration desk gave us a program of activities that were going on tonight, but there was no mention of the library. Andrew got bored and had an idea, so he said to come. Max shrugs like it's not a big deal. And for him, it probably isn't, because it seems like the two of them are getting friendly. But I'm sure the invitation doesn't extend to Brooke or me. It's not like we hang out with them all the time. My eyes move to Brooke, hoping to get her opinion, but she doesn't look back. She's been sulking next to me with her arms crossed over her chest from the moment we entered the school. You didn't have to come, I mutter. And what? Her green eyes lift and meet mine, her head tilting to the side in the general direction of the rest of our group. Leave you alone with them? There is Jeanette, I offer weakly. The way she said them isn't even remotely friendly. Oh, please. Brooke rolls her eyes at me. Like she can do something. With that stick up her ass, I'm surprised she can move. Max frowns at her, but she full-on ignores him. Derek opens the door to the library, looking around before rushing us inside the dark room. Once we're all inside, he slowly closes the door, leaving us in complete darkness. The only light is the soft shine of the moon and street lamps, but they don't do much with all those tall bookshelves impeding the light from fully reaching the room. Max, who's walking at the head of the group, moves carefully through the shelves, searching for Andrew and Jeanette, leaving us to follow behind. We're quiet as we move through the dim room. The only thing that can be heard is the sound of our breathing and the soft steps we take. If you think about it, it's kind of creepy. It reminds me of some scene in a horror movie where a group of friends, or whatever you want to call us, is looking for their lost buddies in some abandoned building. The quiet and darkness, our careful, measured steps, all indicate that we're trying to hide from somebody hunting us down to slice our throats. I feel myself shiver at the vivid picture my mind evokes. Why didn't we stay and watch movies with everybody else? But no, I had to give in to Max's puppy dog eyes and Derek's threatening stare, even though I would much rather stay in the smelly gym and watch the Harry Potter marathon. Who in their right mind wouldn't? lost in thought. I almost don't see the shifting in the shadows behind one of the shelves. My heart speeds up, and I feel my palms get sweaty as I watch somebody jump in front of me. Boo! I raise my hands to cover my face as I let out a scream, stomping backward, but not getting too far because I crash into Derek, who's walking behind us. His hands come around me, pulling me close to him. The need to turn around and bury my face in his chest until I get some control over my body is overwhelming. But somehow, I manage to resist the pull. Even so, I feel my body relax into his arms. The shivers keep running all over me, and my heart doesn't seem to slow down. And now I'm not sure if the reason my body is reacting this way is that I'm still frightened or because of Derek's closeness. I decide it's best to blame it all on Andrew, who's standing there bent forward and laughing so hard his whole body shakes. "You're crazy, dude," Derek hisses at him. "Somebody could have heard her." "They probably did." Derek looks at us from his bent position. His hands are pressed against his stomach to try to control the twitching of his body. God, she's a screamer. Jeanette comes behind him, a disapproving scowl on her face. "Are we done here yet?" Her icy voice seems to return him to reality because he straightens and waves us after him as he starts moving between the bookshelves and deeper into the darkness. "Let's go and get this party started." "You're not planning to kill us, are you?" Brooke asks skeptically. I agree with her question. This whole thing doesn't make much sense. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that Andrew's friends are waiting somewhere in the darkness, getting ready to play a trick on us. Andrew stops walking and turns around in a circle with his arms wide open. Ta-da! This is it. Max looks around, scowling at nothing special. Am I missing something? Andrew grins at us before squatting down and reaching his hand behind one of the shelves. The guy obviously loves drama. After some time and some cussing, he manages to reach for whatever he's been looking for. Hell yeah, Max grins approvingly, and a few seconds later, I see what Andrew was looking for. You stashed a bottle of Jack in the school library? I'm not sure if that's admiration or disapproval in Jeanette's voice. And to make it fun, let's play a little game. Seriously, Derek groans. Can't we just drink the damn thing and enjoy it? Where's the fun in that? Andrew grins at us and sits down on the floor, telling us to do the same. The whole group exchanges a look, and I have to admit, I'm surprised Jeanette is the first one to join Andrew. What? She looks at me. This thing is boring as shit. Might as well drink something to lighten up the mood. They all start to sit down, but I keep standing. I think I'll go back. I don't drink. Party pooper, Andrew taunts. Really, Dottie? It's just a little game. No harm in that. A hand curls around my wrist, and without having much of an option, I'm pulled down and almost fall into Derek's lap. I want to scoot a bit to the side, but his hand doesn't leave mine, so I don't have much choice but to stay glued to his side. Now, let's start. Andrew looks me straight in the eyes. Never have I ever smoked pot. He takes a pull from the bottle and gives it to Jeanette. Aren't you supposed to say something you've never done? Her perfect eyebrows rise in question. When would I get buzzed like that? She shakes her head and follows suit, taking one healthy swallow before giving the bottle to her brother. He watches her disapprovingly and passes the bottle to me. I look down at the amber liquid, the strong smell overwhelming my senses and making me gag without it even touching my lips. Did you do it? Derek asks me. I look up from the bottle and find him so close to me that it startles me. I swallow down the big lump in my throat and shake my head no. Slowly, a small smile breaks on his lips. Not taking his eyes off me, he brushes my fingers away from the bottle and brings it to his lips. After taking a gulp of the liquor, he gives it to Brooke, who does the same. You tried pot? I ask, surprised. When? She shrugs like it's not a big deal. It makes me wonder how well I really know her. How many secrets has she hidden from me and everybody else? Dark and scary secrets that tear you apart. I frown at her, but let it slide. And so we do a few rounds of the game, bottle traveling from one hand to another while we say silly stuff like, "Never have I ever laughed until something I was drinking came out of my nose," or "Never have I ever thrown up after drinking too much." Thankfully, I didn't do any of those things, so I haven't had to drink yet. Just the thought of it makes my stomach roll uncomfortably. "Didn't we say we're going to have fun?" Jeanette asks with a glimmer in her eyes. "We sure did, Princess," Andrew agrees. "Better make these next few juicy because there's only half the bottle left." "Don't call me that. I already told you." She shoves the bottle into Andrew's hands harder than necessary. "Never have I ever had sex in a public place." He grins at her before taking a pull from the bottle and giving it to Max. "You did?" Jeanette looks at him with raised brows. Alcohol is affecting her. Even with the dimmed light, I can see her flushed cheeks and how her eyes aren't as sharp as before, but more on the glassy side. "Where?" "Aren't you being nosy?" "You're the one who wanted to make this game fun." She pokes him in the chest. "Now talk." Andrew takes her in as if it's the first time he actually sees the girl sitting next to him, and the corner of his lips curl into a half-smile. "It was last year in the men's bathroom here at school," he shrugs. "It was a decent lay." "Mm-hmm. What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing." He stares at her for a while, but in the end decides to leave it alone. The bottle passes through our hands without anyone except Andrew drinking. Another one survived, and if the questions continued this way, I'd be safe. Like he can read my mind, Andrew looks across the circle to stare me straight in the eyes. "Is there anything you did, Dottie? Or are you always this prim and proper?" I feel my cheeks heat in embarrassment, but I refuse to say anything. My lips are pressed in a tight line, and my hands are curled so tightly into fists that I can feel my nails pressing into my skin. "Andrew," Derek growls at his friend. "It's just a game, King. Chill." He laughs bitterly. "Who got your panties in a twist?" "Don't be a dick." "Hard not to be when you have one." "Now, where were we?" "Never have I ever." There's a long pause while he observes me, almost as if he's trying to figure me out. "Kissed somebody." My eyes widen, and even though I know better than to look his way, I do anyway. Derek's blue eyes meet mine, and my cheeks turn red and feel so hot like they've been set on fire. Not even darkness can hide this kind of warmth radiating off my cheeks. If that doesn't scream guilty, I don't know what does. I know he can see and feel the discomfort I'm experiencing right now. And for a moment, I think I see regret in his eyes. But it's gone in the blink of an eye, making me rethink what I actually saw. "Well, well," Andrew mocks me. "Now isn't that interesting? Who would have thought that little Miss Goody-Goody was going around kissing the bad boy of school behind everyone's back? Go on, drink." I look at my best friend, but she's too busy frowning at Andrew. I can see signs of her being close to the edge of snapping. And although the body on the other side of me isn't that close, I can feel Max tense and his questioning, piercing gaze boring into my profile. "No," I get up, my arms crossed over my chest in a defensive stance, but I don't care. I told you at the beginning I do not drink, and I didn't even want to play this silly game, so I'm going back. "Oh, come here," Andrew mutters, getting up himself. "Nobody's going to judge you for a little kissing or playing drinking games." "I don't care, I'm not interested," I retort, and turn around to leave. Walking quickly, I'm trying to find my way back to the door without running into anything. I hear footsteps coming closer, but I don't care enough to turn back to see who's behind me. "Leah, wait!" Brooke calls to me just as I reach for the doorknob. but the door's already starting to open from the outside. Oh, shit. This really isn't my night.
Chapter 20. Derek. Seriously, dude? I look at him, shaking my head in disapproval. Couldn't you just leave her out of your stupid game? It's not my problem she can't take a simple joke, he objects, his temper rising. It's just a game. It's supposed to be fun. Well, it's not fun if everybody's not laughing, Max intercepts, standing up next to me. Giving one last look to my friend, I turn on my heels. I'm going to find her, I add over my shoulder as I follow after Amelia and Brooke. I think I heard him say something about being pussy-whipped, but I ignored his jackass comment. Everything was working out well, even though we were all hanging out together. She was here, I was here. I got her to sit next to me. Maybe not completely by choice, but she didn't protest too much and try to move away now, did she? In my opinion, that's a win. I'll take any step forward, no matter how tiny it is, over a setback. Taking the corner, I hear her sarcastic voice. Oh, just great. You've also come to join the party. Well, go and enjoy, 'cause we're leaving. I look at Sanders, both of us sporting confused looks on our faces. Who the hell is there? But my wonder is short-lived, because before we even get close to the door, she's all over me, and I would give everything not to know. Diamond, I utter as she hangs herself on my arm, pressing her boobs into my side. Where were you? I've been looking all over the place for you. Her voice is high-pitched and whiny. Although she's trying to sound easygoing and teasing, I see the looks she's giving Brooke and Amelia. The same Amelia who's now shooting daggers at me. There's nothing warm anymore in her brown eyes, and any color that existed on her face is washed away, leaving only blankness. She doesn't say anything, but she doesn't have to, if looks could kill and all that shit. But it isn't even like she's angry. It's more like she's disappointed. Brooke glares at me before putting her hand around Amelia's shoulder and taking her out of the room. I want to call after her, but Diamond pulls me by my hand, trying to get my attention. Derek? Sanders looks at me, his stern gaze lowering to Diamond's hand curled around my forearm, and he shakes his head in disapproval. Then he exits the room without uttering one word. He's probably going to look for Amelia, give her a shoulder to lean on, and tell her how big of a jerk Andrew and I are, while I'm stuck here dealing with this. I look down at Diamond, putting my hand over hers to disengage her fingers from my skin. We were here. I take a step away from her. Just hanging out. Andrew is still on the back if you want to join. I was thinking we could hang out. She smiles seductively at me. Just the two of us. She's wearing some silky, hot pink baby doll pajamas with shorts so small they barely cover her ass, and a shirt cut so low I'm surprised her tits don't fall out. I told you the other day, Diamond. I sigh, tired of this game she's playing. We're not going to, I draw quotes in the air, hang out. Not now or ever again. Okay? What happened happened. It was a one-time thing. I told you that already. Glaring at me, I can almost see fumes coming out of her ears. She's furious. She looks at the door where the girls were standing just a few short minutes ago, before her lips press in an even thinner line, all color draining from them. I'm waiting for her to blow and start yelling or punching me or something, but nothing happens. No, when Diamond Morgan is furious, she doesn't become fire. She becomes ice. Cold, calculating, mean. She takes a step forward, leaning into me without really touching me, but enough for her scent to flood my senses and for her breath to touch my skin as she whispers in my ear, You're going to regret this. Next time, I'm not going to be the one coming to you, Derek. It'll be the other way around. Frozen in my spot, I watch her turn around and walk out of the room. In your dreams, Morgan. In your dreams, I mutter under my breath. I give her a few minutes to go wherever she decided to go in search of her next victim. When I'm sure she's out of my way, I leave the library, closing the door firmly behind me. After all, Andrew and Jeanette are still inside. He may be one big idiot, but we have been friends far too long for bullshit like this. I know exactly where I'll find her, and I'm right. There are more students in the gym now, but it's close to 1 in the morning, so it isn't really surprising. Some are still watching the movie, some form smaller groups and talk in hushed voices, and some are asleep. I go to the corner where we left our stuff. Max is lying in his sleeping bag, looking at the movie on the screen, and Amelia moved her bag closer to Brooks, right against the wall. They're both lying on their sides, facing each other. I want to move closer, but as if she can sense it, Brooke opens her eyes and shoots me a warning stare. Lifting my hands in surrender, I return to my bag and sit next to Sanders. Who knows how that happened, because we tend to stay as far away from each other as possible. Most likely, it's Brooke's doing for messing with her friend. It isn't the best option, and it sure as hell doesn't make us friends. I doubt anything could make us become friends, but it beats sitting all alone any day of the week. Even so, I'm starting to understand that even in a room full of people, one can feel alone. We're sitting like that for who knows how long, him watching the screen and me looking at nothing in particular, my mind blank of every thought. Nice way to screw up, he mutters without even giving me the time of day. Like I don't know. Without anything else to say, I do the only reasonable thing. I go to sleep. The next morning comes fast enough, and the teachers, lovely as they are, wake us up at the break of dawn and throw us out of the school. I guess they didn't get that the whole point of a sleepover is staying up late, doing stuff you shouldn't do, like overeating too much junk food or drinking too much alcohol, and then sleeping in the next day. So, okay, maybe I'm exaggerating a little, but I had a shitty night, and besides, mornings simply aren't my friend. I've never been a morning person. I got used to it with years of early morning practices, but I still don't like to wake up early, and I always need to have my coffee fix before dealing with people. Apart from my genetic discordance with the early hours of the day, I couldn't fall asleep last night because every time I closed my eyes, I would feel her close to me. So close that if I tried hard enough, I could touch her. And yet at the same time, she was so far away. The hard floor beneath me, random snoring all over the room, or soft light from the screen didn't help with my sleeping problem either, and I was left lying on the ground and thinking of all the stupid things I did in my life. So when the teachers decide to wake us up, I'm in that dazed state between being awake and actually sleeping, which makes me even grumpier. Thankfully, most people are in the same position as me, so the room is mostly wrapped in silence, and only occasional murmurs break the peace and quiet. I pick up my shit quickly and shove it all into my duffel bag before turning around to look for the others. Both Andrew and Jeanette look hungover and kind of sick. I don't know when they returned, but it had to be quite late. They seemed to keep a safe distance from each other, so I guess nothing really changed. When the night changes to light and the effect of alcohol wears off, you're in the same place you were before. Andrew catches me looking at him. He's all ready to go, so I move my gaze to the girls. You two ready to go? Brooke lifts her head, throwing her bag over her shoulder. I'm taking a bus. Why are you taking the bus? Max turns around, frowning at her. I'm going home. I can take you home. He looks at Amelia. Both of you. I'm not going to Leah's, so I'll take the bus. She turns to her friend, who's still putting her stuff away. I'll see you later, Leah. Amelia tilts her head back, her hair falling loosely down her back. She smiles at Brooke and gives a small wave goodbye before continuing with her packing. Max watches after Brooke. You're really going to let her go? What should I do, Max? She's going home. Amelia shrugs. She has her own stuff to do. We could have taken her, he insists, still looking at the now empty doorway. She doesn't like anyone going to her place. Why not? Just because. She gets up, her packed bag in her hand. Brown eyes meet mine, but only for a second before she averts her gaze to Max. Can you give me a lift? That wakes me up from my slumber. I'll take you home like we agreed to yesterday, I object, coming closer to her and Sanders. Project, remember? I'm not feeling well, she murmurs, her eyes glued to her feet. Besides, you have to take Andrew home, and he lives on the other side of town. We can take him first and then go back to your place or my place to work on the project, I insist. There is no way she can get out of this. It's not a problem. She lifts her head, looking at me shyly through her eyelashes. Her lips are pursed, and color starts rising in her cheeks. Like I said, I'm not feeling well. Can we do it another time? Not giving me time to answer, she completely ignores me and switches her attention to Sanders. Can you take me home? His eyes meet mine, but show nothing as he agrees, taking the bag out of her hand. Without giving me a backward glance, they collect Jeanette's bag and leave the room. For the second time in less than 24 hours, I watch her walk away. With Sanders. My stomach sinks, and it's doing some funny flips inside. My hands curl into fists by my sides. What does a guy have to do for a girl to give him the time of day? Andrew appears by my side. His hair is mussed and all over the place. There are bags under his eyes, and it looks like he's ready to drop. Alcohol or tiredness? We going or what? Chapter 21. Derek. Where are you going? Dad's voice stops me at the bottom of the stairs. I finish putting my leather jacket on and go to the living room, where he and my mom are watching television. Once at the doorway, I lean against it and look at my parents cuddling on the love seat, watching a movie. Even after all these years, they still spend every day off together. Being in the medical field, my dad as a doctor, an anesthesiologist, and my mom as a nurse, isn't easy. But as my mom likes to point out, the best things in life are usually hard to get. I'm going out for a bit, I tell them. I won't stay long. You going to Andrew's? Mom tilts her head and smiles at me. Hope King is one of those youthful people. It's like the passage of time doesn't affect her at all. The wrinkles on her face are minimal, just a tad around her eyes and lips from smiling. She's almost always happy and cheerful. When I was younger and would visit her at work, I often heard from other employees and patients how happy they were to have her there to brighten up their day. Happiness always reaches her blue-green sea-like eyes. At 45, her hair has a few grays, but it's still mostly her golden-brown wave that rests just below her shoulders. Nope, I'm going to visit another friend, I say vaguely. Her eyebrows rise in surprise, and I see her elbow Dad in the gut. And who is that another friend, Derek? I can't tell them I'm going to a girl's house, especially not Amelia's house. There is nothing wrong with Amelia or her home. Trust me, I'm sure my mom would love her. And that's why I don't want to say anything. No bringing a girl in this house or talking about a girl in this house until there is one worth mentioning. Not that Amelia's not worth mentioning or bringing home. She is. If there were pictures in the dictionary, hers would be right next to perfect girlfriend material. Just a friend. I grin sheepishly at her, rubbing the nape of my neck. I won't be too late. Not giving her time to protest or ask any more questions, I wave at them and turn around to leave. It's not that they give me a hard time about staying out all night. There are lots of nights. They both work the night shift, so by now, they know that sometimes I spend the night at Andrew's and he at my place. Nothing new about that. And with the way Amelia and I parted ways earlier, I'm not even sure she'll let me enter her house, much less stay. But earlier today, she said she wasn't feeling well, and that thought didn't leave my head for a second. Not while I was doing my homework, and not while I ate lunch or went jogging. I couldn't even take a nap, no matter how tired my body was, because my mind was filled with her. It's crazy. The way this girl occupies my mind is driving me nuts. I can't think straight because I'm always thinking about her. I wonder what she's doing, or like now, how she's feeling. Is she all right? Is there somebody taking care of her? What if she's all alone? Once I reach the door, I find Ace sitting in front of it. His head is tilted to the side, and he looks at me with his pale eyes. I rub his head in passing. I'll be home soon, buddy, I whisper, trying to get around him, but he doesn't let me through. What, you want to go with me? Ace barks once and gets on his feet, wagging his tail. I shake my head at his excited face and open the door. Come on. He wiggles past me and starts walking toward the car parked in front of the house. I rarely bother putting on his leash because he never walks too far away from me. He steers away from other dogs, cats, and humans. Actually, I really think I'm the only person he's comfortable enough to be around. If I'm at home, Ace keeps to my side, and if I'm out, he stays in my room. I open the back door for him to get in, but he gives me a look of disgust and walks to the passenger's side. Sighing, I walk around and open the door for him. Demanding little. Closing the door, I walk around, get in the car, put on my favorite rock band, and turn the key. It's time to pay a visit to little Miss Campbell.
Amelia. What do you think, Lola? I glance at her, curled safely against my middle. She doesn't even sneak a look at me. That's how interesting I am to her. Not even my dog listens to me, but that doesn't stop me from continuing to talk to her like the crazy dog person that I am. I don't like Rory with Dean. They're so boring together. I watch for a few minutes in silence. It's that scene in which they're walking and kissing simultaneously. How do they manage not to crash into something? Jess was fun until the moment they became a couple. I look back down at her, but still, no reaction. Now he's just acting like an idiot all the time, and the only thing they're doing when they're together is inspecting each other's throats. She sighs like I'm boring her to death and just wants me to shut up so she can sleep in peace. I would know. After having her for 5 years, I've become an expert in deciphering her looks, sighs, and barks. Giving up on discussing Gilmore Girls with Lola, I return my attention to the laptop where I'm watching reruns of Season 3. It's the best cure when I'm feeling moody, and my whole body is hurting. A few minutes later, however, Lola lifts her head abruptly, surprising me. I look at her as she listens for a while before she gets up, shakes her colorful fur, and jumps off the bed. Barking happily, she pushes through the crack in the door and runs down the stairs in time for the bell to ring. Groaning loudly, I press pause and roll onto my back. My parents are out for dinner and the movies with their friends. They have the key, so that can't be them. It's almost 9, and the house is cloaked in darkness. The only light left is the one in my bedroom and the one in the foyer for when my parents return home. So whoever it is might think we aren't home. I get into a sitting position and run my fingers through my messy locks. The cramps were killing me, so I spent the whole day in bed doing nothing but sleeping and watching TV shows. Brooke, maybe? She probably had another thing with her mother and decided to crash here. It wouldn't be the first time. This is even early for her. Once she came at 2 a.m, scaring all of us to death, but since then we've gotten used to her just popping in at whatever time of the day or night. We even gave her our house key so she can enter whenever she needs, but she rarely uses it. I slowly leave my room just as the bell rings for the second time. "Coming!" I yell loudly, trying to outvoice Lola. Turning on the light, I shove her away lightly with my furry sock so she doesn't get in the way of opening the door. But she thinks it's a game and starts attacking my foot. "Move, you little beast," I tell her affectionately, a big smile on my lips, nudging her again. She can be so silly sometimes. "Hey," I start as I open the door, but my mouth hangs open. No words coming out when I see the person standing on my front porch. "Hey there." Derek beams back at me. We stare at each other. I can feel Lola run between my legs. There's a lot of barking and movement around us. My eyes fall to the ground, and I see what has her attention. "You have a dog?" I squat down and catch Lola in passing, lifting her up in my arms, not wanting to risk her getting the idea of running off. She'll think it's a game and won't let me catch her. Once she's secure in my arms, I look at the other dog. It's a husky or some husky mix, and he's adorable. just a small puppy with fluffy fur and intelligent blue eyes. "Hey, baby, what's your name?" I extend my hand, inviting him closer. He doesn't have a leash or even a collar, but he doesn't seem to be in a hurry to leave Derek's side.
"This is Ace."
"Come here, boy. Come." I wiggle my fingers in his direction. Ace lifts his head to look at Derek, and when he gives him the okay, Ace moves closer to me. I pat his soft fur and scratch him behind his ears. It seems like he likes it because he urges me to do it more. Ace moves closer to me, sniffing my hand and licking me. "Aren't you handsome?" I laugh at his antics. When I stand up again, Derek's still there, looking at me and the wiggling creature in my hands. "Hey," I repeat dumbly, not knowing what else to say. He chuckles at me. "Hey." We should really stop saying that, I add, a blush rising on my cheeks. "And you better pet her, or she won't stop moving." Lola's been restless since I took her in my arms. I'm not sure why exactly. Maybe she wants to go to Derek, or it could be the new doggy company. She's the jealous type. His eyes soften, that blue color turning darker, more intense.
"She would like that, wouldn't she?"
"Mm-hmm," I agree, not moving my eyes from his. They transfix me. They hold me and draw me to him. I think if I look too long, I'll be swallowed by those blue depths, and there'll be no way for me to find my way out of them. Not that I believe he would let me. Without breaking our eye contact, his hand moves to Lola's head, and he pets her softly behind her fluffy ears. She stops wiggling instantly, and I can feel her move her head more into his touch. Who can blame her? Derek has nice hands. They're strong and kind of rough, but at the same time, his touch is soft, almost like a feather lightly moving over your skin. Just thinking about it, something I should really stop doing, is making me shiver. But there is no escaping my memory of his hands on my skin. I can't obliviate him from my mind.
"Leah?"
"Hmm?" I break out of the spell, blink a few times, and look at him. "What?"
"Are you feeling okay?"
he asks, the concern clear in his voice. "Yeah, why?" A frown appears between his brows.
"You said you weren't feeling well before, so I decided to stop by and see how you're doing."
"Oh, that," I remember, embarrassed. Great, now he'll think I was lying to him because I didn't want to work on the project. Or even worse, he could think it was all because of yesterday at the library and that stupid game and Diamond Morgan showing up. It wasn't anything serious, I quickly add when I see his worried gaze. I had a stomachache before, but now I'm not feeling that bad. I took some painkillers and had a quick nap in the afternoon.
"What from?"
It was... I blush even more and look down at Lola. There's no way I'm telling him I got my period and that I usually have really painful cramps the first day. No way. Just girl stuff.
"Girl stuff?"
I can hear it in his voice that he doesn't believe me entirely. But if he can't connect the dots by himself, I won't do it for him. "Yeah, girl stuff," I repeat. "You didn't have to come all this way because of that." I look up just in time to see him shrug.
"I didn't have anything better to do anyway."
His response stings. He came just because he was bored? What were you expecting? Derek King showing up so he can confess his undying love for you? Once again, we fall into silence, just staring at each other.
"You alone in there?"
I look behind my shoulder at the darkness like there's some other in there. "Yeah, my family is out." He shifts his weight from one foot to the other. His gaze drops to the floor. He puts his hands in the pockets of his sweats, almost like he's nervous.
"Would you mind if we hang out here for a while?"
Derek asks somewhat hesitantly, like he's afraid I'll send him on his merry way. It's something I should do, and I really was going to, but the thought makes me close my mouth and swallow. He lifts his head and looks at me under his eyelashes. Never before have I noticed how long and thick they are. His teeth slowly release his lower lip, and I can't help but see how rosy and plump it is. Soft, inviting, kissable. Taking one deep breath, I nod slowly and open the door widely. Yeah. My response is a shaky whisper. Come on in. His blue eyes widen in surprise, but he doesn't say anything and simply follows me inside with Ace in tow. I close and lock the door behind me and lead them to the living room. Once inside, he sits on our sofa between all the pillows my mom likes to have stashed on it. The image of his big, wide frame sitting like that, between dozens of different decorative pillows, makes me laugh. Ace is still standing next to me, his tail wagging happily. I hope it's okay for him to be in the house. Derek scratches the back of his head. He wouldn't let me leave without him. My hand brushes behind Ace's ear. It's fine. He probably has better manners than Lola. Our fingers brush against one another, and I can feel the static electricity run between us. I move my hand quickly, burned by the touch of his warm hand. When did you get him? I stutter, sticking to the safer subject and increasing the distance between us. A while ago. I was heading home from practice when I found him abandoned in the park. He was in pretty bad shape, but he's better now. Poor thing. I've never understood how people can be mean to animals. They're so small and defenseless. It's like trying to hurt a baby. You want something to drink? I offer, standing at the doorway. I'm fine, he interrupts me. Why are you standing there? I don't bite. A nervous giggle escapes me. I enter the room and sit in my dad's armchair. It's close enough to the sofa that I'm not being rude, but also a safe distance from the couch. He chuckles like he can read my mind, but he doesn't comment. So, what were you doing before I came? I let Lola, who's still in my arms, go because she's getting skittish again. Without a second glance, she jumps off the armchair and goes to stand in front of Derek. She looks up at him with her big round eyes, expecting him to pick her up. But when he doesn't, she jumps there herself, getting cozy in his lap. Ace, on the other hand, comes closer and curls on the rug between the couch and the armchair. Derek looks down at Lola disbelievingly. Your dog sure is cozy. She likes you, I shrug. If she's bothering you, I can take her. Derek smiles and shakes his head. I'm not sure if it's a no or I can't believe she did that kind of shake. It's okay. So, what did the two of you do today? Oh, we were watching a show. Something in particular? Gilmore Girls. You just showed up in the middle of it. I laugh nervously, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. We can watch it now if you want. He looks up from his lap, where he's concentrating on scrubbing Lola behind her ears. It's okay, I've watched it 100 times. Come on, little one. Go to your room and bring the DVD or whatever down and we'll watch it. He smiles at me. Really? I frown, still not believing he actually wants to watch Gilmore Girls with me. Why not? Okay. I agree and run upstairs to get my stuff. In no time, I'm back, laptop under my arm, a bag of chips in one hand and sodas in the other. Since I was already up, I decided to bring some snacks. I got us, I start to tell him, but I stop at the door, looking at him. He seems so happy and so homey. Derek took off his leather jacket, and now he's sitting in the middle of the couch in a plain t-shirt and sweats, with Lola cuddled in his lap and Ace at his feet. What? He turns around to look at me. No, I shake my head. Nothing. I go to the coffee table and put down all the stuff I brought with me before going to the armchair and trying to pull it closer to the sofa unsuccessfully. Who would have thought that old thing was so heavy? What are you doing, Amelia? Derek laughs behind me. I'm trying to move this damn thing, I mutter, frustrated. Don't you laugh at me. Why are you trying to move it? So that we can watch the show, obviously. Obviously, he agrees. You notice this couch right here is big enough for both of us to sit comfortably and watch the show, right? Hell, I even think Ace can fit with us. Yeah, but I start to protest. I can't sit next to him. Every time he's coaxed me into sitting closer to him, we've ended up doing things we shouldn't do. Sit down, Leah. His voice is stern and doesn't leave room for discussion. Sighing in defeat, I sit next to him, scooting to the corner and leaving a big empty space between us. If you go any further, you'll fall off the couch. Besides, if you don't come closer, there's no way I'll get to see anything. I reluctantly agree with him, so I move a bit closer. Leaning forward, I take his soda and give it to him. I also open the bag of chips and put it between us. It isn't much, but it's a barrier, no matter how weak and insignificant. Putting my laptop on my lap, I turn it on and press play. The show starts running where it left off before he interrupted me, and we watch it. I don't even know how much time passes. One episode turns into 2, then 2 into 3, and then 4, until I stop counting. Those two, Derek points at the screen. They're crazy. Completely crazy. They're entertaining and witty. They're a handful, he disagrees. Words get stuck in my mouth. When did he come so close? Only mere inches separate us. I can feel his hot breath on my cheeks. His scent, something fresh and spicy, surrounds us. It's yummy, intoxicating. His smell surrounds me until he's the only thing I can breathe. Leaning into him just slightly, I inhale slowly, enjoying the way his scent fills my lungs. Now that I'm not concentrating on the show, I can feel his body pressed against my side, his hand draped over my shoulders while his fingers caress my soft skin and play with a strand of my hair. Lola is still sleeping in his lap while he rubs her head from time to time, and he doesn't seem to mind it much. After a while, Ace moves closer and falls asleep under my feet. What are we doing? I breathe softly.
Derek. I don't know what you mean, I mutter, not moving my eyes off her. You? Me? What are we doing? Wouldn't I like to know, babe? But the thought stays in my head. I don't want to destroy this night with some stupid comment. I'm actually having fun tonight. I am enjoying her easygoing manner, having her curled next to me while watching stupid shows I don't even care about with her silly dog who has some doggy crush on me sitting in my lap and my dog curled under our feet, snoring lightly. We were just enjoying the show together, I point out lamely, but it's the best thing I've got. Why are you so close to me? She asks, her voice low and husky. I could ask you the same question. I let my fingers move upward from her shoulder, slowly caressing her exposed collarbone and up her neck. Why are you so close to me, little one? I lean closer, my lips almost touching hers. My fingers curl around her neck, not giving her the option to escape, although it doesn't look like she's ready to, or even wants to. My lips hover over hers, trying to prolong the anticipation and excitement. The blood in my veins runs faster, and my heart goes into overdrive. Her chest rises and falls unevenly, so I know she must feel the same way. Are you going to do it? She asks, her lips barely touching mine. It's like a sweet torture to have her so close, but not do anything to actually kiss her. What? Kiss me. The way she says it, it's not a question. It's a fact. In her little proper world, it's almost a demand. I feel the corner of my lips lift in amusement. Lowering my lips to hers, I don't break eye contact. She doesn't either. My eyes hold hers hostage, or maybe it's the other way around. But I'm just too stupid to notice it. Maybe it's she who's holding me hostage, and I can't do anything about it. This is something completely different from anything I've done before. It's raw and more intimate. I look at her, the way her eyes melt and darken at the same time.
My lips slowly but firmly press against hers in a close-mouthed kiss. I nibble at her lower lip slowly, softly, seducing her into opening her mouth for me. And when she does, I slowly slip my tongue inside. She moans, the sound coming from deep in her throat. Soft, sexy. I groan in agreement and pleasure. Closing our eyes, we keep kissing. Slow, wet kisses. My hand is tangled in her hair, while one of hers is gripping my shoulder, pulling me closer to her. It feels like she wants to breathe me in and never let go. Desperate need fills every cell in my body. My hands roam over and trace the curve of her hip. My fingers find a way to slide under the hem of her loose sweatshirt and caress the softness of her flat stomach. Amelia shivers under my touch, and I groan in need. My dick stands at attention, tenting my sweats, wanting to get out. I want to lay her down on this couch, throw away our clothes and all these silly pillows, and I want to bury myself in her. I want to taste her and touch her. I want to feel her silky heat wrap around my cock and squeeze tightly, not letting me go. I didn't even know how much I wanted it, how much I needed it, needed her. Her soft body in my arms, those sweet, sweet lips kissing mine, saying my name, begging me to make her feel good, to bring her pleasure. But not like this. Not now. Not today. Amelia is finally letting go, inviting me in. I don't want to scare her off, so I make myself take a breath and release her lips from mine. Keeping my eyes closed, my forehead touches hers because I can't seem to let go. Not yet. We don't say anything. The only sound filling the room is the sound of our hectic breathing and the drum of the blood in our veins. Slowly, I open my eyes and find her staring at me. Her chocolate eyes are even darker than before, and the golden dots in her irises shine with need, hunger, passion. I think it's best if I get going, I murmur quietly. I promised my mom I wouldn't stay out long. That makes her look at the clock standing on the wall, and she all but jumps off the couch. Yeah, that would be for the best, she agrees, starting to gather empty cans of soda and the chip bag. Ace wakes up, yawns, and looks around. I slowly remove Lola from my side and get up. I use the fact that Amelia is preoccupied with cleaning up our mess to rearrange myself before taking one step closer to her. My hands find their way to her waist, and I pull her to me, kissing her exposed neck. Here, put your number in. I take the phone out of my pocket and push it into her hand. Why? Because. She gives me a warning look over her shoulder, but starts typing anyway. I take it from her hands as soon as she finishes and save it. Moving in front of her, I softly press my lips to her forehead, the only thing I'm capable of doing without jumping her bones. I'll talk to you later. Quickly, before I change my mind, I find my way out of her house. I let Ace on the passenger seat and get in the car without delay. I turn it on and go, but not without a backward glance in the rearview mirror. The front door is closed, but I can see a shadow standing behind the curtain of the hallway window. Only once I'm in front of my own house can I breathe normally again. But even that doesn't help, because her scent still lingers all around me, and it doesn't seem like it'll leave me anytime soon.
Chapter 22. Amelia. The next week, everything returned to how it was before. There are no more sleepovers in school, truth or dare, or alcohol games. No more kisses and late-night visits. I like it that way. I want it to be that way. Then why am I so frustrated? I still see him at school every day. We have all of those classes together, so there's no escaping him, even if I wanted to. But he isn't around all the time. Nor does he demand my full attention. He doesn't even come and try to talk to me. He didn't text or call. I don't even know why he wanted my number in the first place. It's like nothing out of the ordinary happened. Like we didn't stand on the edge of a cliff with the earth shaking beneath our feet until we fell through the thick air, only to land and shatter into a million tiny pieces. Maybe I'm the only one who feels this way, because he's acting like he didn't just spend this last weekend on the couch in my family room watching reruns of Gilmore Girls for hours with our dogs and me curled into his side. "Why are you frowning?" Brooke asks, waking me up from a daze. "I'm not frowning," I object, concentrating on her sitting across from me. But it's one big fat-ass lie, because I can feel the creases on my forehead get deeper. She lifts her brow at me, but doesn't say a thing. I know that move well. It's her, "You know you're only lying to yourself, and I don't believe you for a second, but I can wait, and I know you'll eventually spill the beans" tactic. I hate when she does that, mostly because it works. "He's been flirting with other girls," I grumble in a low voice. I don't have to point out who or even say his name out loud. She knows who I'm talking about. Hell, she's been watching me stare at him for days now. "Doesn't he always do that?" Brooke is right. He always does that. Hockey players are a big thing in our school. There's also a baseball and football team, but they aren't that good. It's only natural for him to have all of the female attention. Even if he didn't play a sport, he's too good-looking not to get noticed. Derek likes the attention he gets and uses it to the fullest. He flirts with a different girl every single day, and his hookups at parties are legendary. His paying attention to me is probably just that. Another hookup that lasted more than his usual ones. Sighing loudly, I return my wandering gaze, the one that kept finding its way back to him, back to my friend. He was there. Brooke lifts her head, showing little signs of actually paying attention and being interested in our conversation. "Where?" "My house. He came last Saturday night." I tell her what happened. She's been so moody and unapproachable lately. Her nose is stuck in books more than usual, and she rarely says anything. Not that she speaks much in general, but you get what I'm saying. Brooke is not being her usual self, and if I have to guess, I would say it has something to do with her mom. But she never spoke of her, so I can't know for sure. It's just a hunch I have. Something's happening, and I'm not sure I'll like the outcome. "So basically, he's been all lover boy on you during the weekend, and now he's back to his man-whore ways?" She rolls her eyes. Shocking, really. I shrug, because there's nothing left to say. It's not like Brooke's lying. Not long after that, we split up, going our own way, only to meet back up in Spanish, our last class of the day. Almost everybody was already there when I walked in, because my math teacher asked me to stay after class to discuss some homework. "Hey, Leah." Max smiles from his seat next to mine. I give him a small wave before sliding into my chair and leaving my messenger bag on the floor next to it. "What have you been up to?" He turns in his chair to look at me. He's in his regular outfit, jeans and a dark shirt with some logo on it and a leather jacket over it. "Everything's the same." I shrug and bend to get my books out of my bag. I'm so concentrated on the task that you'd think I'm performing brain surgery on someone. But the best way not to turn over my shoulder and get a glimpse of Derek is to stay busy. "What about you?" I grin at him. "Any plans for the weekend?" Funny you should ask. His smile widens as he leans into his chair. That guy has not a care in the world. "Yeah?" "Yeah," he agrees with a chuckle. "So, our first game is this weekend, and I was thinking it would be nice if you'd come with Jeanette." "What?" "No." My response is instant. There is no way I'd step foot into the hockey stadium. "Why?" He sits straight in his chair, frowning at me. "I don't follow hockey." It's not a lie. I definitely do not follow hockey, but that's not the reason why I've never gone to a hockey game in my life, and why I don't want to start now. "I don't need a babysitter," Jeanette adds without lifting her head from something she's been scrolling down in her notebook. I'll go to your silly game like I've been doing for years, and I'll go alone because I like it that way. You see, she doesn't even want to go with me. I hold on to that fact. Although, at the same time, I feel bad. Like it has to be really lonely being Jeanette Sanders. People always think that about me, but they're wrong. I don't have many friends, and sometimes I'm alone, but never lonely. I have my parents who love me. I have Brooke, who is the sister I share everything but blood with. And I have my silly dog, Lola. But Jeanette doesn't seem to have anyone apart from her brother. And more importantly, she doesn't seem interested in having anyone else. She's always so cold and standoffish. Well, I don't care. He crosses his arms over his chest, pouting. I want you to come and cheer me on. His words touch my heart. From day one, he's always been so nice to me. And now he's asking for one thing and I'm blowing him off? It's not really my thing, Max. He doesn't say anything, just keeps looking at me, his pout firmly in its place. I want to tell him to stop playing staring games like we're kids, but then he would know it's working and would keep doing it just to spite me. It's not, I insist, turning around so that I don't have to look at him. But I'm not that lucky to be left alone, because a few seconds later, he's leaning against the edge of my desk, his foot nudging mine under the table. Come on, Leah. He smiles sweetly at me. Pretty please. I don't know a thing about hockey, I object lamely. He's getting to me, and I can feel it's a matter of seconds before I'll give in to his request. Just as if she could feel it, Brooke comes and stumbles into her seat. With suspicious eyes, she takes in the scene in front of her. For a second, I even think she caught a glimpse of what's going on behind me, but her full attention is quickly transferred to Max and me. Whatever he wants, Leah, she looks at me seriously. The answer is no. What? Max growls loudly. This is so not fair. Well, life's not fair, honey, Brooke adds over her shoulder, already back in her Brooke-only universe. Leah? Oh, God. Okay. I shout loud enough for people in the next classroom to hear me. I'll go. Just stop looking at me like that. Puppy dog eyes are soon replaced by a Cheshire cat smile. It'll be fun, promise. How can it be fun when I don't even know what's happening out there? I ask him skeptically. You just look for a guy wearing a jersey with the number 88. He points his finger at his chest. And cheer when he's going toward the goal of the opposing team. That would be the one not wearing white, blue, and gray with a wolf on it. Easy peasy. It sure is. He grins, just as our teacher enters the classroom. It'll be fun, you'll see. Yeah, I bet it will, I whisper to myself. I don't even want to think about what I just got myself into. If the looming presence behind me and Brooke's stiff stance in front of me are any indication, it's going to be anything but fun. Chapter 23. Amelia. Leah. The low hiss behind me makes the hair at the back of my neck stand up. Amelia, wait. I ignore him and keep walking, but he doesn't understand that I don't want to talk to him. His fingers curl around my wrist, and in one swift move, he has me turned around and crashing into his stiff, rock-hard chest. I told you to wait. He looks down at me. I didn't hear you. I talk back. I never talk back to anyone, especially not him, almost as much as I never lie. But this is a flat-out lie, and the look he gives me says he's very aware of it. Derek looks around us. A few people still linger around the hallways before leaving for their after-school activities. Come here. He pulls me behind him. Opening the first door, he glances inside to confirm it's empty before tugging me into the room. Why couldn't we talk in the hall? I jerk my hand out of his grasp and rub against the sensitive flesh. I'm sorry, I didn't. He starts, but I don't let him finish. It's okay. His grip was firm, but not too strong to leave a bruise. What makes me uneasy and itchy is the feeling his hand left behind. Light burning of my skin, tingles rushing through my fingers. Every time he touches me, it's like sensory overload from my body. Derek still looks worriedly at my hand, so I urge myself to stop. It's fine, really. I cross my hands nervously over my chest. What do you need, Derek? So you're going to the game tomorrow? I guess I am. It doesn't seem like I have much of a choice. His eyes lift to meet mine. For a few seconds, he only stares at me. You've never been to a game. That's what I said earlier. I roll my eyes at him. Hockey isn't really my thing. I don't know where he's going with this conversation, but I'm not really in the mood to find out. Maybe Brooke is right after all. Maybe Derek is jealous of Max. Derek doesn't seem like a guy who likes to share his favorite toys with anybody, and I guess right now I'm his favorite toy. No, he shakes his head. What I meant is, I've never seen you at a game. Why would you see me at a game? I chuckle self-consciously. Apart from the fact I've never been to one, it's not like you were looking around for me. I would have seen you if you had come. He crosses those few steps that are keeping us at a distance and stands right in front of me, pressing me against the desk I'm standing next to. His hand reaches forward, fingers touching a strand of my hair. There's no way somebody could miss this hair, even in the crowd. Disengaging it from his fingers, I scowl at him. I'm not in the mood for your teasing. I'm not teasing, little one. His voice is filled with amusement. Your hair has a life of its own. It's always shining brightly. Kind of reminds me of fire. Fire? Yeah. He takes another strand and lifts it in the air so that the sunlight shines over it. Bright, warm, wild. I swallow hard, trying to press down the lump forming in my throat. His voice is light, but his eyes are looking at me with so much intensity it's almost hard to take. Why now? When I don't answer him immediately, he continues. Why are you going to do something you don't like for him? He asked me, I whisper. Would you have come if I had asked you? His question hangs in the air between us, filling the empty room with so much tension it could be sliced with a knife. My voice sounds barely audible and rough, so I take a second to clear it and collect my thoughts. I don't know. That's the honest-to-God answer. I don't know, but I don't think I would go. Derek is confusing me so much I don't know what to think, much less do. Why is it important? I ask him defensively. I'm going tomorrow. But you're going because of him. His fingers go through his hair in frustration, leaving it a mess. I'm going. Isn't that the point of this whole conversation? I yell loudly. God, he's frustrating me so much. What does he want from me? I really don't understand guys. They always complicate things so much and then blame it on the girls. He has never been nice to me, never invited me to a single thing. On good days, he ignored me. And now that another guy asks me to go somewhere or do something, he has the nerve to be angry? No. He shouts back at me. Then he takes a deep, calming breath before continuing. The point is that I don't want you to go for him. We've moved so close to each other in our anger that our chests are touching, our breathing heavy, and our faces are so close that we're sharing the same air. The point is, he swallows audibly, making his Adam's apple move. I want you to be there for me. I laugh, but it sounds bitter. Maybe if you weren't busy flirting with other girls, you'd have found time to ask me in the first place. My hand flies to cover my mouth, but it's too late. The words are already out, and almost instantly I regret saying them. I move to dodge him, but his reflexes are fast, and he has me caged between the desk and his big frame. I want to go. Shame, 'cause we're not done here. You can't keep me here. I try to push him away, but he doesn't move an inch. Watch me. His smile's smug, and it's irritating me even more. Now let's back up a bit. You're acting all pissy toward me because of other girls. I'm not discussing this. I cross my arms over my chest and look somewhere over his shoulder. Anywhere, just not at his arrogant face. He laughs, shaking his head in amusement. You don't have to. Your face says it all, little one. Derek's hand cups my cheek, making me look at him. God, you look so beautiful when you're furious. He doesn't give me time to say or even breathe before his lips press against the corner of my mouth. My lips part at the sensation. I look at him, my eyes half closed, our lips lingering against each other's. It's like a game of wills. Let's see who'll give in first. How long can we prolong this suspense, this pent-up anticipation? You're killing me, he breathes. And then I feel the full force of his kiss. There's nothing nice or romantic about it. There's only this desperation, this hunger, this need. So much need. A moan comes from the back of my throat when I feel his tongue slide into my mouth. His hands are in my hair, holding me close to him. He possesses me in every way and form, and I don't mind it one bit. My hands, with a mind of their own, find a way around him and onto his shoulders, pulling him closer to me. The sensation of his hard body against mine makes me want more of him. More of his hands sliding down my curves. More of his fingers in my hair. More of his lips. Just more of him. Soon his palms grab my butt. My squeal of surprise is muffled by Derek's kiss. Curling my legs around his waist, I feel a flat surface underneath me. The desk. We're still at school. We can't. I move away from him, getting just enough space to look at his face. We're at school. So, his voice is rough and pained. His light blue eyes are dark and glassy with passion. I put my hand on his chest to hold him still. His heart is beating furiously under my palm, and his chest is moving in accordance with his fast, shallow breaths. We're at school, I repeat, this time more firmly. Somebody could come in. They won't. He tries to kiss me again, but I turn to the side. His lips land on the sensitive skin of my neck. I shiver under his touch, making him smile. I can literally feel his smile on my skin. With the tip of his nose, he traces my neck until he comes to my ear, where he leaves a small kiss just behind it. You have really sensitive skin, he whispers in my ear. So soft. I want to tell him to stop doing this, to stop making me a nervous, sloppy mess, but I can't find my voice. Derek chuckles and takes a step back, lifting me with him. Come on, we don't want somebody to see us. I don't even want to know how we ended up lying on the desk, but we did. My cheeks heat as I stand. You did this on purpose, I mutter, looking at his shit-eating grin. There was nothing to do on purpose, he replies. The word that I broke things off with Diamond, although there was nothing to break off, spread through school faster than fire in the middle of a hot, dry summer. Apparently she laid a claim on me. Now other girls want a piece, but I'm kindly brushing them off. Okay, if you say so. He tilts his head to the side, looking at me strangely. What? He comes closer. I think he'll kiss me again, but then his hands start going through my hair. I blush, thinking about how I must look. Messy, wild hair, wide eyes, blushed cheeks, swollen lips, and I want to die of mortification. No, he murmurs over me again. Everything's perfect. Chapter 24. Amelia. Brooke! I let out a long groan, but my friend doesn't give me the courtesy of lifting her nose out of the notebook in which she's been sketching, sitting on my window seat for the last 2 hours. The exact same amount of time I've been bugging her to come with me to the hockey game. No, she purses her lips, and her head tilts to the side, looking at her sketch. I told you yesterday not to agree to anything, not a single thing that guy has to offer. And what do? She lifts her head, her blazing eyes meeting mine. Did you listen to me? No, because who listens to Brooke, right? So now you go to the stupid hockey game by yourself. Or even better, with Miss who has a stick shoved up her ass. But no buts. But I said I don't want to hear a but. What are you going to do then? I changed my approach. Maybe she'll decide to go if she realizes she doesn't have anything to do while I'm away. I'll stay here and hang out with Lola. She shrugs. It can't take that long, can it? Sighing, I throw myself on the bed. I have no idea. Did you ask them how long it'll take? Didn't cross my mind, I mutter, flashbacks of yesterday going through my head. And I'm not even talking about flashbacks of Max smooth-talking me into coming. I'm talking about what happened afterward with Derek. I can't stop thinking about it, so much that I even dreamed of it last night. Tossing and turning at first, I finally managed to fall asleep, only for my dreams to take me back to that classroom. I was lying on my back, Derek hovering over me, his lips moving, leaving small kisses from my shoulder, over my exposed collarbone, and up my neck. My fingers were tangled in his soft blonde hair, holding him closer to me. Not that he was showing any signs of going anywhere, but I didn't want to risk being left hot and bothered by his touch. After repeating the same process on the other side, his lips finally found mine, and all I could do was devour him. He tried to do that teasing thing again, but I softly bit into his lower lip. Why are you so flushed? The suspiciousness in Brooke's voice brings me back from daydreaming. No reason, I utter quickly, but instead blush even more. So much for acting nonchalant. Oh, please. It's hot in here. Rolling her eyes at me, she returns to her drawing. Tell that to yourself. It is hot in here, I insist. Anyway, returning to the subject. What does one wear to a hockey game? Is there a dress code for a hockey game? She laughs. I thought people go naked to those things. Brooke! I throw one of the pillows sitting on my bed at her. You're so not being funny. It's funny. She throws the pillow back at me. You're so worked up over this thing. Am not. Aren't too, she laughs. If I didn't know better, I would say you're all worked up over this because Max asked you. What? Stunned, I sit up. No, that's so not the reason. Then what is it? The sound of a door opening downstairs, followed by Mom's voice, interrupts us. Leah, you have company. Brooke and I exchange knowing glances. Lately, there's been a lot of company coming over for me, so we aren't really surprised. Or maybe just a little bit. She points her finger at me as I walk out of the room. This discussion is not over, Missy. Of course it's not, I agree, wondering who's downstairs. You still haven't agreed to come to the game with me. And I'm so not going to, she yells after me, making me laugh. I have to make her go with me because there's no way for me to survive it otherwise. Jeanette will probably just sit there with a scowl on her face without saying one word to me, so I'll be left to fend for myself. Not that Brooke would be much help in the understanding department, but at least I wouldn't be bored out of my mind. She would probably have something fun or sarcastic to say about everything that's happening on the ice. Where's that crazy dog of yours? Hearing his voice almost makes me miss a step and fall face down. Thankfully, I have a habit of holding on to the railing. Derek? I look down at him standing next to the door. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at school preparing for the game or something? Or something. He smiles at me, showing his straight white teeth and the dimples in his cheeks. I was on the way there, but decided to stop by. So, where's the dog? She's out with Dad. He took her to the dog park. This isn't really on the way to school, I point out loud, a little bit surprised by his answer. What's with his popping by whenever he wants? He was here to work on a project. Then he stopped by last weekend, and now he's here again. Couldn't he at least call to give me a heads up? I always look like a walking mess. My hair is all over the place, and I'm wearing my old comfy clothes and these stupid fluffy socks. Not that I worry about how I look in front of Derek King. Not one bit. It's not that out of the way. You could have called. Not for this. He shakes his head, looking nervous. This what? He scratches the back of his neck. What are you wearing tonight? What? I burst in surprise. He's asking about my clothes? He came all the way here for that? Clothes? Seriously? This is getting more and more ridiculous by the second. This is stupid. His fingers go through his hair in frustration, making it even messier than usual. Forget it. I'll see you later. He turns around and walks away. I watch him open and close the door behind him, shocked still. What the hell just happened? Nothing about him makes any sense. Absolutely nothing. Derek already left? Mom asks, peeking through the doorway of the kitchen. She's probably been there the whole time listening. I guess so, I shrug, still confused by the whole situation. Huh. Strange. She sounds almost disappointed. He was standing at the doorway for quite some time before I came, making a hole in our front porch with his pacing back and forth. I thought he'd never ring the bell. I frown at her words. Why would he do that? Guys are so complicated. Coming all the way here, finally entering, only to walk away without saying what you came to say in the first place? I think I don't finish, but turn on my heels and open the door, only to crash into him. You really have to stop doing this, he chuckles. You really have to stop just showing up, I mutter, crossing my arms over my chest. Weren't you supposed to be on your way to school? And why did you come out? He challenges. Sticking my chin in the air, I narrow my eyes at him, my mouth closed shut. There's no way I'll admit what Mom told me, and I don't actually want him to leave without finding out what he wants. Derek laughs softly, looking at my stubborn stance. Okay, I just wanted to give you this. My fingers clench around the soft material that is shoved into my hands. I look down at the white shirt. What is it? He squirms under my confused yet watchful stare. And if I'm not imagining it, I think I can see traces of redness creeping up his cheeks. My jersey. My heart skips a beat before starting to race rapidly. And why would I need your jersey? God, he groans in frustration. Can you be like a normal girl and just take the damn thing? Simply raising my brows, I stare at him, waiting for my answer. Okay, he nods. Yesterday, after I got home, I was thinking about all of this. How Sanders invited you and shit. I don't want you to wear his jersey, and he would do that just to fuck with my mind, so I came here and brought you this. Why should I wear anyone's jersey? I frown at his admission, completely confused. I have my own clothes, you know. Derek looks at me, searching for God knows what. But when he doesn't find it, he tilts his head back and mutters, This girl. Derek? I shift my weight from one leg to the other, waiting for his answer. He looks at me, and for a few long seconds, we simply stare at each other. Team colors, school spirit, and all that shit. He relaxes a little. Take your pick. I narrow my eyes at him, not knowing if that's the real reason or if he's hiding something. Okay, I nod, watching his smile spread as he takes one step closer to me. His hands are still cupping mine. I should get going now, or Coach will have my ass. You definitely should go then, I agree. And I should go back inside. I still have to blackmail Brooke into going with me. Neither of us moves away. He's in my personal space, so close that his wide frame is blocking my view of the front yard. His clean, masculine scent surrounds us, and it smells so nice. All I want to do is get on the tips of my toes and bury my nose in his neck and inhale him. Going? I remind him with a slight tremor in my voice. If he doesn't leave soon, I'm not sure I'll be able to resist doing just that. Talk about being freaky. Right, he smiles. See you later. See you later. I take one step back. But before I can even attempt to move a muscle, his lips are on mine, hard and fast. And then he's gone, while I keep standing at my front door watching his retreating car. The door opens behind me. I turn around, preparing some explanation, only to find Brooke leaning against the frame, looking at me with a big, goofy smile. So, you and King making out on your front porch in broad daylight? She asks with one raised brow. I didn't expect that from you, Leah. Oh, shut up. You were right. I glance quickly at Jeanette before returning my gaze to the ice. This is fast. And violent, Brooke grumbles next to me, but I think she secretly likes it. Get that fucker, you dumbhead! You see what I mean? She's gotten so into it in no time, blending with the roaring crowd around us. I, on the other hand, am transfixed with the movement on the ice. There's no stopping, and everything happens in a heartbeat. As it turns out, Max got us tickets right in the first row. He even got one for Brooke, although she never said she'd come. One moment they're standing right in front of us, and in the next, they're on the other side of the rink, chasing that black thingy. I think it's called a puck or buck or something like that, all over the ice. A long time ago, we were somewhere in the first 10 minutes of the first period, and now we're in the third. I stopped counting the number of times somebody crashed into the plexiglass or fell on the floor. It happens so much. I'm surprised they can still stand on their skates, much less skate from one part of the rink to the other in a few short seconds. Yeah, he's kind of slow tonight. I don't understand why. Mr. Sanders laughs at Brooke's outburst. I still can't believe Max didn't tell me his dad was coming with us. He's so going to hear from me later. I don't know who was more surprised when we met in the school parking lot. Mr. Sanders to see Brooke and me there, the two of us when we saw Max's exact, although older replica, or Max when he entered the rink to do a few warm-up laps and saw Brooke sitting next to me. She put up a good fight, but thanks to Mom, she didn't stand a chance. I'm sure that if Brooke hadn't surrendered in the end, Mom would have thrown her out the window. She was that excited for us to go and do something fun. Her words, not mine. If this is slow, I don't want to know what's fast, I defend him, although he's keeping secrets from me. Our school is leading with 2 goals scored by Max and Derek, while our opponent has none, and only a few short minutes are separating us from the end of the game. We watch in silence, if you can call silence the music blasting in the stadium simultaneously with the cheering of people as the game unfolds. Seconds tick down, but the action doesn't slow. If I learned anything today, it's that hockey players never slow down or give up. They'll skate until their last breath or the last second, whichever comes first. And when one team scores the goal, they're pumped up to score more. But the other team doesn't get discouraged. They keep on moving and fighting to succeed. One of our guys has the puck buck. He skates and sends it flying to Andrew, who's on his left, but there are 2 other guys on him, so he slides it to Max. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat, my hands nervously clenching and unclenching as I bite my lip and look between the clock and the guys on the ice. Just as I think Max will do it, another guy crosses in his way, and I want to groan in frustration.
Chapter 25. Derek. In the corner of my eye, I see the clock counting down the time. I can even hear it tick in my head, and it's such an irritating sound. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yes, we already won, but that doesn't mean we passed the chance to score because we're safe. Every goal counts just as much as every game counts. I wrestle the guy off of me and start skating like the devil is at my heels. Andrew gets cornered, and I see Max's blurry form pass next to them with a guy at his feet, catching the puck and leading it to the goal. In one slide, the guy is in front of him, impeding continued movement. Sanders keeps the puck at the end of his stick, just long enough for me to move closer. As if in slow motion, he feels me there, and with a quick move of his wrist, the puck glides over the ice to me. I'm so into it, there was no slowing me down. It's me against the goalie, which means that the other guys do their job of keeping other players off my tail. He stares at me, ready to defend his territory, but I'm not about to miss my chance. The shot is quick and hard. It goes straight between his skates and into the net. The light on the goal flashes, and the buzzer rings, signaling the end of the game. I barely manage to turn around, avoiding the goal myself, but instead I crush into the boards. I don't get much time to breathe because my teammates are soon all crashing into me. They shout and slap me on the shoulders, celebrating our first win of the season. A huge smile spreads over my lips. We jump around, patting each other on the heads, shoulders, and even some asses. Sanders comes to me last. We make eye contact, visors standing in our way, and give each other a nod in acknowledgement. Maybe it doesn't seem like much, but for us it is. If it wasn't for him and that weird connection of ours, as Andrew likes to call it, we wouldn't have scored that last goal. After a few minutes, when everything calms, we do a victory lap around the rink, thanking the referees and congratulating our opponents on a tough game. As I'm going around, I pass by the girls. Amelia is standing there with Brooke, Jeanette, and an older dude I assume is Mr. Sanders. She's standing close to the glass, and with a big smile she looks out on the ice. I come closer and wave at her. She waves back, her smile growing bigger, which makes mine do the same. I can't help but notice that, although she's wearing her jacket, it's left unbuttoned, and underneath, she has my jersey on. We return to the locker room where somebody has already turned the music to the max. The Winner Takes It All is blasting through the speakers, and everybody is having fun. It may be only the first game, but the first game sets the tone for the rest of the season. Everybody knows that. Coach congratulates us and gives us a brief speech about not getting too cocky and lazy now, and that he'll see us Monday morning for practice. I quickly take off my gear and go to the shower with the rest of the guys. Everybody just wants to get out of here and celebrate. After taking a fast shower, I put on some clothes, put all my stuff in my bag, and leave. Dad said he could come to the game, so I expect him to wait for me outside like always. I see him almost instantly, standing next to his SUV. His back is to me, so he can't see me, but he also seems focused on whomever he's talking to. As I come closer, I hear him laugh. "Yeah, it was a good game. I didn't know your son also plays hockey," Dad says with a big smile. "You should have called once you decided to move." "It sure was. This will be a good season for them. I can feel it," the other guy agrees. "It all happened so fast with the transfer and everything. We've barely settled down. Once you're fully settled, you have to call me. We can do dinner sometime." He turns around when he hears me approach. "There he is, MVP of the game." Dad claps me on the back. "That was one good game, son." "Thanks, Dad." Just then I noticed Jeanette, Brooke, and Amelia also standing there. Am I missing something? My smile is light, but I'm sure Dad can see the confusion on my face. "Oh, yes, this is Samuel Sanders." Dad introduces us, and we shake hands. "He's Jeanette and Max's dad. We went to med school together." I can't believe it. What are the odds? The only guy I can't stand to be in the same room with, the guy that wanted my spot on the team and that's messing around with the girl I want, is the son of my dad's old friend. I want to groan out loud, but I suppress the urge. At that moment, Sanders decides to show up. He greets his dad and then goes straight for his sister, lifting her in the air and making her squeal. "Nice game. Now put me down, you dumbhead." The sound is so girly and carefree that I have to look twice to confirm if this is really his sister. But he lets her down almost as quickly as he picked her up and does the same with Amelia. My fists clench at my sides and I grit my teeth. All I want to do is go over there and take his hands off of her, no matter how much force I have to use. The more, the better. Dad coughs softly into his hand, drawing my attention. He's giving me a curious look, but I glare at him, ignoring whatever he wants to tell me. "Don't even try," Brooke warns him, pointing her tiny finger at Sanders. His grin is big as he takes one step toward her, but she glares at him and starts walking backward. "I'll see you in the car, Leah." Then she turns around and almost runs away. Sanders stands there, looking after her and shaking his head like he can't believe she's being so silly to run from him. "So guys," Dad glances between all of us, "any plans for tonight to celebrate your win?"
Don't we always, Mr. Sanders?
Andrew puts his hand around my shoulder.
Pizza at Charlie's, and then there is a party later at my place.
He looks around, pointing his finger at everybody.
I expect you all to come. Even you, Dottie.
"Andrew," I say in a low voice. My hand goes around his shoulders, squeezing him in a warning.
"We'll be there,"
Sanders agrees.
"Brooke and I will skip."
"What? Why?" I turn to look at Amelia. I was hoping for her to go and make it interesting, but now I have no desire to be there at all.
"Brooke barely agreed to come to the game," she sighs, "and I promised her we'd have a girls' night afterward, so we're going back to my place to watch a movie of her choice."
"Such a party pooper."
Andrew shakes his head. I don't remember the last weekend when there wasn't a party at his house. The whole concept of staying home and doing nothing on the weekend is as foreign to him as the French.
"I'll see the rest of you later."
He walks away, waving over his shoulder at us.
"I have to go too."
Amelia nervously looks back at her junk of a car.
"I'll see you all on Monday."
Her dark brown eyes meet mine, and I see color wash over her cheeks.
"That was a good game."
She looks me straight in the eyes. This is only for me, and her eyes say as much. Not Sanders, not Andrew. Hell, not even all of us. Just me. "Thanks." I wink at her. "I'll talk to you later." I watch her go to her car. She gets in and starts it. I see her and Brooke talk about something before she pulls out of her parking space and drives away. Not long after we all say our goodbyes, Dad and Mr. Sanders agree to stay in touch and have dinner soon. And I really hope he doesn't expect us kids to be there too. That would be way too awkward.
Chapter 26. Amelia. "Not you again," I hear Brooke grumble from the hallway. Groaning, I let my head fall and hit the counter. Popcorn pops in the microwave, and the smell of butter fills the room. Again? What the hell is wrong with these people? I feel like I'm living a déjà vu. Like I'm in a vortex, and one day is put on repeat, happening over and over and over again. There's no running away from it. There's no escape. You can only live it over and over until you figure out what you did wrong to deserve this kind of thing happening to you. Do you really think I would be here if I had a choice? Jeanette. What is she doing here? She isn't who I expected to be at the door. But then again, it seems like Brooke has a special kind of attitude saved exclusively for the Sanders twins. Sighing, I lift my head off the counter and go to the hallway before these two get into it. Oh, poor Miss Rich Girl, she didn't have a choice. Brooke. My voice is low and calm, but she can hear the warning in it. Turning around, she looks at me and rolls her eyes. The palms of her hands are outstretched in surrender. Did you invite her? Max decided I'm not big enough to be home alone, so he dropped me off before going to the party. Jeanette answers for me. Her chin is lifted high in the air, arms crossed over her chest. Beautiful, cold, unreachable. These are the first words that come to mind when I look at her now. Jeanette is wearing skinny jeans and a tight-fitting purple sweater with a leather jacket over it. Her sleek black hair falls to her shoulders, and she's barely wearing any makeup except on her lips. Dark purple lipstick makes her light eyes stand out even more and match her sweater perfectly. Lips that are set in a tight line. She expects us to show her the door, I realize. I can see it under the facade she put on. Jeanette Sanders, tough and mighty girl on the outside, is waiting for us to close the door in her face. She doesn't even want to give us a chance not to do it. She'd rather be alone all the time than risk being pushed aside or to ask somebody for something. She's all the things I said before, but her brother is right. There's more to her than meets the eye. Softness that can't be seen. Kindness that only a few can understand. Breakable heart. You don't have to worry. I'll give him a few more minutes to get to the party and then I'll be on my way. How are you planning to get home? There's no car parked in my driveway, so I can only suppose that Max took her car to the party. What better way to make sure she stays where he wants her to? Jeanette shrugs, her mask carefully put in place. I'll walk. What? I ask, surprised. Brooke groans behind me. You can't walk, I tell Jeanette, and then turn to my best friend. She can't walk home. You're doing it again. I don't care. Jeanette, you can stay with us. It's a girls' night. You're a girl, so you qualify. You don't have to be nice. Jeanette rolls her eyes at me, her hands tightening around her midriff. It's not that big of a deal. You're not going home. End of story. I cross my arms over my chest, staring them both down. Let's see if they'll dare to defy me. I may be a goody-goody, as Andrew likes to say, but when I decide on something, there's no changing my mind. Jeanette can be a bitch sometimes, but she's not that bad. Deep down anyway. And Brooke should start to open her heart to other people, no matter how messed up her life is. There's a beeping sound coming from the kitchen, so I use this as an excuse to turn and walk away. Go to the living room and get comfortable, I shout over my shoulder. Brooke said she needs her fix of Isaiah, so we're watching Teen Wolf. You're such geeks. I don't let her comment bother me. And I guess you're stuck with us. Derek. What do you have to do to join a girls' night? Amelia. Be a girl, for starters. Derek. Ah, shit. I like my man parts like they are. Derek. Would it help if I pretended to be a girl? I think I can even come up with a wig or something. Amelia. Sorry, no can do. Derek. What do girls do when they have a girls' night? Amelia. Watch TV and eat junk food. Derek. What about sexy PJs and pillow fights? Amelia. Seriously? Does everything have to be sexual for you guys? Derek. Nobody can blame me. Derek. Now all I can think about is you and some sexy PJs jumping around the bed. Amelia. You're crazy. Derek. Never tried to deny it. What's making you smile like that? Jeanette's voice returns me to my living room. She didn't even bother with moving her eyes from the screen. That's how transfixed she is by the show. And we're the geeks. Yeah, right. It's Derek, Brooke answers. Figures. I look at those two, completely speechless. They're both staring at the screen. So how in their ever-loving minds would they know what I'm doing or who I'm talking to? How do you know? I question, crossing my arms over my chest in what I hope is a defying stance. You're blushing. And you were giggling, Brooke adds to Jeanette's observation. You giggle only when you're nervous or around him. Are they right? Am I that obvious? Well, you finish each other's sentences now, so I guess you're growing soft on each other. The look they share is nothing short of disgust. Each scoots more to her side of the couch, leaving the place between them wide open for me to slide in. I put my hands on the back of the couch and over their shoulders, pulling them closer together. Don't worry, your dirty little secret is safe with me. I pat the backs of their heads. You don't have to admit it in front of everybody that you're growing on one another. They push my hands at the same time. That's bullshit. Brooke pulls her mussed hair behind her ears, and Jeanette gives me one of her blank stares. Like there's something the two of us could have in common. Don't be silly. Jeanette rolls her eyes at me before returning them to the TV. Now shut up and let us watch. Brooke hums in agreement. I still didn't get enough of my Isaiah fix. I cover my mouth with my hand to hide the sound of my laugh. Maybe you have more in common than either of you is ready to admit. Chapter 27. Amelia. So, this is it? I turn my head to the side to look at him. Derek's eyes are already on me, and from the look in them, I think the last thing on his mind is our project. We've been sitting on my bedroom floor for the last 2 hours. Derek's been reading my notes while I've been typing what we agreed to put into this essay. We're halfway finished, but I think we've done a pretty good job so far. Yeah, he agrees, his eyes still looking at me with this intensity that's all him. I think that's good. We can finish it next week and then do the presentation. Works for me. I look back down at my laptop screen and save the document. I don't want to lose all of the work we'd put into this thing over some silly mistake. Once finished, I close the document, turn it off, and put the laptop on my bed. I glance in the direction of the door, which is still ajar, and then look back at Derek. I guess we're finished for today. I guess we are. Derek takes a sip from his soda can that is on the floor next to him. This time, my mom prepared brownies, but we already ate them all, so there was only an empty plate left. Derek leaves the can on the floor before lifting his hands in the air and stretching. His white cotton t-shirt rises, showing off his stomach with a six-pack and a slight V that leads right to his sweats and makes my mouth water. Although it's October, the guy still wears shirts with short sleeves. I've never understood how guys could radiate so much warmth even in the dead of winter, but there it is. Derek leans against the bed, his hands falling on the mattress behind him. He doesn't look like he's in any hurry to leave whatsoever. So, the quiet is killing me. On the one hand, it's strange to just sit here and not say anything. But on the other hand, it isn't like I can just send him away. Thanks for the help, but I think it's time for you to go home now. Like you want to do that, whispers a tiny voice in my head, but I shush it immediately. How was the party Friday night? Same old, he chuckles at me, making me think he's enjoying how uncomfortable I'm feeling. He shifts a bit to the side so he can look at me better, drawing closer in the process so that his thigh is touching mine. I just showed up for half an hour before heading home. That got my attention. Why? I ask him, surprised. Didn't feel like it. He shrugs. I think I see color rising on his cheeks, but he lifts his hand and runs his finger through his already messy hair, his hand covering his face and hiding it from me just enough for him to compose himself. It's not like I'm there every weekend. I tilt my head to the side and raise my brows, giving him a pointed look. His defensiveness speaks for itself. Okay, maybe I'm there most weekends, but I didn't feel like it this last one. We went for pizza, and then I showed up just to make Andrew happy before going home and crashing. It was a tough game. I didn't know hockey was that violent, I say, thinking about Friday's game. Somebody was always pushed into the wall or on the ice. It's not that bad, he laughs, his hand going through his hair again. Did you like it? Derek bites into his lower lip, looking at me and waiting for my answer. It was... I turn so that I don't have to strain my neck, crossing my legs. Interesting. I kind of liked it, I confess, whispering like it's a secret. There was always something going on, a blur of action. But my dad is a big football and sometimes baseball fan. Derek laughs loudly, his body leaning forward. I inhale sharply when his body comes closer to mine. His scent surrounds me. Fresh, cool, manly. Does that mean we converted you to a hockey fan? No, I wouldn't go that far. I shake my head in a teasing way. Have you ever been skating? He asks, almost as an afterthought. Nope. What? He looks at me, clearly bewildered. Never? Never. I'm not surprised you aren't a hockey fan. But I also know that everybody that sets one foot on the ice can't deny that hockey is the best sport there is. Not everybody is you, Derek. I roll my eyes at him. Well, there can only be one of these. His hand moves down his body, and I laugh hard. Does it at least mean you'll come watch our next game? He's still smiling, but his blue eyes are serious. There's hope in them that was missing before. He wants me to go, I realize. Derek really wants me to come and watch him play. I start, but the door swings open, startling us both and making us jump away from each other. I look over my shoulder, my heart beating at a fanatic speed, and find my mother standing there. I hope I'm not interrupting. She looks between the two of us. The heat in my cheeks rises instantly, turning them to a guilty red color. No, I stutter, looking at her with wide eyes. We just finished and we're talking for a bit, Mrs. Campbell. Derek's voice sounds so normal and composed. I look at him, and he winks at me, chuckling lightly, when he sees how flushed I am. I just wanted to check if you two had everything you need. She enters my room and grabs the empty plate from the floor. Maybe you should go and take Lola and Ace out for a walk, and then Derek can stay for dinner if he wants. Yep, Ace is here again too. I guess he really doesn't like to be away from his owner much. Mom wasn't exactly happy when she saw Ace come into the house and greet me happily, licking my face. But she beamed when she saw who Ace belonged to, so he was welcome to stay. Derek looks at me as if he's asking what I think about the idea. I shrug, giving him permission to choose whatever option he likes. That would be great, Mrs. Campbell. A big grin spreads on his face. I watch him poke softly at Lola with his foot. She wanted to sleep in his lap, but with all the materials and papers Derek had around, she soon changed her mind and parked her butt at his feet. Come on, Curly, get your butt off the floor. We're going out, he says in a cheery voice, getting off the floor. In a heartbeat, Lola's up and shaking the sleep off, her brown eyes looking at him with adoration like no other. Her tail is wagging happily as she waits for him to move. Ace, on the other hand, wakes up from his slumber and sits, waiting for his owner to tell him what to do next. I seriously don't understand how, of all the people out there, my dog has a crush on Derek King. It's hilarious to watch her chase after him and try to flirt in her own doggy way. Curly? Mom whispers in my ear when I also get up. He doesn't like Lola, I whisper back. But it doesn't seem like she minds it too much. Doesn't seem like, she agrees, her gaze still on her. She looks at him like he hung the moon and stars and all of it just for her. It's funny. I think she's in love. I give my mom a side glance. She turns to me, surprise in her eyes, but they soon soften. Yes, I think she is. I'm not sure if she's still talking about Lola or not, but I don't get much time to dwell on it because Derek puts his hand on the small of my back and pushes me forward. Let's go. She's looking at me with a hungry look in her eyes. I laugh when I see traces of panic on his face. She's not. She just likes you. I defend her. A lot. Does she? I look at him over my shoulder and find him really close to me. I'm quiet for a few seconds, nibbling at my lip before slowly nodding. Yeah, I think she does. The clearing of a throat breaks the spell that fell around us, and we move away from each other. Mom eyes us curiously, a big grin on her face. I'll see you both in a while. That is our cue to leave. Let's go, Lola. Ace, I wave for them to follow. It's playtime. I just slipped underneath my covers and found the perfect position to fall asleep when my phone buzzes on the nightstand. Sighing, I turn and grab it. Derek. I had fun tonight with your family. Hope you didn't mind me crashing family dinner. I read it over a few times, a smile growing on my face. Amelia. It's fine. Mom would have been really disappointed if you didn't stay. His reply is almost instant. Derek. Just your mom? Amelia. Don't forget about Lola. I giggle, disturbing said miss in the process. My body is shaking from silent laughter, waking her up. Lola lifts her head, watching me with confused brown eyes. When she understands that nothing is happening, she gives me a pointed stare, her "what do you think you're doing" look, before curling next to me again to sleep. Derek. You're killing me here. My smile falls, and the letters on the screen become blurry. I can't say today wasn't fun, although a bit weird, too. Like the part when Mom barged into my room without knocking and almost caught us kissing. And what's with that anyway? It seems like we always end up kissing. What are we? I'm not supposed to like him. He broke my heart once, and he let his friends treat me badly. He did it before, so there's no guarantee he won't do it again. I don't want to like him. I really don't. But then he would do something sweet, like spend the afternoon throwing a ball for Lola in the park, or stay for dinner with my family where he praised Mom's cooking and talked sports with my dad. Or he would look at me with those bright baby blues that sucked me in and wouldn't let me look away. His hands would find a way to touch mine, and the contact of skin against skin would make me shiver. Or he would kiss me, making me forget about all the reasons he's bad. So bad for me. Derek. Amelia? Derek, are you ignoring me? Derek. Hey. Derek. Little one, this is so not fun. Derek, did you fall asleep? I shake my head, looking at all the messages. Amelia. Sorry, I was just thinking. Derek. About me? Grinning. Rolling my eyes at his cockiness, I type back, in your dreams. Derek. Sometimes I do. Derek. Dream about you. You see, that's the problem. Sometimes he's a real butthole, but then he says something that makes me stop in my tracks and look at him in a new light. Derek confuses me like no other person on this planet. Derek. You still didn't give me an answer. Amelia. Answer to what? Derek. Would your mom and Lola be the only ones disappointed if I didn't stay? I look down, nibbling at my lip and thinking about how I should respond when the second text comes. Derek, will you come to our next game? Not for that asshole Sanders, but for me. Feeling the inside of my stomach become unsettled, like something is moving in there. I can't decide if it's a good or bad thing. Amelia. It wasn't bad having you here. I type quickly and send before changing my mind. Amelia. And for the game, if there's nothing else on my schedule, I can come. Derek. You know how to make a guy feel real special, little one. Amelia. Like you need more pampering. I roll. Derek. One day you'll say yes, and it'll be only for me. I actually roll my eyes at his arrogance. Amelia. Good night, Derek. Derek. Sweet dreams, little one.
Chapter 28. Derek. You know, I say nonchalantly, giving her a side gaze, you should come. Amelia turns to me, her big eyes filled with confusion. I should come where? She's been talking about some book or movie or something with Brooke. Their discussion was so heated, I didn't even think about joining their conversation. Just sitting next to her, her leg pressing against mine, is enough. Today their usual table is filled with people. When I arrived, Amelia was already there with Brooke and Max, the two of them talking while Brooke's nose was stuck in a book, ignoring them completely. Soon after me came Jeanette and Andrew. I saw the quick, uncomfortable look they exchanged before each took a chair on the opposite side of the table. It was strange, but passed so fast that I wasn't sure what to make of it. Later on, a few other guys from the team joined us, so we were discussing hockey and our next opponent, St. Johann High, who we are playing this Friday. Then Andrew mentioned a party happening after we returned from our away game. To Andrew's party, I repeat, my leg nervously bouncing under the table. With me. Together? She frowns. Like on a date? I can feel the curious looks the guys shoot our way when the D word is spoken out loud. They make me almost as uncomfortable as that word. Date. I've never been on a date. I usually hook up with girls at parties or after school or something. I never take them on dates. I never officially introduce them to my friends. Everybody knows everybody around here, so it would be pointless, but still, I never invited them to join us like I just did with Amelia. I've never taken a girl to meet my parents. But Amelia seems like the type of girl who wants to go out on a date, not just to screw around in the back seat of a guy's car or in one of the bedrooms at the party. Yeah, like on a date. The word gets stuck in my throat, but I force it out. We could go eat before or something. I let the rest of the sentence hang in the air, hoping she'll save me with some idea. Girls like this kind of shit, right? Amelia's cheeks blush under my stare, and she lowers her eyes before timidly looking at me under her eyelashes. It's the first time I've noticed how long they are. She put some of that makeup stuff on them because they're black and not pale like her hair and brows, but it makes her eyes stand out more. Eating sounds good, she stutters before returning her eyes to the plate in front of her. Okay, I agree, a smug grin forming on my lips. For the rest of lunch, we don't say another word to each other. Somewhere in the middle of it all, I see her lower her hand under the table. I lift my hand off my knee and find hers. I see her blush from the corner of my eye, but she doesn't say anything. She simply continues her discussion with Brooke as I link my fingers with hers. I may be a douchebag sometimes, but this time I did something right, and it actually feels good. Because she smiled. Amelia Campbell smiled for me. So, I glance at her stiff form in my passenger seat before returning my attention to the road. Did anything interesting happen while we were gone? I should probably pay more attention to what I'm doing, or we're going to crash. But she's so pretty, I can't keep my eyes off her. More than pretty. Beautiful. Breathtaking. When I saw her enter the living room back at her house, all I could do was stare at her, my mouth hanging open. I wouldn't have been surprised if her dad had given me a towel to wipe the drool coming down my chin. That's how stunned I was. Her hair is down, but it's not her usual sexy mess. No, her strawberry blonde strands are curled and bouncing off her shoulders. A light shimmery color is brushed on her eyelids, and those black lashes make her brown eyes warmer and bigger. Her pouty lips are shiny from the lip gloss, tempting me to lean in and kiss them. To taste those full lips, to inhale her sweet scent. I want to kiss her so badly and find out how she tastes. Strawberries, or maybe cherries. She's wearing a black long-sleeved dress filled with colorful flowers that reach a little above her knees and black ankle boots. In comparison with other girls, she's being modest, but looking at that pale skin makes my mouth water and fingers itch to touch it and find out if it feels as soft as it looks. Are you even listening to me? Her exasperated tone brings me back to the car cabin. Sorry, I got lost in my thoughts for a bit, I murmur, glancing at her again. What were you saying? She sighs, nervously playing with her fingers in her lap. How was the game? It was good, I shrug, pulling into the parking lot in front of Charlie's. We won. You say it like it was a sure thing. I grin and playfully wink at her, turning off the engine. Those suckers from St. Johann have nothing on us, little one. Getting out of the car, I hurry to the passenger side to open the door for Amelia and give her my hand to help her out. She smiles at me, softly murmuring a thank you. Once she's out, she tries to let go of my hand, but I don't let her. With her small hand firmly in mine, I lead her into the pizza place. Hope this is okay. I look down at her. I really have no idea where to take her. What does she like to eat? Is she allergic to anything? At the moment, Charlie's seemed like the safest option. I love pizza, she assures me with a smile. The place is filled with people, families with kids, and groups of teenagers. I even see some guys from the team who probably came here for dinner before going to Andrew's, just like us. They see us, their eyes popping out of their heads when they notice who I'm with. But I don't stop to say hi. I just wave at them in passing. We manage to find one small table on the back. Amelia takes one side of the booth, and I use the excuse of noise to slide in beside her. Glancing at the menu, I lean down and whisper in her ear, "You know what you're getting?" Startled, she lifts her eyes and finds me so close, our noses are almost touching. I can smell her flowery perfume all around us. Inhaling deeply, I breathe her in, wondering if it would be too creepy if I buried my nose in the crook of her neck. Extra cheese and mushrooms. I frown at her. What? I hate mushrooms almost as much as peas. My body shakes slightly in disgust. You don't like mushrooms? She raises her brows at me. Don't forget the peas, I tease. Just then, the waiter comes and takes our order. Pepperoni and Coke for me, and extra cheese and mushrooms, along with 7-Up for Amelia, before I turn back to her. Leah is nervously biting her lower lip, and I can barely manage not to groan out loud. I lift my hand, take her chin between my fingers, and turn her to look at me. If you don't stop doing that, you'll make me kiss you in the middle of this place. Her eyes widen even more, looking at me. Her small pink tongue darts out to wet her lips. I press my thumb against her lower lip, shaking my head at her with a big grin on my face. The finger slowly slides over her soft flesh. If I didn't know any better, I lean closer to whisper in her ear, I would think you're doing this on purpose. Doing what? Amelia swallows hard under my watchful eyes. Teasing me? I slide my finger back to the other side of her lip, and I can feel her warm breath caressing my skin. Do you want me to kiss you? Her surprised intake of breath makes me chuckle. I move away from her in order to see her better. Brown eyes look at me like a deer caught in the headlights. Her lips are parted, and her chest is moving up and down frantically. No, she stutters, and blushes 50 different shades of red. Are you trying to embarrass me? My smile widens even more. I just like to tease you. No harm in that, Leah. Amelia huffs, which only makes me laugh more. I slide my hand around the back of the booth, my fingers playing with her locks. I'll be on my best behavior. Scout's honor. Were you even a Boy Scout? Not in this lifetime. I grin widely. I didn't think so.
Chapter 29. Amelia. I rub my hands thoroughly under the hot running water, then dry them in a white fluffy towel. It makes me wonder who bought it. Everybody knows Andrew's parents are divorced, so I guess they have a maid or housekeeper or someone like that who takes care of the house and shopping. I can't imagine Andrew or serious Mr. Hill going to the store and buying those fluffy girly towels. My eyes lift, and I see a reflection in the big mirror in front of me. Every time I've caught a reflection of myself tonight, I'm stunned by the girl looking back at me. She's stylish, girly, and cute. Her eyes are big, and she's glowing, which has little to do with the shimmery makeup and more about the way she feels. It's hard to believe I let Mom dress me up like this. She specifically bought the dress for this date in one of those small boutiques where most of the girls from my school liked to buy clothes. At first, I was mad she did that. It made me feel awkward and self-conscious. I didn't like to show my awfully pale, covered in freckled legs. But after I tried it on, I had to admit, it looked nice on me. The dress made me feel pretty and girly. And by the look Derek gave me when he saw me, I guess he liked it too. Opening the small clutch hanging from my shoulder, I find the lip gloss that I stashed there before leaving with a few other essentials. I put a small amount on my lips, still transfixed with my appearance. My hair is messy from Derek's hands. He has a thing for my hair, I swear. While we were at Charlie's, his hand was sitting on the back of the booth, his fingers playing with my strands, bouncing the curls or twisting it around his finger. He even brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply, saying he loved the smell of my shampoo. After we finished with our dinner, we came to Andrew's party. At first, we were sitting on the couches with his friends. Derek got us sodas, and we sat pressed closely together on the left.
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
seat. We were so close I was practically sitting in his lap once another bulky guy from the team decided he wanted to sit next to us in the small space. Then Derek really did pull me to sit in his lap. His strong hands circled around my waist, and he pulled me to his chest. Derek's chin rested on my shoulder while he continued to talk to the guys about hockey and some video games like nothing unusual was happening. His friends did the same, which was better than the surprised glances and deafening silence that followed us when we first walked in, but still. Derek's scent surrounded me, and his body radiated so much heat that I felt like I was in a sauna. My heart started beating hard against my chest, and the closeness of him magnified every single thing I felt. They invited him to play the video games with them, but he refused, saying he owes me a dance. I tried to reassure him that I was fine and he could play a game, but he laughed and shook his head before getting us both up and pushing me to the dance floor where we swayed. His chest still pressed against my back, Derek moved my hair over one shoulder, and his lips traced the sensitive skin of my neck. First, he traced a path with the tip of his nose from my collarbone to the nape of my neck, inhaling deeply. Then he returned the same way down, only this time leaving small kisses that made my skin shiver. We were like that for a while, wrapped in each other, before I excused myself to go to the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, I'm in the small room. My heart is beating strongly in my chest, and goosebumps are all over my body from the memory of those small, innocent kisses. How I wanted him to stop teasing me and really kiss me, really touch me. Sighing, I turn around and unlock the door. But I don't get far because there are hands that shove me back inside, hard. What do you think you're doing, Dottie the dork? I press my hand and rub the spot where she pushed me, knocking the air out of my lungs. I was in the bathroom. I lift my hands in the air. Sorry if I stayed too long. Diamond laughs, but there's nothing funny about her tone or her slitted, hard blue eyes. She flips a lock of her blonde hair back, her red lips curving into a hard smile that is more like a grimace. Did you hear that, girls? She looks over her shoulder, drawing my attention to two of her blonde-haired friends standing behind her. I don't know their names, but I know they always stick together. She's playing dumb. The two of them laugh at Diamond's comment, but I can see how uncomfortable they are from the unsure look in their eyes and the way they can't stay still. Diamond turns her attention back to me, her eyes sending daggers my way. I was talking about Derek, you idiot. I swallow hard, but don't avert my eyes from hers. What about Derek? No matter how hard I try, my voice comes out a little shaky. Diamond is the picture-perfect mean girl. She's the queen of the school, the prettiest and most popular girl. Having blonde hair and blue eyes are a lucky coincidence. She's pushy and mean, and she will do anything to stay on top. I can easily imagine what a girl like her wants with Derek. Every queen needs her king. She takes one step forward, shoving her thin, manicured finger into my chest. Don't play dumb with me, she threatens in a low voice. And stay away from Derek. He's mine. A short, irritated laugh escapes me. Maybe you should tell him that. I lift my chin slightly in the air. He's the one coming to me, after all. As soon as the words leave my lips, I know I did the wrong thing. Diamond's eyes are so narrowed they're like slits, and she's pursing her lips tightly. Her hands are clenched in fists, knuckles ash white, and I'm just waiting for her to snap at me. But I can't help myself. He's the one coming after me, not the other way around. My heart is racing furiously, but it doesn't have anything to do with the previous excitement of going back downstairs and finding Derek. I'm more concerned about her attacking me in her cold fury. Is something wrong here? We both turn around and look at the person leaning against the doorframe, casually looking at her nails. Jeanette. That empty, even, low voice can't belong to anyone else. She has her arms crossed over her chest and looks at us. It's strange how she always manages to be around when I need her, but she likes to claim she doesn't need friends or want the company of others, even after our girls' night. Diamond takes her in from head to toe. Her straight, black, shoulder-length hair, her poker face, her tight, low-cut lacy top, and black skinny jeans, all the way down to her high-heeled boots. Everything's peachy, Diamond mutters through clenched teeth. Jeanette's stone-cold gray eyes don't move from Diamond's angry face for a few more seconds. Then she looks over Diamond's shoulder, her gaze meeting mine. Let's go then. I slip around Diamond, but not before she elbows me in the gut on my way out. I'm so going to have bruises from her. Jeanette waits for me in front of the door, Diamond's followers standing by their wall with their heads hung low. How did you know I was in there? I ask Jeanette on our way to the stairs. She shrugs and keeps walking. Just a hunch. Isn't that a bit... I don't get to finish my question because I almost crash into Derek on the stairs. Hey. He looks me straight in the eyes. He's standing a few steps lower than me, which puts us at the same height. Where were you? There was a line to the bathroom. I lie. I really don't want to mention Diamond and her stupid requests. Jeanette huffs next to me, and I can imagine her rolling her eyes, but she doesn't say anything to contradict me. Even upstairs? A frown caresses his forehead. Andrew usually doesn't like people going upstairs. Yeah, well, I shrug, taking one step down. He keeps looking up and over my head. I see how his eyes harden, changing from light blue to the color of a storm, but I don't look over my shoulder. I already know I'll find Diamond and her friends behind us. But the look is soon gone, and he smiles at me, taking my hand. Let's go down. I promised you another dance. Chapter 30. Amelia. Derek. We still on for tonight? I'll be back late afternoon, so drop by whenever. I look at my phone, probably for the 1,000th time today, frowning at the screen, or, better yet, at the person hiding behind the screen. This isn't the first message of this kind that he's sent me this past week. Derek found a reason to stop by most days now. He would send me a text, or sometimes just show up unannounced. More often than not, he blamed it on the project, but we never discussed it after the first 10 minutes of his stay. Oh, we worked on our project. It's nearly finished after all, but not as much as we liked other people to believe we did. Or maybe we were lying to ourselves. Another reason was that Ace and Lolo were playmates, so we shouldn't keep them apart. Aside from that, Derek and his friends kept joining us for lunch most days. He was always around, waiting in the parking lot or close to my locker. He would drag me to the library, but far away from people studying and behind bookshelves nobody ever used, if it can be concluded by the amount of dust there, to sneak a few kisses between classes. It confused me a lot. He confused me. Stares from people, especially the girls. Our relationship, whatever kind of relationship we do or don't have. I spent a lot of time stuck like this, rethinking everything Derek or I do or say, or going over every touch, every kiss, every word, and every smile. Derek is far from the boy he once was, and I'm not the girl I used to be. Maybe that's good. Maybe it's time to start over. Maybe it's time to stop thinking and just enjoy being together. I check my screen. 7:48 p.m. I get up from the window seat and look down at my clothes. Another pair of leggings and a hoodie. Sighing, I open my wardrobe and grab a pair of ripped jeans and a light peach sweatshirt. It's the middle of October, and it's getting colder and colder by the second. Letting my hair down from the bun, I brush it and braid it in one loose fishtail braid. Some strands don't like to be tamed, so they run wild around my makeup-free face. I take in my reflection, debating if I should put on some makeup. Derek's seen me without any and hasn't said a thing, so I simply put on a bit of pink lip gloss. I grab some stuff on the way and pat Lola on the head before leaving my room, the door slightly open so that Lola can come out if she needs to. "Leah, where are you going?" Mom yells from the living room when she hears me come down the stairs and put on my shoes. "Derek's..." My cheeks turn bright red. This is the first time I've ever gone to his house. We're usually hanging around my place, and I don't know what to expect from his parents. It's not only that I've never been to Derek's house, but I've also never been to a boy's house. "Isn't he coming here?" From the deep frown creasing her forehead, I can see she's not too happy about it. "No, he was gone a few days because of hockey, so he asked me to come to his place instead." I look at her expectantly, just waiting for her to ask about his parents or tell me I can't go to a boy's house, but let's face it, we're talking about my mom here. "Okay." She returns her attention to the television. "Just don't be too late." Breathing a sigh of relief. Or maybe it's frustration. I put on my jacket and throw my messenger bag over my shoulder before saying bye and going out. I start my car, and Emily Sande's Hurts comes through the speakers. It's a powerful and soulful song. The drive isn't too long, and I spend most of it singing softly along with the radio. I'm not really good, but I enjoy fun music and like singing and humming to songs while doing other stuff, like driving, cleaning, or when I'm in the shower. Enthusiasm is what counts, right? I turn onto Derrick Street. The houses here are bigger and way nicer than in my neighborhood. They have large front yards with shiny new cars parked in front of the houses, and probably also big backyards, some of them with pools or hot tubs. Finally, I find the house I've been looking for, with Derek's SUV parked in front of it, and a small red cabriolet next to it. His mom's? I know Derek is an only child, and that his parents both work at the hospital. If I remember correctly, a doctor and a nurse. But that doesn't strike me as a car his mom would drive, and it looks fairly familiar. I park my old car in the empty space in front of his house and take my bag from the passenger seat. I step out of the car and slowly walk to the front door, my eyes still glued to the cabriolet. Why does it look familiar? Grayford is a small town, but not that small. Just as I'm close enough to climb a few stairs and get to the door, it opens, and a girl emerges. She turns around elegantly on her heels, her short red skirt swaying with the motion around her thighs. "You have to go." I hear him murmur softly, but he doesn't get much out because her hands are around his shoulders, his completely exposed shoulders, and her mouth lands on his. I stand there, frozen in my tracks, my mind empty with the shock of what's in front of me. I watch as they part their lips and deepen the kiss right in front of me, too lost in their own world to notice me there, watching. There's a sound, painful and struggled, that breaks through my shock and snaps them out of their passionate haze. They both turn around to look at me, and that's when I know it's me. The sound came out of my mouth. I smack a hand over my mouth to stop any other sounds from escaping. We all are just standing there. Nobody moves, talks, or even breathes. It's like we're stuck in time and space. Derek is standing with only a towel around his narrow hips. His perfect, bare chest is on full display to the world. Surprise and shock are written all over his face as he stares at me. The girl, one of Diamond's friends, is still standing next to him, so close that their bodies are touching, and her hand lays on his shoulder like it belongs there. Her bright red lips curl into a smug smile, lipstick smeared around, as her light eyes meet mine. She's so much like Diamond that I shudder under her piercing gaze. "Amelia." "I'm sorry," I managed to utter in a hurry before turning to go. My eyes are so blurry I don't see anything, but that doesn't stop me from running away. I hear him calling my name, but the only good thing about his half-naked state is that he can't follow me like that. While sliding into my car, I bump my leg against the steering wheel so hard that it'll probably leave a dark, angry bruise on my skin, but I don't let that slow me down. In some weird way, the physical pain helps dull the emotional pain. At first, I'm too shocked to feel anything but empty. But now that the shock has worn off, I can clearly feel my heart cracking open once again. The scarred parts of my heart, the ones that managed to be mended over the years, are again open and bleeding. It hurts. It hurts so damn much. I swallow hard and taste something salty on my lips. I'm crying. Why am I crying? It's not supposed to be like that. I promised myself to never cry because of Derek King, and here I am today doing the same thing I did 10 years ago. Why did I let him do it? He promised me he had changed. Am I really that bad a judge of character that I let him fool me once again into believing he's something he really isn't? Were all the kisses and tender touches and looks across the room just an illusion? Hysterical laughter erupts from me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Didn't the saying go like that? This is all my fault. I should never have let him come close to me. I should have never let Derek get under my skin. I should have never opened up and let him inside. I know better than to believe that people can change. Most people never do. They're too stuck in their own little world to pay attention to the destruction they leave behind. They hurt people. They take what they want, thinking it belongs to them just because they're rich or beautiful or popular, without even caring if it's right or wrong. And Derek King is no exception. No, he's the worst of them all. I don't remember how I got to my house. I'm just grateful I did it in one piece, at least physically. Getting out, I shut the door with too much force, the sound ringing in the otherwise silent night. I run into the house and up the stairs. Mom is calling me from the living room, but I don't stay to give her an explanation. I want to be alone, I yell from the stairs before going to my room, shutting and locking the door behind me. I hear her hurried footsteps on the stairs, and I can almost feel her shadow looming over me from the other side of the door. My breathing is hard and shallow. I lean against the door, tilt my head back, and try to get some control over it. Slowly, I breathe in through my nose and then out through my mouth. Slow and controlled. In and out. I slide down the door and pull my legs close. Hugging them to my chest, I let my forehead touch my knees. That broken, struggled sound comes out again, and I let the tears fall and soak my jeans. Leah, Mom whispers on the other side. My body shudders at the sound of her soft words, and I start crying even harder. Are you okay, honey? I want to tell her I'm fine and not to worry, but the words don't want to come out. How can I lie when she can clearly hear me sobbing on the other side of the door? The words are stuck in my throat, and my voice hitches every time I attempt to say anything. The doorbell rings, and I freeze. It rings a few more times, and it's followed by a series of hard knocks. I hear him call my name. Make him go away, Mom. My whisper is broken by another sob. Why did he have to come to my house? Why couldn't he simply leave me alone? Okay. I hear her soft steps move farther away from the door and down the stairs. There's a soft scratching sound on my door. I move away a little and open it just enough so that Lola can wiggle inside. She nudges me with her nose, so I give her space to climb in my lap. Lola starts licking my tear-stained face, tickling me and making me giggle. But even that doesn't stop the tears from flowing. I can hear harsh whispering downstairs. I need to see her. Derek's frantic voice is loud and raspy. I get up on my feet and close the door so that I don't have to hear another word from him. With Lola still safely in my arms, I climb on my bed, still fully clothed. Lying on my side, I pull my legs as close to my chest as I can, while still leaving enough space for Lola to curl into her soft, comforting, furry ball next to me. I lie there, with my eyes closed. But all I can see is an almost naked Derek kissing that girl on his front porch. Over and over again, my mind plays the same clip until I'm not even sure if it's a dream or reality. The last thing I feel is Mom's soft hands brushing my hair and hearing her whispered words. It'll all be okay, baby girl. It'll all be okay.
Chapter 31. Derek. You owe me an explanation, I hiss in her ear. My hand curls around her wrist, and I turn her around to face me. Diamond has been standing with a group of her friends, but it didn't stop me from confronting her. I'm done playing nice. I'm done waiting and trying to figure out what the hell happened. I need answers, and I need them now. Nothing in this world comes easily, so I don't think this is an exception. She owes me, and today I plan on collecting. Well. Her red lips curl in a smug smile. If it isn't high and mighty Derek King. I don't have the patience to play your games, Diamond, I warn her in a low voice. There was no sense in taking her someplace else to talk. Half the school follows my every move on a good day, so there was no chance in hell they would miss a spectacle like this one. Even if we did go somewhere else, there was no stopping the rumors from spreading. Word about me cheating on Amelia with Sophie spread around the school like wildfire. Everybody has been talking about it. Some are giving me nasty looks, but some are cheering me on, asking who is next on my list. What the ever-loving fuck? I just want peace and quiet. I just want to move around without feeling everybody stare at me. I just want Amelia back. How the hell did you do it? Her smug smile widens even more. Wouldn't you like to know? I'm not interested in playing games, Diamond. My grip around her wrist tightens, and her smile falls a little. How did you do it? Coincidence, mostly. She shrugs. Sometimes you just gotta have luck. Why don't I believe you? Because you're being paranoid. Yes, I did say I'd get back to you. But Dottie coming and catching you in the act, well, that wasn't how I imagined it. Don't call her that. Why not? She laughs, but there is no amusement in the sound. Just because you started noticing her after all this time doesn't change a thing. She'll always be Dottie to everybody else. She'll always be what you made her to be. I didn't give her the nickname. I've never used it. But you never tried to put a stop to it. Not until recently. Her words sting. They're not true. But they're not a lie either. That's why it's even worse. I know I did Amelia wrong, but I'm also doing my hardest and will keep doing my hardest, if she gives me a chance, that is, to make it up to her. Anyway, I just wanted to take your picture and put it on Facebook, but then I got stuck in traffic, and by the time I came to your place, she was speeding away from your house. You're such a jealous bitch, Morgan. And you're an idiot that's missing out on the greatest thing of your life. I want to laugh out loud at her words, but I contain myself. Instead, I take her in, her blonde locks and a body that's every guy's wet dream, covered in revealing clothes, her full of makeup face. There is nothing real or remotely pretty about her. For once in your life, you're right. I agree with her, nodding my head. A light of hope shines in her blue eyes, but my next words kill it instantly. But you sure ain't it. So excuse me while I go and get the greatest thing of my life back.
Amelia. That's enough, Leah. Max's angry voice breaks through my haze, but only barely. It's strange to hear that angry tone coming out of his usually carefree, teasing mouth. It's time for you to get out of bed. Now. I can't believe I'm saying this. From the corner of my eye, I can see Brooke's face frown in disgust at her own words. Lola, who hurried out of the room when she heard them coming, is now curled in her lap, and Brooke is slowly patting her head. But he's right. You've skipped school the last 3 days, and you didn't get out of bed at all during that time. How come the two of them can now, of all times, be together in the same room and agree on something, no less? My eyes don't move from the spot they've been glued to for days now. I've been looking at the same place in the gray morning sky like it's the most fascinating thing in the world. Dark, moody clouds that are hiding sunlight correspond to my mood completely. I wouldn't be surprised if soon snow starts to fall, although it's only late October. The air has this almost crispy feel to it. It bites your cheeks, making them rosy cold. I should know. Mom has come in every morning and opened the windows for fresh air to enter my room. Tomorrow, I murmur, getting under the covers further. I'm debating pulling them all the way over my head, but I don't want to be too impolite. Max and Brooke did come to visit me. They're both good friends, and it isn't their fault I don't want company. No, now. Max is standing behind me, so I can't see him, but I can feel the stomp of his heavy boot against the wood floors. I can imagine him, arms crossed over his strong chest, covered in a dark cotton shirt, lips pressed in a thin line, brows close together, and a deep furrow creasing his forehead. Listen to me, Leah. He takes one deep breath, but it doesn't cover his frustration. You'll get out of bed this minute, and then you'll go and take a shower. I don't care if I have to take you there myself. Max pulls the covers off. Hey! I turn around and glare at him, but he continues like I didn't say anything. Then you'll eat something, because your mom said you haven't eaten anything these last few days, and we'll help you do your homework. I said I don't want to. I sit up in my bed and follow his stance, crossing my arms over my old, faded Harry Potter t-shirt that doubled as my PJs. And I said I don't care. Silence falls over my bedroom while we have our stare-off. Max can be such a bully. I don't want to get out of bed, so what? A girl has the right to have a few days off after she finds out that the guy she had something with had that same something with another girl all this time. You should have never let yourself fall for him again. A small voice whispers in my head, but I decide to ignore it like I did before. Oh my God, you should see yourselves. Brooke laughs and stands from the window seat. Her hands curl around my shoulders and she pushes me up. Don't be a baby, Leah. No more moping around. I look at my friend, my sister, silently pleading with her. I'm not ready, Brooke, I whisper, my voice trembling a little. There is understanding in her green eyes, but she shakes her head. You're ready, Leah. You're strong. Don't let some stupid guy take that away from you. Don't let him break you. I swallow the lump in my throat, biting into my lower lip to prevent it from wobbling. I nod once. She's wrong. I'm not the strong one. She is. Brooke has always been my strength and my support system. I knew I could count on her. She would help me get through anything. She's determined and strong-minded and so fierce. All of that is hidden behind the cold, collected exterior she shows to the world. We're only 17, but those jade green eyes hide the knowledge of the world that surpasses our age. Strength born from darkness that is accumulating inside of her, not letting anybody else share her burden. Let's go. I nod and let her help me get on my feet and take me to the bathroom. Brooke helps me get out of my clothes like I'm one big baby. She even leaves a change of clothes for me on the surface next to the bathroom sink. I'll get us something to eat. She looks at me once again, most likely trying to decide if it's safe to go, before leaving me in the room, slowly filling with steam. looking at my reflection in the mirror. Chapter 32. Amelia. Thank you for coming, Max. He softly smiles at me, his hand brushing a loose strand of hair behind my ear. You're welcome. Just, please, no more scares like that. If I didn't see my reflection in the mirror a couple of hours before, I wouldn't know what he was talking about. But I saw it. I saw my tangled, dirty hair. I saw tear stains on my cheeks and puffy eyes. I saw how empty, how broken they were. And it hurt. What Derek did hurt. But it also hurt seeing myself broken like this. And I could only try to imagine what my friends and parents saw, what they'd seen for days. I'll try. I attempt to smile, but Max sees right through me. He takes one step forward, his strong hands curling around my body and pulling me close to him. Max is a touchy guy. That's nothing new. He has a wide variety of guy shakes he uses with his friends and guys on the team. When he flirts with girls, there's always a slight touch here and a brush there. With Jeanette around, he likes to tease her or just hug her. She mostly pretends like he's irritating her, but I can see girly delight hidden deep in her gray eyes. He's the same with me. Half hugs or bear hugs when he's really excited. But this is the first time he's tried comforting me. Max's big body is enveloping mine, heat radiating off of him, warming me in the cold night air. His chin is resting on the top of my head, and his hands slowly rub my back. He's an idiot. I don't have to ask who he's talking about because we both know. There's no sense in playing dense. How bad is it? Not too bad, he says, but a small wince is a clear giveaway that he's lying. Tilting my head back, I look him in the eyes. Okay, maybe a bit bad, he sighs. Diamond and her friends spread the word that Derek's been fooling around with Sophie behind your back. I close my eyes at the sound of his name. This sadness, this yearning, thinking about him, it's asphyxiating, painful, because every thought, every mention of his name, even if it's only a whisper, brings back memories. So many memories. Good and bad. In the end, it doesn't matter because it's the same. God, I miss him so much. I miss him and I hate him, both at the same time. How crazy is that? It could have been worse. How? There could have been naked pictures of you posted all around the school. I laugh, although there's nothing funny about it. Actually, the thought of seeing naked pictures of myself or anybody else shared around the school makes me nauseous. But the sad part is, I wouldn't be surprised to hear something like that had happened to someone somewhere. We live in a world filled with crazy, hateful people. I guess so. Max's hands move up my arms and onto my shoulders. He gives me a soft squeeze and bends his head down. For a split second, I think he'll kiss me. His head comes close to mine. His gray eyes look at me with tenderness. One of his hands is on my cheek, cupping it and holding me still. I inhale sharply, breath getting stuck in my throat as I look at him moving closer. My heart starts beating so fast in my chest that it's crazy. Max isn't interested in me like that. No way. Instead of actually kissing me, his lips land on my forehead. A hard press of soft skin makes me close my eyes. It's soothing and consoling. Not a lover's kind of kiss. It's more like a friend's, a brother's. What do you think you're doing, Sanders?
Derek. The door of the car shuts behind me, the sound echoing in the silent night. Nervously, I wipe my hands against my sweats as I turn around and walk toward the front porch. I'm not supposed to be here, and I'm sure whoever opens the door won't be happy to see me. But I have to see her. Amelia hasn't been in school the last few days. The last 3 days. I know, because I was looking for her, waiting to see her beat-up car enter the school parking lot, for her to step inside the school hallways, and for her to enter one of our shared classes or the cafeteria. Only she never showed up. Lifting my eyes from the floor, I see two figures standing in front of the house. The light that illuminates the space is casting shadows around them, but I can clearly see two people hugging there. At first, I think it's Amelia's parents, except the guy is taller and has dark hair. And the girl? Even the soft light makes her hair shine like fire. "What do you think you're doing, Sanders?" My voice comes out hard, almost like a growl. My fingers clench by my side so hard I can feel my nails digging into the soft flesh. Took him long enough to come and save the day, like the fucking hero he is. Amelia practically jumps out of his arms, like his touch burned her. Or maybe it's just the sound of my voice messing up their perfect moment together. Sanders, on the other hand, lets his fingers linger on her body as he turns slowly to face me. His stance is relaxed, and the smirk he gives me is provoking. But the way his dark eyes look at me, hard and unforgiving, tells me he's anything but relaxed. He's pissed at me, and I can't blame him because I'm pissed at myself too. But he doesn't know shit about what has happened, so he shouldn't put his nose where it doesn't belong. "What do you think you're doing here, King?" Sanders stands in front of Amelia, shielding her. From me. Like she needs protection from me. I think this whole situation shows that she does. "I don't think you're welcome here." His arms are crossed over his chest, and I grit my teeth in frustration. Standing on the front porch, he has the advantage of height. However, I'm not that easily intimidated. Mimicking him, I stare him right in the eyes. "I'm here to talk with Amelia, not you." Sanders doesn't even blink. "I don't think she wants to talk to you. I don't think you're the one deciding. And I don't think you should talk about me like I'm not even here." Amelia protests behind her human shield, but he doesn't give her a chance to come around. "You should go. And you should move away. This is none of your business. Amelia's my friend. Of course it's my business. You don't know shit for it to be your business." I've taken those few steps that are separating us, so now we're standing nose to nose. We're both pissed at each other. The air around us is filled with tension and anger built over the last few weeks, boiling slowly until it's ready to blow up in our faces. I guess today's the lucky day. His gray eyes are glaring at me, and mine at him. I knew from our last fight that he was a decent opponent. With similar height and build, there are no guarantees who will be the winner once we get down to it. There is also the fact that we both want the same thing, and it isn't in our nature to share. The strange thing is, we're as similar as much as we're different. That's the main reason we can never be friends. "Just go home, King." The way he says it, he almost sounds tired. "Not until I talk to Amelia." I jab a finger into his chest, hard enough to make my point clear. He shoves me back, making me sway on my heels. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Sanders' fist connects with my cheekbone before I can even blink. The pain burns and eats at my skin. I can already feel a bruise forming under my eye. "Max! Derek!" Amelia yells at us. "Stop it now!" Ignoring her completely, and without waiting a second, I swing back at him. Sanders dodges my right hook, but the left safely connects with his gut, making him bend forward. What follows is a blur of punches and jabs. We end up all over each other. I'm not even sure who tackled whom, but soon we're rolling on the ground, battling for the advantage of being the man on top. For each hit I deliver, I get one in return. We don't hold anything back. It's like all the pent-up anger has finally passed the limit of being contained. The last straw. There is commotion and yelling around us, but we're too stuck in our own world. "What do you two punks think you're doing?" Amelia's father's hard voice freezes us both. "Get up and get off my property, now!" Both Sanders and I stay down on the ground, staring at each other, before we move and do as the man says. "Mr. Kemp," we start at the same time, but he interrupts us with one sharp, decisive move of a hand. "I don't fucking care!" He shoves his meaty finger hard in my chest first, then Sanders, the disappointment clear on his face.
You two are acting like immature, stupid, and hormonal 13-year-old boys, but I'm not having any of it in my house. Now go before I call the cops.
During his tirade, he helped us move down the stairs, or more like his big hands landed on our shoulders and pushed us off his front porch. Now he's standing where, only a few minutes ago, Sanders was, arms crossed over his chest, blocking our way into the house and anybody that could be behind him, not leaving us any other option than to leave. I've only seen Peter Campbell a handful of times, but the tall, bulky man doesn't seem like a type of guy you want to mess with.
I don't want to see you around here anymore,
he calls after us. As we walk away, I'm pretty sure I can hear him mumble something about today's kids and their lack of manners, or some shit like that. Chapter 33. Derek. What do you think you're doing here? Standing in the middle of the doorway, I cross my arms over my chest. And you bring my best friend as a backup, no less.
Move aside, you idiot.
Andrew shoulders his way inside, leaving me standing by the door half shocked, as both he and Max move into my house. A bag of half-melted peas is hanging from my hand. I'm lucky that both my parents are working the night shift at the hospital, so I won't need to explain my blue eye, cut lip, and bruised cheek to them until tomorrow. That is, if Mr. Campbell didn't already call them and complained about the fight. Snapping out of it, I follow behind them to the living room, where Max puts the 6-pack of beer I didn't see him carrying on the table. Taking one can out of the pack, he drops down on the couch and presses the cool object to his swollen eye. Andrew follows suit, flopping into the recliner. Max doesn't look any better than me. Apart from the eye, his lip is swollen, and there is a cut on his eyebrow. You smirk all you want, but Jeanette is pissed as hell. He gives me a smug look. So if I were you, I'd keep close attention to the family jewels. You're such a big pussy. You have to hide behind your sister's skirt, pretty boy, I taunt him. My ribs hurt like a bitch, and a bruise is already forming there. So I slowly slide into the other recliner, holding back the wince. It's the pride. I won't let him see he's done more damage than what can be seen on the surface. Reaching for the can, I pop the lid open and take one long swallow.
Boys,
Andrew drawls out slowly, rolling his eyes at us. What? Max shrugs innocently. Annette didn't take kindly to his messing with my handsome mug. His fingers softly touch damaged skin. And I like to give her her fair share of fun every once in a while. She's less bitchy that way.
Less bitchy? I'd like to see that.
He gives Drew a hard stare. We didn't come here to talk about Annette. Then why are you here? I don't remember inviting you. I glance between the two of them. Either of you. Do I look like I give a shit? Max groans as he shifts to get into a more comfortable position on the couch. You'll be thanking me by the end of the night. Hardly. The desire to laugh out loud at his self-confident statement is big, but I manage to muffle the sound. Bracing my hands on the armchair, I start to get up, but his next words make me rethink my decision. I don't think you did it. Did what? My eyes narrow at him, and I sit back down. I don't think you were messing with that girl behind Amelia's back. This time I laugh, but it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Now you believe me? After you deliberately didn't let me talk to Amelia just a couple of hours ago, and now we're banished from her house? Hey, I never said I was smart. I'm the pretty twin, remember? Right. Go figure. I always get stuck with stupid people. This time I get off the couch. If that's all, you can go now. Don't be a dick. Sit down and tell us how you got yourself in this shit anyway. I run my hand through my already messy hair and walk to the window. It's dark outside. Only the frail light of the moon illuminates the backyard, and I can hear the soft howl of the wind from the outside. You may think I'm a dick, and you would be right, but Amelia, she's something special. She always was. I swallow hard and my hands grip the windowsill. She reminds me of fire, light, bright, caring. Sometimes when we were younger,
She would look at me, or smile, and I'd feel 10 feet tall. And she started to do it again. She just started to look at me like that again. I gulped down my nervousness, drying my sweaty hands against my pants. My back is still turned to my friends, and I can feel their eyes on me, waiting for me to continue. Opening up and sharing my feelings has never been my thing. I feel like a pussy, but I don't want to suppress those words. I don't want to make what Amelia and I have, seem cheap, because it's not. She's so much more, deserves so much more. And for her, I'll try to be a better person, a better man. Of course something shitty had to happen then. We just returned from the away game last Saturday. I texted her the day before to come to my house that afternoon to work on our project, which was actually just a ploy to get her to come over while my folks were out. Getting pizza, watching movies, and a little bit of making out were the plans I had in mind. It was supposed to be like that. Simple, easy. I shift uncomfortably, turning to look at them. I came home and went straight to the bathroom. I just had enough time for a quick shower before she was supposed to show up. I got out of the shower and heard the doorbell ring. Thinking it was her and that she'd probably wait for a while, I just put that damn towel around my waist and went down. You can imagine my surprise when I opened the door and saw Diamond's friend there. She squealed and jumped at me, almost knocking me to the floor. When I finally got her off me and out of my house, I explained that it was some kind of mistake, and I didn't invite her over, although she swears she got a message from me. Then she playfully told me not to worry, and that we could hang out next time before she plastered her lips all over mine, just when Amelia came out of her car. Too much of a coincidence, wouldn't you say? Thinking about it made me angry all over again. I know Diamond is messed up, and she promised me she would get back at me for brushing her off. Maybe I deserved it for all of my asshole behavior up until that moment. But Amelia didn't deserve it. It makes my blood boil that, at the end of the day, Amelia was hurt the most by the whole situation. No amount of Sanders' boxing skills could damage me as much as seeing her broken like that. I guess Diamond did get her revenge in the end. Her scheme hurt Amelia, which in turn hurt me. 2 birds with 1 stone. So it was just Diamond playing games with both of you? Sandra's voice breaks me out of my thoughts. Yeah. I nod my head. A while ago, we hooked up, and she thought that made us a thing. I kindly explained to her we weren't, which she didn't take well. That bitch. It's my fault. We both turn our heads to look at Andrew. I almost forgot he was here because he didn't say much when I was telling them my story. He just sat there and listened, something completely uncharacteristic for him. What do you mean it's your fault? I frown at him. The whole situation doesn't make much sense to me. He swallows the lump in his throat before continuing. For the first time in God only knows how long, Andrew looks almost guilty. Diamond and I, we started hooking up a while ago. What? Max and I exclaim at the same time. We glare at each other before concentrating on Drew again. What the hell? Drew and Princess Bitch? Okay, maybe that's unfair because not that long ago, I hooked up with her too. But still. Yeah, well. Anyway, she called me that day. You know how she can get. All flirty and shit. I invited her to come over once we got back. She asked if the whole team would be there for a party or just a small gathering. But I said it's a 2-person kind of party. Okay, but how did she know when to send her vulture over, dude? She laughed at my 2-person party and asked why that was so. Because before there was always some kind of party after we came back from an away game. So I told her that the guys were busy. Some with school, some with girls. Andrew, I groan. My head falls back and hits the cushion. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't think too much about it at the time with all of this happening. She hates me, Drew. I look at my best friend. She hates me, and I don't know what to say or do to make it right. I'm sorry. I know he's sorry. I can see that. Andrew is always thinking about himself first, and he never apologizes. Not to anybody. This time, I know he really is sorry.
He wouldn't say it if he didn't feel it. But him being sorry doesn't change what happened. Doesn't change the way Leah feels about me. What a bitch. Yeah, well, Diamond will always be Diamond. I turn around and face them. Any idea how I can make this right? A smug smile appears on Max's face. Sander stands and takes 2 beers from the table. He throws one at me, missing my head and almost breaking the window. You would suck at football or baseball. I don't know which one would be worse. Thank God I have quick reflexes, or Mom would kill me, and it wouldn't have anything to do with my bruised face. Sanders pops the lid on his beer and takes a pull. I think I have an idea.
Chapter 34. Amelia. I walked through the hallways with my shoulders slumped and my head lowered. No matter how much I wanted to stay home, Mom wouldn't let me. And even if she had, Brooke or Max would probably come and drag my ass out of bed. So here I am, back to trying to be invisible. Today, just like the day before and the day before that, I skipped the cafeteria. I didn't have it in me to eat, just as much as I didn't have it in me to spend a whole hour there trying to ignore curious stares and whispers from my classmates. So when the bell rang, I took my stuff and, without looking up, started toward the library, where I hid between bookshelves, enjoying the silence and solitude. It's a shame that hour always seems to pass too fast, while the rest of the day drags slowly when I'm out there in the real world. 2 more classes, and then I'm off the hook. I can go home and hide in my room until Monday. I slip from the library with just enough time to go to my locker and switch my books. Dottie? The voice behind me startles me, and instead of slowly closing my locker, the metal door bangs loudly. Andrew! My hand covers my rapidly beating heart. He stutters, making me lift my gaze from his shoulder to his eyes. Andrew Hill doesn't stutter. He's the leader, the ruler. He rarely ever has something to say before people try to make his wish come true. That didn't come out right. He scratches the back of his head. Sorry. His silent words surprise me so much I'm left speechless. He shifts his weight from one leg to the other, making me frown. If I didn't know better, I would think he was nervous. But why would Andrew Hill be nervous around me? Derek's a mess. Out of all people, he sent you to talk to me? I cross my arms over my chest in defiance. I'm not interested. I try to walk around him, but his big body is in my way, surrounding me, caging me in. No, he doesn't know I'm here. What? You need homework or something? I start going through the books in my hands. If that's it, just take it and leave me alone. No. God damn it. His hands bang against the locker on both sides of my head. Before, an outburst like that would make me shake. My voice would become weak, and I would do my best to become invisible. Not today. Will you just shut up and listen? My eyes grow wide, and I nibble at my lower lip. But that's the only reaction I give to his tantrum. Through the years, he's been a lot of things. Egocentric asshole, selfish idiot, cocky bastard, but never crazy intimidating. I came on my own. Derek, he's a mess. You should go and talk to him. Give him a chance to explain. It wasn't his fault. It was mine. What? Just give him a chance to explain. He takes a step back from me, his hands falling to his sides. Why are you doing this? I look at him, completely confused. I thought you hated me. Andrew looks at the floor, shaking his head. I always hated what you could do. And that is, take my best friend away from me. With those words left hanging in the air, he walks away from me without a backward glance, my mind whirling with so many unanswered questions. What the hell just happened? What do you mean you're not going? I want to roll my eyes at Jeanette's pursed lips and scowling eyes that are shooting daggers at me, but I contain myself. At least until I turn around and start rearranging the stuff on my desk. For a girl who prides herself on being a loner and not needing anybody, she's starting to spend a lot of time surrounded by people, telling them what to do and messing with their lives. I told you before, I'm not going to the game. And did we make you go? No, and I'm not going to the party. I continue like she didn't say anything at all. I don't want to see him or be around people who know him. The chances that he'll be at the party with his new Barbie doll are big. I don't have to watch that. I won't let him break my heart over and over again. The last 2 days at school, after Max and Brooke got me out of bed and after the incident, have been hard. There was no avoiding Derek. We have too many classes together for that. And it's like destiny keeps throwing us together, bumping into each other in the hallways, the occasional brush of our hands as we passed by each other, sitting close by. In how many pieces can a heart break? Because every time I see him, another tiny part of mine shatters. My heart would squeeze painfully and skip a beat. My breath would get stuck in my throat, and for a few short seconds, although to me it seemed more like an eternity, I would forget how to breathe. He never said a word. That's what surprised me. Thursday, when we got to school, I could see bruises on both Derek and Max, but neither of them said a word. Gossip running through the school hallways was a completely different thing. Everybody was talking about them and me. Everybody. There were rumors that the two of them fought over me, which wasn't a lie, not completely. But other stories were entirely made up. They were saying that I hooked up with Max behind Derek's back, and then when he found out about it, they had a fight. Another story that was running around the school was about Derek, Sophie, and me. Snickering laughs followed me everywhere. Glares and rude comments were inevitable, especially from the girls. You have to go. It's your birthday, Leah. Brooke enters my room and jumps on the bed, crossing her arms over her chest. We're not letting them take that away from you. We can celebrate here just fine, I shrug nonchalantly. My birthdays were always celebrated with family only. Mom made cake. Chocolate cake. If you want, I can get you a slice. No, thank you. What you can do is take this and go to the bathroom to change. Sighing, I turn around and come face to face with two determined, you are going to do as we say women. Bathroom, now. Jeanette shoves the bag she's been holding into my hands. It's big enough that it can contain half my closet, and it's quite heavy. What the hell is she carrying inside? It's your 18th birthday. You're not going to stay in the house, Brooke agrees. The two exchange a look, frowning, before returning their attention to me. I guess we entered a parallel universe where they can actually be friends. Or are they frenemies? Like I said, Jeanette has been acting really strange since that time we all hung out. I don't want to go to the party. Or see Derek, Jeanette adds and rolls her eyes at me. We know, but you're going. We'll get you drunk and you can do something crazy like dance on the table or make out with some random guy. That'll piss Derek off for sure. I don't want to. Bathroom, they yell in unison and point their fingers at the door. Ah! This was really not a good idea, I complain, pulling at the hem of my ridiculously short skirt. How is this not a good idea? Jeanette closes the driver's door and locks them behind her. It's Halloween, and this is a Halloween party, the only night of the year when you can be whoever you want to be. Jeanette is completely comfortable in her own equally short dark blue skirt, showing off miles of long, sleek legs. A red corset is hugging her thin waist and pushing her breasts up. Golden bracelets on both wrists and a headband/tiara complete the Wonder Woman look. Yes, You heard me right. I knew she was smart, but I never knew she had this geeky side to her that is into superheroes. I didn't exactly choose this. Once again, I pull down my skirt, but it seems like every time I tug it down, it rises more and more up my legs. Well, complain to Brooke. She was the one who said you were into this kind of stuff. That's because she is. They continue arguing as they move toward the front door of Andrew's house. Brooke is going as Harley Quinn, and she went as far as putting on a blonde wig with blue and pink tips. Her shirt shows off her pierced belly button, my gift for her 16th birthday, and her shorts are so short they seem more like panties. The only thing saving her from walking around half naked are the black fishnet stockings, which don't hide much at all. Leah, explain to her that you love Harry Potter. Brooke looks over her shoulder at me expectantly. And hurry up. Sighing, I look down at my bare legs. I have knee-high boots on, but there is a lot of skin left in the open between the top of the boots and the hem of my skirt. Of course I love Harry Potter. The only problem is this costume has nothing to do with the books or movies. I guess it's supposed to be a sexy version of the uniform, but I don't know how to do sexy. Awkward, clumsy, and uncomfortable are more like me. The upper part consists of a white shirt with a red and gold tie, Gryffindor colors, of course, over which is a corset. The skirt is black and falls down to mid-thigh. I also got a black hat and cloak. I like the cloak. The sleeves are tight on the upper arm part, and then become larger as they fall down my forearm. But it's also so short. Just like the last time, the house is filled with people. Only this time there's superheroes, vampires, werewolves, fairies, angels, demons, bunnies. You get the picture. The music is as loud as I remember. There are food and drinks. Everything is like always. Like nothing had happened. And for them, it didn't. This is just another Friday night. Just another party while they'll drink and talk to their friends, maybe dance and make out with somebody until the night is over. Then they'll repeat it all over again next week, and so on. Here you go, birthday girl. Brooke smiles at me and puts one red cup in my hand, she herself nursing the other. I look down at the pinkish liquid. What is it? Whatever it is can't be worse than beer. I bring the cup to my mouth. It smells sweet, like some kind of berries. Blackberry? Or is it raspberry? Something special, just for us. I take one small sip and let the cool, sweet liquid run down my throat. The taste of alcohol is barely there, so I take another careful sip. But don't let it fool you. The sweet things can knock you on your butt faster than you can say pinktail. Pinktail? Pink cocktail. It's my own creation. I look back down at my cup and then slowly lift my eyes to meet hers. Her makeup is heavy with lots of eyeshadow, red lipstick, and a small heart painted under her right eye. You did this? Don't worry, I didn't put in anything poisonous. Her eyes harden as something behind me catches her attention. I'm saving that for someone special. I peek over my shoulder and see Derek coming our way, with Max close at his heels. They're both unmasked, if you don't count the wolves' hoodies they're wearing. Let's go dance. Brooke grabs my hand and starts pulling me behind her. She does the same to Jeanette, who's been in the kitchen trying to dig out something to drink without alcohol. She's our DD for the night, so she's stuck with water. Brooke, you know what? Bottoms up. She doesn't let me finish. She tilts her head back and drowns what's left of her pigtail down her throat. Your turn. I look at the cup and then back at her. We're standing at the edge of a makeshift dance floor. Everybody is dancing, singing, and having fun. They're young and they're enjoying it to the fullest. What was I thinking before? How is everybody having fun like nothing happened? Maybe I should follow their example and do the same. For one night, maybe I should just forget. so I tilt my head back and down what's left in the cup.
Chapter 35. Derek.
Do you see them?
They're still where they were 5 minutes ago, I mutter, taking the beer he offers me. This was your brilliant plan? The other day, Max said to leave everything to him and to think about what I was going to tell her, how I was going to explain, and I don't know what other shit. Hey now. He lifts his hands in the air. I said I would bring her here. I didn't say anything about making her talk to you. That was supposed to be your thing. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't even be here. That wasn't even your doing. It was your sister's. We've been standing against this wall, keeping an eye on the girls for close to 2 hours now. I could have gone in the middle of the crowd and dragged her away from her friends, but I didn't want to make a spectacle out of her or me. We're doing that enough as it is. Staring down another guy who came too close to her for my liking, I can feel people gawking at me, just waiting for all of this to blow up so they can get their dose of drama and new material for gossiping over tomorrow's brunch. I had it planned, but first I have to get her to talk to me, or at least come close enough to listen. Brooke pushes a new cup into Amelia's hand. She takes a swig from it, drinking more than half before they continue dancing and laughing. She's drunk. Fancy if you'd have noticed, dumbass. Wasn't your sister supposed to be in on all of this? She brought Leah here. You're an idiot, Sanders. Takes one to know one, King. I continue watching them for a few more minutes, slowly drinking my water. I'm jittery, but I can't have a drink to loosen up my nerves. Amelia is more than half drunk, so I can't let my guard down. My brain needs to be clear and sharp if I want to accomplish anything. Brooke is dancing with Amelia, and Jeanette is standing in the opposite corner, a bottle of water in her hand, and an indifferent look on her face. There is some guy in a Batman suit next to her, trying to get her attention, but I would be surprised if she heard half of it, if any at all. What's her deal? Sanders' gaze follows the movement of my chin. He chuckles when he catches his sister walking away from the still chattering guy. She doesn't do losers. Smart girl. The swirl of pale red catches my attention just in time to see Amelia give a turn and crash into a cowboy. She looks over her shoulder and gives the stupid fool one of her sweet, sexy smiles. His hands are glued to her waist, but she doesn't brush him off. I wouldn't be surprised if he gave her some lame excuse like, I don't want you to fall. I know I would probably say something like that, just to have my hands on her a few seconds longer. Although I can't hear it, I can see her laugh at something he said. The way she tilts her head back, touching his bare chest, and exposing her pale neck. The way her chest rises and falls, and her shoulders slightly shake in glee, and how she puts her hand over her mouth. She always does it, as if she wants to hide her smile from the world. Her hands cover his, and she lets him sway with her to the beat of the music. All I can see is red. This is going too far. Irritated, I shove my half-empty bottle in Sanders' hands. Cowboy. Why would somebody from Michigan dress up as a cowboy anyway? When people see me striding their way, they part to make space for me to pass through. Anger and fury have been boiling inside of me for long enough, and this guy just crossed the damn line. No one puts his hands on my girl. No one. I come behind them. My hands land on the cowboy's shoulder, and with one strong tug, I have him facing me. The guy, whoever he is, isn't from Grayford, but that doesn't give him any excuse. I glare at him. Move your dirty hands off my girl. My voice is a low growl. I'm barely holding on to my control. The urge to punch something, preferably him, is so strong I can feel an itch in my clenched fists. What the hell? Do as he said. Sanders comes and moves in between us. You don't want his fist to connect with your pretty face now, do you, cowboy? Turning around, I forgot about the two of them and concentrate on Amelia, who's looking at me with a mix of shock and fury. What do you think you... We're getting out of here. I interrupt her. My fingers curl around her wrists and I pull her closer to me. You don't want everybody to stare at us when we have our talk, do you? We don't have anything to talk about.
Her words are a little slurred, but her brown eyes still have a sharpness in them that awakens every time she's really pissed. Seeing her get all worked up makes one corner of my mouth lift in amusement. She's so close to me that her chest is touching mine, and I bend down to whisper in her ear, "Try again, little one." My hushed words make her shiver, and I can feel every slow tremble. Enjoying her discomfort and reaction to me, I continue talking in her ear. "So what will it be? Here, so that everybody can watch and hear what I have to say? Or do you want to go someplace, just the two of us?" "I hate you, Derek King." It should have hurt me to hear those words, but it only makes me chuckle harder. She can say whatever she wants, but I can see the truth in her eyes. "So you like to say, I hate you." Those words sound exactly the same as they did years ago when she uttered them for the first time. "I really do." Amelia looks me in the eyes. After a few fast blinks, brown eyes focus on me. "I hate you." How messed up would you think I am if I said those words excite me? Because they do. Every time she says those 3 words, I feel my blood run just a tad faster. Excitement tingles in my bones, and I want to show her how wrong she is. I touch her forehead with mine. Our noses brush against each other. With eyes wide open, I let myself fall into those brown depths. "I hate you too." "Then why are you doing this?" Her hot breath is touching my lips, tickling me softly. My hands cup her cheeks, holding her still. "Because the line between love and hate is thin," I murmur softly. "So fucking thin. And I love you more than I hate you." Her sharp intake of breath rings in my ears. I give her a second, maybe 2, to process my words before I kiss her. The kiss is slow and deep. I want to breathe her in, to fill every empty hole she left in me that day she saw Sophie and me, and then left without giving me a chance to explain. My tongue caresses hers, while my hands get lost in her soft curls. The stupid witch hat falls off her head, but neither of us does anything to stop it. Amelia moans softly in my mouth, the sweet sound at the back of her throat asking me to take more. Her hands come around me, delicate fingers curling around the hem of my shirt, gripping it in her fists. Changing the angle of our kiss, I get in deeper. Her mouth is hot and wet, and she's as desperate as I am. I tug at her hair, careful not to hurt her. "We have to get out of here." The words come out in heavy pants. Glassy eyes meet mine. Her breathing is as hard as mine, and I can see the desire burning in her eyes and heat radiating off her body. She wants this. She wants me just as much as I want her. Let me explain. With the back of my hand, I caress her flushed cheek. "Please." Amelia and I, we're locked in our own world. I know we're not alone, and I can feel people staring at us, but I couldn't care less what they think or what they're saying. This moment belongs to us. It's real, and it's ours. She knows I'm not the kind of guy to ask for anything. I take what I want or what is offered, so for me to ask her to listen, to give me a chance, means something. She means something. Taking one deep breath in, she nods her head slowly once. "Okay."
Chapter 36. Amelia. I'm not sure, but I think he took me back to the room where he kissed me for the first time. Only now the soft glow of the night lamp is casting light in the room. With his back to me, I let my finger trace my swollen lips. I can still feel his soft mouth pressed against mine. I can still feel his hands in my hair, and his strong body standing so close to mine that, for a minute, it seemed like we were one person and not 2. Why does it have to be like that? Why do I have to feel so close, so perfect, with the only person who doesn't feel the same for me? Every time he kisses me, it seems like we're born to be together. two parts that make a whole. Then something comes up and reminds me that perfection doesn't exist. Nothing is perfect. Nobody is perfect. People just want to believe in perfection because it gives them a sense of security, something they can strive and hope for. Little do they know that perfection is just an illusion. That day, Derek's hand goes through his hair, restless, making it even messier than before. He's standing close to the window, watching the darkness below. If you only came 5 minutes later, just 5 fucking minutes later, nothing like this would have happened. You mean, I wouldn't have seen you making out with another girl so you could keep playing with me while you had her on the side? My voice is hard and accusing. If that's what you wanted to tell me, then you're wasting your time. No, goddammit. Derek turns around and looks at me. Lowering his voice, he continues more calmly. What I want to say is, I didn't call her. She showed up on my door uninvited. I just got home, and I wanted to take a shower before you showed up. I knew I didn't have a lot of time, so when I got out of the shower and heard the bell ring, I didn't think twice. Imagine my surprise when I opened the door, only in the towel, because I knew how flustered you'd be if you saw me like that. And I like to tease you, make you feel uncomfortable. Your cheeks become this cute shade of pink, your lips part, and your eyes grow wide in surprise. So damn cute. He shakes his head like he's trying to get the picture that he painted me out of his mind and get back to what we were talking about. Anyway, I open the door and there she is, jumping in my arms. I was so shocked I almost dropped her. Maybe I should have, then I wouldn't be in this mess. My brain soon caught up to what was happening, and I pulled her hands from my body as fast as I could, pushing her toward the open door. You have to believe me when I tell you that I have never, ever brought a girl home. Derek moves from the window and takes those few short steps that separate us until he stands in front of me. I didn't want to bring some random girl to my house to meet my parents. And if you tell this to anybody, I'll deny it. But I wanted it to be special. You were supposed to be the first, Amelia. You were supposed to be the first because you are special. I swallowed the lump that's formed in my throat. Then why did you kiss her? My voice cracks, and I sound so broken. The image of that day is burned in my brain, and I can't stop playing it over and over again. I didn't. Derek shakes his head. His hand lifts to caress my cheek. Only then do I notice one shiny tear on his finger. Once I got her outside, I explained that there was a misunderstanding, and I didn't text her to come over. I said I wasn't interested and that she should go. But Sophie thought I was messing around like before, and that I would change my mind. Don't worry, we can hang out next time. That's what she said before she kissed me and turned around to leave. He laughs, but there's nothing funny about it. The sound is bitter and filled with anger and frustration. And there you were, just in time to see everything. You didn't kiss her? I ask with a trembling voice. I return to that day. I remember getting out of the car. I was lost in my thoughts, thinking about the differences between Derek's life and mine, about his parents and the strange yet familiar car standing in the driveway. Just as I came close enough, the door opened, and they walked out. In a split second, the girl turned around and was kissing him. I was shocked, and I was hurt. I remember how my heart squeezed painfully and how, for a moment, I couldn't breathe or think. It hurt so much. But now, when my mind isn't foggy with all the hurt feelings, I remember that her hands were on him, but his were stuck in the air. Was he trying to push her away? And his blue eyes were wide open. They weren't closed or looking down at her with heat in them like they sometimes did when he kissed me. I swear, Derek looks me straight in the eyes, sincerity shining in his azure depths. She kissed me. Everything happened so fast. I didn't expect it, and in those few seconds, my brain needed to process everything and push her away. You were already running back to your car. With his thumbs, rough from all the time spent on the cold ice, he wipes the tears from under my eyes. From the beginning of the school year, there hasn't been anyone but you. Did you mean what you said before? I put my hands over his. About the line between love and hate being thin? His lips curl slowly into one of his sexy yet boyish smiles. You can hate me all you want, little one. I'll stand on the other side of the line and love you with the same strength and fierceness. My hand touches his face, the tip of my finger slowly sliding over his lower lip. Kiss me? Derek moves in closer, so close that our breaths are mingling together. When you tell me you're mine, I'm yours. There's no hesitation, no doubt. Do you hate me, little one? With all I've got. I love you too. Then his lips are on mine, and we don't talk. The only sound in the room is our hard breathing, my low moans, and his rough groans as we devour each other. Derek's hands are all over me like he wants to reassure himself that I'm still here, that I didn't go away. I know that's what I'm trying to do. I want to know every part of this boy. I want him to be mine, because I'm his. Even when I didn't want to be. Even when I hated him. Even when my heart was broken. Maybe all this time, from when he first broke my heart, and I promised myself I'd never forgive him, I was just waiting for him on the other side of the line. Chapter 37. Amelia. I promised I would take you skating. This is not skating, I whine, trying my hardest to control my wobbly legs. This is you trying to kill me. Don't be a baby, Leah. You've been on the ice for all of 5 minutes, not even that long. Derek's laugh fills the empty rink. You'll get better at it. There's no way you're getting me on the ice ever again if I've survived this. You're going to survive. He rolls his baby blues at me. Don't exaggerate. After all, you have the best teacher in this region. So modest. I don't know how you do it. Well, his face gets this serious expression. With the tip of his pointer finger, he's tapping his chin, deep in thought. It's quite hard, to be honest, but I'm doing my best. He grins, and I can't help but do the same. When he's like this, he's too cute for his own good. Not that I think he would appreciate my compliment. Or maybe he would, but I don't want to risk him growing an even bigger ego than he already has. Now, less talking and more skating. Cool fingers wrap around mine in a tight grip. Derek's already standing on the ice in front of the entrance, waiting for me to put my foot, or better yet, my skate, on the iced surface. My eyes look down at the slippery white ice, uncertainty surrounding me. I'm going to fall, I whisper, looking at him. Do you seriously think I'll let you fall? I shake my head no, because I don't. No matter what, Derek has always been there to catch me. My fingers wrap harder around his, and slowly I put one foot on the ice. My legs wobble instantly. Don't let me fall, I beg him quietly, but he gives me a reassuring smile. I'm here. The other foot follows soon, and I hold my breath in anticipation of a fall. You're so damn cute, Derek laughs. Now, hold on tight. I'll give you a round or two so that you get a feel for it. And then you can try it by yourself. I don't think... I start. But he begins skating backward, surprising me completely. So the only thing left of my voice is a high-pitched shriek. Derek moves so effortlessly, even with me in tow. We glide over the clean white surface in silence. It's early morning, and Derek has just finished with his workout in the gym. And since Coach didn't want us to stay after practice at night, he let Derek and me use the ice before school. Derek went as far as putting his gear on, minus the helmet and stick. When I asked him why, he laughed and said it was better if he stayed this way, because if I decided to fall down, at least I'll have a soft landing. I had to agree with him, so I didn't say anything else on the subject. Dressed like this, he appears even bigger than before, almost bigger than life. Here, he's at home. That much is clear to me. You see, you're not doing half bad. His words bring me out of my mind. It's so easy for me to get lost in his blue eyes. I could watch him forever and never get bored. I look at the floor and find my legs moving from side to side. It's a small movement, but I'm moving. Soon I'll be able to teach you how to play hockey, he teases. Oh no. Even the idea of it makes me nauseous. I don't think so. I jerk in surprise, and the sudden movement makes me trip over my own feet. My body starts to fall forward, but I don't fall far because Derek's hands are there to hold me. I got you. He reassures me yet again, softly moving the loose strand of hair that got in my face behind my ear. His icy fingers brush against my cheek, and I lean into his touch. I like to see you on the ice in my jersey, little one. He leans into me and whispers. His hot breath touches my skin and makes me shiver. Derek always does that. He says he likes to see me unnerved. My opinion is that he just likes to torment me. But I'll take this kind of torment any day of the week if it means I get to feel his lips on mine. It seemed fitting to wear it today, I admit, my hands moving up his arms and onto his shoulders. For all I care, you can wear it every single day of your life. His hands cup my cheeks. With the tip of his thumb, Derek brushes my nose. Every? My fingers play with the hair at the nape of his neck. It's damp from his exercise, but I don't mind it. Every. His lips brush against mine, and it's a good thing he's holding me and that my hands are wrapped around his neck because I feel my legs give out on me. Our cool lips and cool breaths mingle as our lips touch softly. So much for teaching her how to skate. Max's voice interrupts our moment. We break our kiss, but Derek doesn't move away from me one bit. I'm teaching her how to skate. I can see that. Hey, rewarding progress helps in motivating students to learn faster. He grins widely. It's a statistical fact. I don't see him, but I can feel Max roll his eyes at us. It's also a statistical fact that the coach will have your ass if you don't get off that ice in 10 seconds. Class is about to start. We're coming, I yell, eager to put my legs on a firm surface. Derek gives me a pointed look, totally seeing where I'm heading with my thoughts. This is not the end of our lessons, Leah. We'll see about that, King. His hand moves closer in the blink of an eye, his lips crushing mine for a heartbeat, hard and fast. I love you, little one. I hate you too. With my hand in his, he pulls me off the ice. We sit down on the bench, where Derek helps me take off my skates before he gives me a soft kiss on the top of my head and goes quickly to the locker room to change. You guys are making me want to puke. Max slides on the seat that Derek just vacated. I'm sorry. My face warms in embarrassment. I can only imagine the intense shade of red coloring my cheeks, partly from the cold of the ice rink and partly from Derek's kisses. Nah. Max pulls playfully at the end of my ponytail. Don't be sorry for being happy, Freckles. A small smile curls my lips. It doesn't sound as bad as it used to. That's because you're in love. He wraps his hand around me, helping me get on my feet. You kissing up to my girl already, Sanders? Derek comes back in, pulling me to his side and throwing my backpack over his shoulder at the same time. Max lifts his hands in the air in surrender. I wouldn't dream of it. Laughing, we walk out of the ice rink, across the schoolyard, and into the main building. The guys are joking and talking hockey because is there anything else to talk about? And I'm just happy to have Derek's hand around me, holding me close and keeping me warm. When we walk through the door, people part ways, looking over their shoulders to take a longer glimpse at their ice kings. Derek's eyes meet mine, and I can see the glimmer of the bright blue of his irises as the corner of his mouth lifts in a knowing smirk. I smile back, just before his lips land on mine, giving me a quick kiss. The bell rings, but the hall is in utter silence. People stare, although Derek has been doing this every day for a week. I can feel their eyes on me, their probing, judging stares. But you know what? I don't care. Because while they stand still looking at our backs, we're moving forward, hand in hand. Epilogue. Amelia. Another knock sounds on my bedroom door. "Coming!" I yell, but don't move an inch from my spot. "You said that the last 3 times your mom came in, and the last 2 times I knocked. We're going to be late, little one." The way his voice deepens when he speaks my nickname makes goosebumps rise on my flesh. It's low and intimate and, to be honest, cute. Who would have ever thought that Derek King, this big, badass hockey player, could be cute? We've been together for 2 months now, and I still can't wrap my head around the fact that we're together. As in, Derek King is my boyfriend. Mine. I can see the blush rising on my cheeks and the reflection in the mirror. The reflection that brings me back to reality. Swallowing hard, the nervousness I was feeling returns in full force. And today, I'll be meeting Derek's parents. Officially, that is. I already met his dad at one of his hockey games, and he seemed nice. But now they want to meet me for real. No, scratch that. Derek wanted to introduce me to them for real. At a family dinner, no less. Pre-Christmas family dinner. I fidget with the hem of my skirt. It's too short. Why did I even buy it? I should have bought the knee-length version, but both Jeanette and Brooke insisted I'd look like an old granny and that it'd kill the effect of the delicate floral pattern that's on my boots. So in the end, I decided on the mid-thigh length of the skater skirt, as Jeanette was kind enough to inform me. It's dark gray. Pretty simple and cute, if it could only be just a bit longer. I pull the material down, but it does little to actually cover my tights-clad legs. The whole outfit is completed with a light blue sweatshirt, the color of Derek's eyes. When I saw it in the store, I knew I had to buy it. It's the color of the clear sky on a spring day, the color of the ice as it shines and sparkles under the sun, the color that reminds me in so many ways of him, offering comfort and a sense of belonging. "Leah," he sighs in exasperation. There's a loud thud, and I can imagine his back hitting the door. Leaving my reflection behind, I walk to the door, placing my hands on the cool, smooth surface. "What if they hate me?" I whisper. I'm not sure if he can hear me or not. I'm not even sure if the question is directed to him or myself. "They won't hate you. They're already half in love with you," he whispers softly. "Just like I'm already in love with you." I swallow hard, listening to his soft voice on the other side of the door. "Every time we talk about you, Dad likes to brag that he already had a chance to meet you, which makes Mom nuts. They bicker, and then she demands that I ask you to come over, or she'll have to go to school and introduce herself." Laughing softly, I feel my tense body slowly start to relax. "They're already in love with you, Leah. There's nothing to be afraid of." I want to believe him. I want to believe him so badly, but it's hard. I've never done anything like this. And to think one little mistake could possibly offend somebody and make the whole night take a wrong turn. "They'll love you, Leah. If for nothing else, then because you make me smile, and I'm in love with you. There's nothing more they could wish for." Inhaling deeply, I push away the fear still running through my veins and open the door. Derek startles, losing his balance for a second because he was leaning against it, his head bent down. His eyes slowly lift, taking me in until those bright blues meet mine, a small, crooked smile spreading over his lips. You look beautiful. The blush that I thought I had under control resurfaces. Brushing a strand of hair behind my ear, I shake my head. Don't make me even more nervous than I already am. Shaking his head at me, he takes a step forward. Warm fingers brush against my cheek. You look beautiful, little one, he repeats. And before I get a chance to protest, his lips brush against mine. Once, twice, slow and sensual. Just a chaste, tender touch of his lips against mine. My hands go around him, nestling my body into his. I missed you. I missed you too. His lips land on my forehead one last time. Ready? Honestly, no. But for him, I'd do anything. Ready as I'll ever be.
Derek. Are you sure you're okay? I look at her tense form in the passenger seat of the car. She looks like she's ready to throw up or run and hide. I'm not sure which one exactly. If you're really that nervous, we don't have to do it. I'll turn around and— No! Amelia says loudly, her fingers tightening around mine. Her grip is so strong, I want to wince in pain, but I swallow it down. I'm fine, really. I just need a few seconds and— Leah, if you don't feel ready, you don't have to participate in our pre-Christmas dinner. It's stupid, really. If I knew the pressure— She kisses me, hard and fast and totally unexpected. Her soft lips brush against mine, leaving me breathless, but the touch is gone before I get a chance to wrap my head around it. She pulls back suddenly, and I stand there with my mouth hanging open. I'm ready. She smiles, and this time the smile reaches her chocolate eyes. I want to be here, Derek. I let my fingers intertwine with hers. Giving her a reassuring squeeze, I lift her hand and press my lips one final time against her skin. It's okay if you're not ready, but there's nothing to be afraid of. Leah nods, smiling. Let's do this. I want to tell her to wait for me to open her door, but she already has it open and one leg outside before I even get to move. Once she's set on doing something, there is no stopping her. Or maybe she just wants to get the introduction part over with so she can finally relax. Either way, I follow her lead. The car door isn't even completely closed when the front door bursts open, Ace running wildly in our direction. Dude got bigger in the last couple of months. When we went to his last checkup, the vet said he hadn't reached his full growth just yet, but he's doing better than when I found him in the park. He's still skittish with people and mostly sticks to my side. But if there was one person that big baby adores more than me, it's Amelia. Not that I can blame him. Completely ignoring me, Ace runs toward Leah, suddenly braking so he doesn't throw her off her feet. Literally. He barks happily, circling around her, sniffing, and just asking for her attention in general. Amelia crouches down, giggling happily as she rubs him all over. A smile spreads over my face as I see the tension leave her body. Ace licks her cheek, and I'm sure if it was any other girl, she'd be grossed out. But not Leah. Her giggles turn into full-on laughter as she murmurs something, only for the dog's ears to hear. Movement from the door catches my attention. Standing there at the doorway is Mom in her red dress and apron. When she sees me looking, she waves a little, but her eyes go straight back to my girl. My girl. Once upon a time, those words would have freaked me out. But now, they ring true. Amelia Campbell is my girl. My little one. My everything. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Are you bringing the poor girl inside, or is she eating outside with Ace? Mom calls from the door. Amelia jumps in surprise, making me laugh. I walk to her side, patting the dog's head in passing. Traitor. Oh my God, this was so rude. Leah starts whispering in panic, but I stop her. Wrapping my hand around her waist, I guide her toward the house.
I don't know what you're talking about, I tease my mom. The damn dog almost sits at the table. As if he can understand me, Ace barks once in agreement. See? Even he knows it. Amelia giggles nervously as we take the last few steps to the porch. I watch Mom as she takes in Amelia from head to toe. A smile spreads over her lips. Mom, this is Amelia Campbell, my girlfriend. Little one, this is my mom, Hope King. It's so nice to meet you, Mrs. Leah extends her hand in greeting, but she has another thing coming. Expertly, Mom gets her out of my arms and into her embrace, kissing her cheek. It's nice to finally meet you, Amelia. Aren't you a precious tiny thing? She puts her at arm's length so she can get a better look at her. That son of mine, keeping you for himself all this time. It's not actually... Looping one hand through Amelia's, she waves her off. It's not like I can blame him. Any sane boy would keep you all to himself. Mom winks at her, pulling her inside the house. Amelia turns around, looking for me. Her brown eyes are wide open and overwhelmed. When they meet mine, I barely have time to give her a reassuring smile before Mom pulls her in farther. You like cranberry sauce? I made it along with... I look down at Ace. The poor pup has confusion written all over his face. Rubbing between his ears, I whisper, I know, buddy, I know. Ace sighs loudly, and I can't help but laugh. She likes her too, just like I knew she would. You'll have to get used to sharing. Your parents seem nice, Leah whispers softly, her fingers drawing shapes on my chest. Tightening my grip around her waist, I pull her closer. My lips brush against her neck absent-mindedly. I murmur in agreement, both of our eyes still locked on the big screen in the den. Soon after we got to my parents' house, dinner was ready. Mom prepared her specialty: ham, mashed potatoes, veggies, and cranberry sauce. Then for dessert, there was chocolate cake, my favorite. I can still taste it on my tongue, and if I had any space left in my stomach, I'd probably get up and grab another slice. But as I am now, I'll probably end up with my head over the toilet. Can't blame me for choosing to spend a casual afternoon lying on the couch with my girlfriend draped over me as we watch cheesy Christmas movies. Mom was probably a bit too eager, but... Oh, hush. She elbows me in the gut. I think she kind of likes me. Leah looks over her shoulder at me, wonder written all over her face. Aren't boys' moms supposed to hate the girls their sons are dating? I laugh, kissing the frown away between her brows. Not this, Mom. I told you she'd like you, that they would both like you, didn't I? Which is completely true. Once Ace and I joined my parents and Leah in the kitchen, we found them chatting and laughing. Mom went back to cooking dinner, but even that didn't stop her from interjecting with her own questions. Dad's hand was around Leah's shoulder as he told her all about his bragging rights since he got to meet her early. Seeing her in my home, with my parents, it made me realize that I chose right. The moment was perfect. Leah, she's perfect. In front of my eyes, her tension melted away, and she became her sweet self, talking with my parents like she'd known them forever. She was joking and laughing, the blush on her cheeks no longer the product of her nerves, but happiness. I guess you did. And you broke poor Ace's heart, I tease her. So heartless. What? This time she turns around completely, sitting on her knees and watching me. I did no such thing. I turn on my back, pulling her over so she straddles my lap. Yes, you did. He almost started crying when you left him out there on the front porch. As if he knows we're talking about him, Ace lifts his head from his place in front of the fireplace, where he was dozing off. You woke him up. Who's the heartless one now? My eyes land on the dog, who puts his head back on his paws, sighing loudly. He just wants attention, I chuckle. Leah rolls her eyes at me, but a small smile spreads over her lips. Hey, Leah, I ask as the laughter dies. The only sounds in the room are slow murmurs coming from the TV and the crackling of the wood in the fireplace. My fingers dig into the soft flesh of her hips. Those chocolate dough-like eyes land on mine, and suddenly, I feel nervous.
almost as nervous as the time I asked her on our first date. The time our hands met for the very first time, fingers intertwining underneath the table, hidden away from everybody else. In the silly moments that belonged to just the two of us. Exhaling slowly, I will my fingers to loosen and slide into the pocket of my dress pants. I grip the little box hiding inside and slowly pull it out. Merry Christmas, Amelia. I offer her the box, a nervous, sheepish smile curling my lips. She looks between the box and my face, her lips forming a perfect O in surprise. It won't bite, you know, I tease her. Her little hands take the box from my palm and inspect it. I didn't get you anything. I mean, I did get you something, but since it's not Christmas just yet. That's okay, I reassure her, brushing a strand of her hair behind her ear. You can give it to me later. Leah nods her head in agreement, but her mind is on the present. She brings the small box to her ear, shaking it lightly. What's inside? Open and see, I chuckle, nibbling at my lip. What if she doesn't like it? I could probably replace it, but... She unwraps the bow slowly, opening the lid. My gaze is fixed on the movement of her hands as I wait. And wait. But there is no reaction. Snapping my gaze to meet hers, I start. You don't like it? It's okay. I think we can... I don't get to finish because she throws herself at me, her hands wrapping around me tightly as her lips leave small kisses all over my face. I love it. You do? Dumbfounded, I return one of the kisses that lands in the corner of my mouth. It's beautiful, Derek. Thank you. You sure? We can... Leah shoves the box in my hands and jumps to her feet. Turning her back to me, she moves her hair over her shoulder and asks, Put it on? I get up and stand behind her. Carefully, I slide the thin chain out of the box and watch the pendant glisten in the light of the fire. A silver snowflake adorned with light blue stones. From the moment I saw it, I knew I had to get it for her. My hands shake, and it takes a few tries, but I somehow manage to fasten the delicate necklace around her neck. Leaning forward, I kiss her nape before turning her around. Leah's looking down, her fingers playing with the jewel. It's beautiful. Brushing my fingers against the softness of her cheek, I wait as her eyes meet mine. Those chocolate brown depths are holding my whole heart. Not as much as you. Leah giggles softly, her hands wrapping around my neck as she steps on the tips of her toes. Merry Christmas, Derek. Her lips brush against mine in a slow, tender kiss. Merry Christmas, Leah. This concludes Lines by Anna B. Doe. Narrated by Cindy Kay and Nelson Hobbs. Copyright 2018 by Anna B. Doe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Anna B. Doe and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.